another huge day of games coming your way. They want the initiation right away, one after the other from off of the screens. There goes Boy. They got everyone almost knocked up. It wasn't enough for Curse.
Not going to stop the Pantheon. Pantheon's got it! Meteos takes the Dragon. Flat play to Yellow Feet. Oh, the hook lands afterwards! Well played, Daydreaming.
Welcome to Day 2, Week 10 of the North American League Championship Series. We're beaming to you live in front of this fired-up audience from our LCS home in Los Angeles, California. Hey everyone, I'm Ribbing to Biz in the third, and with me is Sam, Kobe, Hart, and Kensler for another awesome day of League. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great, ready to get into it. Really.
Better be feeling great. Yesterday we had some awesome games, and we're going to get right into the news following into today. It gets lonely at the top, and after 8 weeks alone in first place, Team Solo Mid now has the company of Cloud9.
Yeah, after TSM's huge upset loss to CLG in a 37-minute game, the door was left open. And Cloud9 moved in and secured the first place tie by defeating Curse. This means that Cloud9's record of performing, 25-3 is going to be safe for a little bit longer. But beyond the standings, this win was a huge boost of confidence for CLG as they prepare for Super Week and playoffs.
Well, CLG isn't and wasn't the only team that had an important win yesterday. Coast managed to snap a 6-game slump and put themselves just 1 game back from 5th place Curse.
Yeah, they'll be looking to overtake Curse and avoid the summer relegation. The win was a much-needed morale boost as well and gave Coast a 2-game buffer between 7th place XDG and Evil Geniuses.
And with EG hoping to close a gap when they face off against Coast in our 4th match today, and they'll be able to play with the whole team back together.
Yep, after 3 weeks away, Scumbag Crepo is back in North America, and he's returning to active duty as support. We're going to have to see if his time apart, though, has affected the team's coordination.
Indeed, but EG isn't the only team with a roster change this week. Dignitas won in Golden Glue's NALCS debut.
They pulled out a hard-fought victory in a 51-minute game against Evil Geniuses, and today Golden Glue is going to face another challenge as they tackle High and Cloud9.
That's right, and Dignitas, a game that had you all at home, a Twitter. Let's check in with the hashtag LCS Big Plays. Our first highlight features Thresh Express, and it seats 2. Kurisu Tenchi says, the hook, the fly, the lantern, the distortion, the hype, oh God. Hashtag LCS Big Plays from Dignitas versus Evil Geniuses. Here's your number 2. Kiwi Kid, the last 2 shots when he shields himself up. There's the box. Ooh. Oh, the long way. Get the lantern. Breaks it, Paul Melter. No way he's going to have the damage. They cannot get the chase on a cruiser. He gets the double distortion follow-up, and they do find the kill.
Ooh, I'm going too far. Please, somebody help. He got it.
I'll figure out what to do. Did it.
All right, so the next tweet features a plagued rat being dealt a quick death. At Thy Afran says, Dexter playing pinball with Wild Turtle's Twitch, kicking him into double lift to finish him off. What a play from CLG versus TSM. Here's your number 1.
He actually goes down to the hands of Dexter, and TSM is still trying to find where the rest of the team is. A double kill! Beautiful play from Dexter and double lift, and they're going to keep going. A very low special. It's simply amazing the communication and coordination they have with Dexter after just a few weeks on the team.
And like only a couple of seconds before that, he had killed LeBlanc by flashing into range for a Q. So many good plays from Dexter that game.
So good indeed, and more to come. So let's take a look at the standings brought to you by the new season of Game of Thrones. And first, we've got Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid, both with 19 wins and 4 losses.
Then in second, it's CLG with some breathing room, with Dignitas being 5 games back in 4th place. And in 5th, it's Curse with 9 wins and 14 losses.
And on their heels, it's Team Coast in 6th place, and tied for 7th, it's Evil Geniuses and XDG Gaming. We'll see how the table changes after our 4 games today. That's going to be starting with the red hot CLG versus XDG.
Then Curse takes to the Rift against TSM, followed by Cloud9 taking on the new lineup of Dignitas.
And in our final LCS game of the day, it's Evil Geniuses versus Coast. But be sure to stick around for the North American Challenger Series Finals as LMQ takes on Cloud9 Tempest. Before we get to the games and get them underway, head over to lolesports.com, lock in your votes for who you think will win today's matches. Click on schedule, select week 10, and give a thumbs up to the teams you think will come out on top.
Then stick around and check out our in-depth player interviews and the team statistics, or you can rewatch any of our games from this season and relive the twists and turns of everything.
Also there, you can reserve your seat in our studio audience to attend an upcoming game day taping and see all the action up close and personal. Select tickets for all the details. The LCS is just a click away. For now, we're going to send it over to Freak and Jet at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the desk. I'm David Freak Cheerly. Along with me is Joshua Jet Leesman. How's it going?
I'm doing pretty well. Freak, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty great. It's fun to be here. Sunday, going to have a lot of great games, plus the Challenger Finals. So when players go into a game, they're going to be pumped up and prepared to mercilessly destroy their enemies, because that's how you're supposed to do it on the Rift.
Yeah, but outside the game, the LCS pros have cultivated the responsibility to their fans, a culture of mutual respect amongst the teams and players.
I think sportsmanship is a really important aspect of any game.
You always want to maintain a professional atmosphere, especially in something as so new and up and coming as esports.
Well, as a professional, you have a lot higher standards set for yourself than for the average League of Legends player, so it's always good to be a good role model.
A GG in the game is just a virtual handshake, It's just great game, well played.
I always say GG at the end of the game, whether it's in-game or as a handshake after.
Every game you should be trying your best, so even if you get destroyed, it was still a good game.
I come from a background where I played baseball since I was a little kid, so I've always shook the team's hand after every game. That's just kind of the thing. It's kind of cool that it happens in LCS now too, because I'm used to it. It's yeah, that makes sense.
Nobody gets to feel bad after the game because no one's saying GG or anything. Everyone's being friendly. No one's being negative.
I think sportsmanship is important because you're able to go outside of the game. Say one team wins over the other team, you're able to shake their hand, still smile, still be friends, still have a good time.
And we're going to be joined here by some longtime friends, TSM's Dyrus and Curse's Voyboy. Guys, welcome to the desk. So, of course, you guys have played against each other for a whole long time. What's your relationship like off the game?
Yeah, me and Darius have both been playing since pre-season 1. We've been in the competitive scene for as long as pretty much anyone, and yeah, we've always been on pretty good terms, I would say.
Yeah, for the most part, except when I was in Troll and Beta, I used to trash talk a lot, and then I got ratted on, and then I realized, oh wow, I feel kind of bad now, so I kind of toned it down, and I'm trying to be a nice guy now, I guess.
Good guy Dyrus is coming out for the last couple of years. All right, so then let's kind of talk about then sort of what you guys have been doing then with these games. So coming into it, right, decided to be sort of more sportsman-like and all this. Talk to me about some sort of key stories you have of anyone who impressed you with something really nice. You DC, they didn't kill you, something like that.
There's been a time where the enemy team DC'd and I just AFK'd the entire game, so it was 4-on-4. But as for being nice to me, there's a couple stories, and there's also a couple stories back in beta, but I need some time to think about it.
Voyboy, do you have any sportsman-like moments?
Yeah, I mean, actually, I remember when me and Darius used to stream a lot back last season, I remember at least 2 instances where either he would DC and we were laning versus each other, and I would just AFK or sit in Fountain, and then he did the same exact thing for me, so it's just kind of back and forth. Do you remember those?
It's happened.
Yeah, it definitely happened.
So sweet. Do you think that's actually what people should do if it's an obvious disconnect, or is there some kind of competitive gamesmanship there where you just go for it?
I think if someone DCs and you want to keep the game fair, then you should just remove yourself from getting any farm or EXP until they come back, which is usually what I've historically thought was should be done, but people have different approaches to it.
They want LP.
They want LP.
LP's the secret motivation.
You ever done one of those fake DCs where you know you're caught, so you just hit stop and hope they leave you alone? You're oh, I don't flash them in Dragon Pit.
That's bad sportsmanship.
But it feels great.
It works because they're trying to kill you, and they're he's DC'd, let's go. And then it oh, wow, that's just karma.
You'll bait and switch. But getting into your game today, you guys actually play against each other here. And Voyboy, just since you've been now on, kind of just looking back, 3 different teams, all against TSM, how has that team kind of evolved over the years in your eyes?
TSM's always just been consistently strong. I think when I was on Dignitas, we usually gave them the biggest run for our money, and at that time we were probably at relatively speaking our strongest point. And then last season or the first split on Curse, we were for a long time pretty dominant, and then TSM still managed to claw their way to the top at the end of that split. And then last season they've been at the top, and this season they're the team to beat. So they've always just been strong. And like today, we're playing against them. We are like 4th, 5th place, and they're just beating everyone. So it's just a game where we're going into it trying to make plays and pull out an upset, basically.
I'm more scared to play against them than CLG.
Wow. And why is that? What does Curse bring to the table?
Because they always bring something out that's unique. Like, they're not afraid to try new things, and if you see something that's OP, most of the time they're the first ones to find it.
So actually then I want to press you then on facing against Curse, because you've obviously fought against Curse for like 3 or 4 seasons now, and they've had a number of lineup changes. Like, can you sort of contrast this Curse to like maybe previous Curses?
So at the start, like, Curse was like at the way back before like the Curse we knew now. Like at the very beginning, before Voidboy, there was like Jackie, everyone else. They were like mid tier, and then they had lots of swaps, and they're getting they're getting better players. They're getting better at the game. They're getting better at what they do. And throughout the season, throughout the swaps, like there's a time where they went down and then up, because there's a triple swap between Dignitas, Curse, and CLG. And that's also one of the reasons why TSM was just so dominant, because they had to get used to the roster swaps. But nowadays, they have a little bit more like solid lineup where they don't really swap as much. And if they do swap, it's not exactly because of players underperforming, but because there's just someone better out there. And now it looks like they're finally having like, a solid lineup where I don't think they don't need to switch anyone around right now.
Nice.
Yeah, and Voidboy, just to kind of follow up on that one, now that you guys are kind of racing towards the end of the season, are you changing anything about your preparation since you're making that race for the final playoff spots?
We're basically just practicing like as we always did, and we're going to each game in not really a different mindset, but I think our roster right now is really solid. Like, we all feel very good about everyone else on the team. We all have confidence in each other, and we've been putting up wins, and we all believe that we can truly be like any team in the LCS right now. And yeah, I think if we had this roster, like we had money from the start of the season, and we just had a lot of time to get used to playing with each other, and we just had like these 8-10 weeks to grow, then I think we'd be a much more solid team right now. But I think like getting Bunny like 2-3 weeks ago, already putting up a lot of wins versus many of the NA teams, and like putting up good fights, I would say, against like Cloud9, CLG, and TSM, relatively speaking. I think that we can definitely grow into a pretty solid team. And assuming we can have a strong finish at the end of the season, go into playoffs, and just stay with our roster, keep playing well, I think we can be a really strong team for the next split.
Yeah, and you guys are definitely looking good. So then kind of speaking about individual players, actually later in the broadcast, we're going to be going over some of the details for all-star voting. And so right now I actually want to ask you guys about our Twitter question today, which is which players would you vote for to represent the North American LCS All-Stars, and why? So Voy, we'll start with you. Your team, any other team, who would you vote for to go to the challenge?
Well, I'm probably most qualified to speak about mid right now, so I would say that Bjergsen has definitely earned the mid lane all-star vote for NA. He just consistently puts out like strong individual performances, and TSM as a whole is a really good team. But when you watch Bjergsen play over the course of the season, you can definitely see like how good he is, and I think that he's probably really standing out right now, and I think he'd probably be able to represent NA really well.
Darius, what are your thoughts? Who would you send to All-Stars?
For top lane, yeah, he's one of the most consistent players. He's been around since Season 2 or Season 1. Like, he's been playing for the longest time. He wasn't out in the spotlight. Now that he's on Cloud9, he can, I don't know, people can really appreciate that he's one of the best top laners. He is the best top laner in NA right now. Like, give him that. If you look at the gold graph, like I saw it on Reddit the other day, most of the gold actually goes to their top lane. So he's kind of like their sleeper carry. Yeah, I'm just going to say balls.
All right, so Darius with balls, Voidboy with Bjergsen it there, and thank you very much for your responses. For those of you at home, you can join the conversation by sending your responses to @LOL Esports. Use the hashtag LCS, then stick around to see if we read your answers on the air.
All right, guys, going to take a quick break, but when we get back, the action gets underway, starting with CLG versus XDG. North American LCS continues right after this.
back to the North American LCS. We're kicking off our day with Counter Logic Gaming versus XDG. And Kobe, CLG is coming into this game with a wave of momentum after their big win over Team Solo Mid yesterday.
Yeah, CLG were playing really well yesterday. Dexter in particular was a force to be reckoned with in his first game on Lee Sin. Now, if you're a player who has any little flaw in your mechanical ability, then that will be on display for everyone to see when you play Lee Sin. But Dexter had an extremely clean game. He managed to shut down several Dragon's Descent from Dyrus and turn teamfights in CLG's favor. You can even argue that one of his last kicks at Baron Pit won them the entire game.
I think that was a laughing yawn.
He is laughing so hard his face is turning red there. That must have been hilarious.
Good laugh. Well, it was one of CLG's best performances of the season, but even in that, Kobe, you detected there were some vulnerabilities.
I did. One thing that did stand out is that, yes, CLG are extremely objective focused, and that's a good thing, but they go about taking the objectives. They've done it the same way several games in a row. And falling into a pattern is one of the most dangerous things that a team can do in League of Legends. For example, every time that they have these 2 towers rush down very early, they have Nien sort of freeze the lane, and then once the giant minion wave builds up, they always send everybody up to that top turret as soon as the minion wave hits, and you know exactly where they're going to be at that time. So teams can actually start preparing strategies to specifically counter what they expect CLG to be doing. And it could open them up, for some more counter moves from other LCS teams.
Right, and while CLG is sitting comfortably in third, XDG, we got to talk about them. They've been stuck at the bottom of the standings for several weeks now.
Yeah, so they are 2 games back from 6, and there are only 5 games left in the split, which means even though CLG looks to be a tough opponent, XDG has to be focused on picking up a desperately needed win in order to escape summer relegation, or at the very least, avoid facing LMQ. They know that they cannot afford to let a single game slip by as they play for their LCS lives.
All right, as we are into day 2, week 10 here, let's check out the starting lineups and get right into it. On the blue side, it's Counter Logic Gaming. It's going to be Nien in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Link in mid, double lifted AD carry, and none other than Afromu right behind him on support.
And on the red side, it's XDG, Benny up top, Smithy in the jungle, ManCloud mid, Zuna AD, and Sheep supporting.
I'm excited about this champion select. Both teams actually kind of picking out new champions yesterday. We had some Twitch, Lucian on both sides.
Yeah.
First for the AD carries on that one. We'll see if they go to do it again.
So Zuna bringing back the Twitch, a couple other people,
Turtle,
Wild Turtle as well, but Twitch is a champion that Doublelift has played in the past, just not this year.
For him.
He very well could, if there are some AD carry bans. Now, usually we'll see if people have a plan centered around an AD carry for their team, like Twitch or something unusual like that, they'll ban out Caitlyn in the bans phase, because Caitlyn, with the long range, is kind of like nobody really wants to lane against Caitlyn. So they'll either ban out Caitlyn or they'll go for one of those 2-versus-1 lane swaps, which have been even more common now that wards do not go down until 2 minutes. Those 2-versus-1 lane swaps are often coupled with blue side invades or red buff invades.
And speaking about those, we saw a few yesterday, for sure, talking about the 2v1 turret takedowns quickly, how it's been affecting the games as of recent, the 4.4 here on the LCS. We'll see what happens today. Jinx actually goes down, I think, trying to stop that 2v1. She's the one that wreaks havoc on turrets in that early game.
Yeah, interesting ban there. As far as immobile AD carries that are great late game, XCG already used Twitch last time, so if they do want to do that, this might be CLG trying to funnel them towards that Twitch pick. But also, classic bans here. Nien's Rise, he plays a ridiculous amount of Rise in solo queue. He only got it really once, I think, in the LCS so far. But
he was forced to kind of come from behind in that game, but people still don't want to see it.
And then Kha'Zix, of course.
Yeah.
Pretty much the go-to ban nowadays. But even though CLG are first pick here, so that's very interesting that they would not actually want to first pick that.
Maybe LeBlanc, maybe that Sivir. We've been seeing a lot of karma to make up for that movement speed when Sivir being banned out lately. And it is going to be the Thresh. Actually, Afromu will not get the hooks this game. Let's see what he goes for with the Lee Sin being picked up. Dexter brought that out for the first time in LCS yesterday for himself, and he's going to play it twice in a row.
Yeah, it looked like his practice in solo queue definitely paid off with the Lee Sin yesterday. No surprise here, and it does not give away anything about what CLG want to do. So that's a very, very good first pick. Leaves open a lot for XCG, though.
Maybe Nien's been playing it the top lane.
Maybe.
Hey, who knows?
Nien
We'll
going
see.
more carry role oriented.
We'll see. Dexter loves that Lee Sin. So he'll probably take it. Waiting for Xmithy and Benny to lock this in here. We did see N-Rated playing some Vel'Koz support. Vel'Koz could also go to ManCloud if he chooses. He does love those long range. We remember him on Nidalee, we remember on Xerath, just not as of late.
Yeah, Sauron's got nothing on Vel'Koz, and Vel'Koz is actually a really good support as well. Well, I don't know about really good, but he's a viable support. I really enjoy seeing him.
So throw to the towel there for him.
I'll give him a little bit. Head nod. All right, this is more likely, though. So Evelynn, it's definitely one of Smithy's favorite champions. We always state, whenever Evelynn is picked, so much early ward control is very important, and Lee Sin is a great champion to do that. So they're feeling pretty good about that first pick, Lee Sin, anyway. There was no really counter pick here from XDG. CLG still sitting pretty as far as the pick ban phase is going.
We'll see what comes out now. Probably a support here. Alphamu has gone along the likes of Morgana, Alistar, Annie in the past, so he's got quite a bit to play. You can see Dexter, he's like, what do you want, man? Come on, help me out here.
Seeing Renekton already with no top lane bans, the immediate things that pop into your head are, oh, Trundle's still up. Well, I could stop my analysis right there.
Is it? Oh, no, not anymore. So Doublelift and Dexter both going for the second play in a row for champions they brought out for the first time yesterday. Back onto the Lucian for him. Trundle goes into the top lane for Nian. This will be play number 3 for him.
And I like how Doublelift actually gave credit where it was due. He learned Lucian from watching Wild Turtle and Vasily play Lucian. So he did give a head nod to the AD carries that he's been scoping out. And he can only go up because he had a few mistakes with his Lucian, honestly, last game. But he said that he was noticing the mistakes. So he's very well aware of the things that he can improve on.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like it was a bad game on Lucian. It was a good game. So
I'm thinking about it, and I just remember that fadeaway dash culling. Kept him alive, and then the orb walk, the kick takedown Shyvana. Yeah, the plays. We'll see if we can do it again. It's going to be hard for sure. XDG so far has a team that's going to be right in the base of that Lucian, possibly locking down on the Twitch. Once again, Zuna takes it, and he's going to have Sheep on Leona.
Interesting bit of a kill lane there. It's aggressive lane. Talking about the lane swaps, though, they could still do that and try and go for a topside late invade with their AD and supports. Now that, as we said, the level 1 is so chancy now with nobody having any sort of vision unless their supports invest in wards. There's so many more invades. And oftentimes, you'll just invade, not expecting to kill somebody, just to secure your jungler their first buff. Because you need to get them off on a good start, and you don't want them to have some surprise gank squad behind them while they're doing their first buff, because it's so hard for them to get back in the game after that point.
Yep. Doublelift and Afromu to pick now. See what they can do to really stop any of this jargon from happening. That Alistar pick is definitely something Afromu's brought back before, but it was with the Orianna.
Yeah.
The ball delivery. See how they go for this.
So the Alistar pick is about the way that he can counter Leona. If Leona's Zenith Blade's in, he can immediately pulverize and headbutt him into turret. First time that he did that counter pick, we saw him pull it off multiple times. It's a very strong pick against Leona. I do like this lane set up for CLG. The bottom lane is probably CLG's greatest strength.
Yep.
That is debatable, but with Dexter and Link especially having great performances. But everybody always pointing to the bottom lane, and it looks like they do have a good setup if it is a 2-versus-2 situation.
Well, if you recall yesterday when CLG took on TSM to beat them, really Dexter was wreaking havoc in the jungle because Doublelift and Afromu had to leave that bottom lane so early.
Yeah.
So they didn't get the time to farm up and be that force that CLG was. Dexter had to take it.
Exactly. We've been talking so much about Dexter. He is definitely a star for these guys. And back on Lee Sin, excited to see what he will pull off. He definitely needs to make more aggressive moves. He's very well known for doing that. So this game, we're going to have to see if he can actually successfully pull off those wards inside of Smithy's camps to let his teams know where the Evelynn is, as well as the early ganks that he's so well known for.
It seems like he has it. Lemon Dog's victories are credited to him as well. Coming over to CLG, he definitely has a pretty nice winning record. Now against XDG, ManCloud takes up LeBlanc on this matchup versus Lynx Ziggs. They both know the matchup very well, but that's going to be just full-on kill lane coming from both of those guys.
Yeah, LeBlanc definitely has the kill pressure advantage on Ziggs, where Ziggs is probably going to be running barrier. I expect him to stick with that one so that he can use Ziggs' strengths against LeBlanc here. Just try and wave clear, push her in, and then he can actually, Link has been known to roam with Ziggs, one of the few guys to do that. But he can also just add damage with his ulti as well to the side lanes. I think, though, eyes are probably going to be on Dexter for the first 10 minutes of this game. Because really the Lee Sin versus Evelynn matchup decides a lot of this game.
Well, as the teams load onto the Rift, let's count the votes over at lolesports.com. It's going to be 92% of you thinking that CLG is going to be taking this win away from XDG. Quite the vote.
Well, they certainly had a great performance yesterday, so fans definitely have a lot of confidence in them now. We'll have to see if they can execute game plan once again.
Breaking the confidence of CLG with this one if you can break the lanes, because that's going to be the tough thing. If you can break the lanes, then you got to deal with the jungle. It's a two-part thing you got to do with CLG. We'll see if it happens for XDG here. They are a team of early game momentum, and we saw with yesterday's matches, there was so much team roaming as opposed to just a few people roaming. So we'll see if XDG gets that team coordination in early.
And I talked about how the supports are the ones with the option to go for early moves mid by getting up a bunch of wards. Aframu picking up old Season 3 style support start here. Plenty of wards, including a pink for the team. So they will be able to place that one at the beginning of the game and try and take advantage of this Evelynn. I think this is a very wise choice from CLG. As I said, that matchup there with Dexter and Smithy will decide a lot of it. They need to get control of as much territory as they can as quickly as possible. And this is actually another really good start for CLG because Nien was aware of the ward placement. That was XDG's sole ward that they have. From Sheep, they saw where he placed it. So you can pretty much nullify that amount of vision. CLG can easily work around the fact that they know this ward is placed in the topside bush.
Looks like they're just going to slowly play this one out. A lot of invades in our games yesterday, but it does not look like CLG wants to give XDG what they need in this early game, and that's what we were talking about a little bit ago, the momentum. We'll see if that can happen in the bottom lane. How does we know Lucian as a lane bully, but how does he go up against Twitch? Because Twitch is a little bully himself with Expunge in his long range.
Yeah, so I think the highlight of this duo lane is the supports, because Twitch and Lucian both have really good damage that they can deal early, but since Aframu is on this Alistar with no combat stats, he went all consumables here.
Right.
Investing a lot in vision, this XCG team can actually focus the support when usually the duos are always trying to focus AD. Even if Sheep goes in on Aframu and Aframu pulverizes him, as long as they're not too close to the turret, XCG can just focus Aframu and kill him instead of actually trying to get around him and go for double lift. Interesting strategy here where CLG are taking simultaneous blue buffs. This is a very big win for them. They're going to get a 3 buff to 1 buff start.
Wow.
It is going to cost CLG some farm up top for Nien. But Nien not really known for winning his lanes, even when he has a winning matchup. So him going Trundle into Renekton, yeah, the crowd really feeling for Smithy there. But even with him going up against Renekton, he definitely doesn't really count on winning that lane. So it's okay for him to just wait till that wave pushes up against his turret. He's got blue buff experience and cooldown reduction, so Trundle has no problem sustaining against the Renekton lane, and he shouldn't be hurting too bad.
Wow, Nien, knowing that he's going to be a heavy target with the blue, goes back, buys a pink, and puts it down immediately for that Smithy coming out of the jungle. So staying safe up top. CLG already putting things in place to win the game. This is now XDG's game to come back from the beginning.
We'll have to see where Smithy's first move is then, because he doesn't have a lot of options. He just checked over his red buff is gone. He can hard farm the small camps, but it won't catch him up very quickly. Dexter actually goes past that ward that they knew was there. As I said, they saw XCG place that ward. I'm pretty sure Nien communicated it as well because he pinged it.
Yep. Coming out as well.
He may have just forgot there. Dexter might have forgot about that one.
Looks like Benny sees the pink ward now. He's got his own ward down in that brush, so the safety in the top lane may be cut out for Nien here. But blue should wear off of him before Smithy even tries to get a chance. Benny pushing him into the lane.
Yeah,
as bully
rip
lanes will.
pink ward there. That's the danger of buying these really early pink wards and placing them in spots that are indefensible. A lot of the times you want your early pink wards to be in spots that are on your side of the jungle where you can actually fight for them. Pink wards are great at baiting people, especially early in the game. 5 auto attacks is such a long time to stand in one place.
Yeah.
If you place them on your side of the jungle, then it's a much higher risk that your opponents will be taking when trying to take it out.
Hey, dude, when Dragon's down, Baron's really not an option. We see ward wars becoming the reason for these fights to happen lately. People trying to just gain vision so they can have the next move in the pieces. It just causes them the bad fight. Coming up on 5 minutes here, not seeing too much damage from any of the lanes, really, as Xmithy has been staying in his own jungle, and Dexter's actually not doing too much counter jungling after the 1 buff.
Yeah, he's actually heading down bottom. Bottom lane focus here for CLG, nothing new. Afromu is level 3, so he's got his combo that he can pull. He can go for the headbutt pulverize, but all summoners are available, so they'll probably just be looking to burn summoners here with the gank. Oh no, they can actually get the kill!
They get it! Oh, Sonic Wave's on! Still can connect with it if he has the timing there. Don't know if he was able to hit that or a minion, but the first one's gonna come anyways. Afromu starting it off.
Yeah. Zuna there can't flash out of it, and they look to go for a dangerous dive.
Great ward coming out, but they don't yet see Xmithy. Good safety. A little bit of damage reduction there. Double lift on the shield, and he is perfectly fine.
Oh, Nien having to...
They're going to have to go very hard on this one. One last shot. Nien actually does 1v1 to Renekton.
This is probably the best start that CLG have had. My goodness. Nien wins his lane. Bottom lane successful gank. This is everything that CLG want. This game is going so well for them.
He comes back to lane as level 3, but they don't. Oh, the Sonic Wave just missing. He's left high and dry behind the turret, and Dexter's going to have to run out of this.
He draws off the attention, though, so that was fine for CLG. They're pretty happy with this one, and he can actually 1v1 E fairly easily.
As soon as Xmithy may have forgot that ward was there.
Uh-oh, double chain, though, from ManCloud.
Link looking to keep safe. That satchel pretty much kept him alive. Very nice job.
Misses the skyhook, though.
Level 6.
Dexter's still waiting for this.
Why not? You know where Xmithy is. None of the other lanes are having trouble right now. If Link can hold off that ManCloud damage, Link's now level 6, so he's good at mid.
The
Link's going to be roaming down now as well. This is going to be 5-man participation at bottom. There's the bomb coming in. It's going to hit one on the outside if they can take down Zuna. Link participates in this one, and it looks like Nien wants just that. The shots from double lift. 1-2, and it's going to be enough in the uppercut. Xmithy's the last one left, and Afromu says, let's go for the kill.
Oh, Xmithy with the flash, but it's not going to save him.
Double lift, one more shot, forced the flash, forced the barrier. A lot was used, but a lot was gained.
So I don't know about forced the flash and barrier there. He did use both, though. CLG are crushing this game. I have to say, you guys can finally take Nien off the players to watch list. He is doing so well this time around. He's absolutely crushing it. This teleport in, so well coordinated with the level 6 from Link as well. They try and get some extra damage here. It just works as zoning, but that's fine. They're able to single out Sheep, zone off the last 2 damage dealers, and finish off Zuna under the turret here. Nien will live from the extra auto attack. They do end up going in, and Afromu sacrifices his life here because Xmithy got off such a great flash, but is worth it for them in the end because there's a full minion wave there that gets killed by the turret. 50 CS for double lift, 35 for Zuna. CLG absolutely crushing it.
This is going crazy. I do not think Nien has ever had 3-0-1 this early in the game. His participation is through the roof right now, and he has made that happen. Usually top lane's left on an island, and that's the reason he doesn't have the kills, but he is definitely putting his foot down this game, especially on the Trundle to come out so early. Very well played. 2-0-1 for Dexter, and all across the board, it's only going to be Alphamu with that 1 death for XDG. So all the high priorities have been on the map, soaking up experience and putting CLG farther in the lead.
And this is something new from CLG too. They haven't done this before, so worrying about them falling into patterns, not a big deal here. They're doing really, really strong moves. It looks like Dexter, though, this is the first thing that will sort of fizzle for them. He cancels his back, so it looks like they don't want to give up on it. There is still a flash on Benny up top.
See if Xmithy can work anything here. Agony's Embrace is up on that ultimate. No roam down just yet. It looks like ManCloud wants to rotate, but he may meet Link halfway down. They're going to try to do-si-do here by the Wraiths as the bottom fight is coming up a little bit.
Misses. Now he's got to run.
He's got to be careful how far he goes, though. The entire team of XCG is just on the other side of Dragon. This chase could be a little too deep as Sheep waiting in the wing.
That ward just saved Link's life. He was thinking about going for that, but there's a ward for CLG.
Oh,
Sheep and
good
they
block
go
by
for
Sheep.
the
That's
Dragon.
the thick wall right there. They'll be safe. Oh, the flash seen it. They go on Benny in the top lane. Didn't hit in the bottom, actually. The chain onto Link. Very nice minefield going down. Is going to stop the fight. And Afro Moo goes Mad Cow in a 3v1. There goes the bomb. They're on a double lift. Barrier and Flash are down. ManCloud's clone is not going to be the one he wants. And ManCloud is alive on the backside.
Oh, Link now under fire. He gets silenced.
There's the barrier. That's the blue buff. That's why you take barrier versus the LeBlanc. The expunge, the ticking, the poison. Oh my God, he's dead.
Pretty good turnaround here for XG.
So slow.
They get a little bit back.
It's the longest fuse ever.
Now, keep in mind, yes, XG just got some kills back in this game, but they did not get an objective. They were forced off of Dragon, so those are just a couple kills. Plus, they lost Benny up top. So it wasn't as big of a swing as you may think, even though they did get control of bottom lane, and Double Lift will miss out on a few CS. Afromoo is still there to pick it up. So XDG still have to be pretty worried here, especially Benny.
Oh, Tempest crippled down immediately. That's a huge Agony's Embrace, even with the amount of health that we saw Nien having, and it looks like they'll be able to finish this one off. The flash is out of Dexter. He's not holding any wards for himself. Gets the kick, and he gets himself vision with Sonic Wave after to make sure nobody else is in pursuit.
All right, Dexter escapes, but Nien did go down. So we'll have to see if they can get some more aggression. Zuna gets the combo.
Looks like he goes good invisible on that one. They're able to turn this one around a little bit. Double Lift finding himself in a sore position there after the solar flare. But they walk out of this. It was done so calm. Nobody was even afraid in that.
Double Lift now extremely low. They have to call in extra support. They need jungler support right now. Dexter's headed down bottom. Looks like they're going to lifesteal off double golems while they wait for him.
Slow push into the turret. Benny's finally going to get this top turret down. They equal out there. Oh, Nian could go quite hard here. Benny doesn't have much to get his charge up on.
Smithy's headed up to help, though. He just has to buy a few more seconds.
Like that.
And leaves the pink ward, not quite landing the Q.
Dexter with a shot in the dark for the head. And the pulverize going out of Sheep. Not going to be enough for him to get out, but they need one more shot. Double Lift. Going for the dash, he gets himself out. Afromoo may go down once again. Oh, he heals himself, but no, it's the Toxin again. It's gonna take him down from the Twitch passive, and they're still going for more on the side of CLG. Mega Inferno Bomb just missing, but it's gonna be the chop down onto ManCloud. Zuna's now the next one. Another one coming in for double. And wow, CLG is going crazy.
Absolute bloodbath down bottom. CLG have control, but they don't have their jungler up. Can't do Dragon, just need some extra turret damage here. Smithy could steal away Dragon if they went for it, so they're calling to get down bottom turret. Looks like they're going to try and actually just zone Smithy. Ziggs is great for early Dragon fights. He can minefield up that pathway. Very curious to see. I don't think Smithy will actually go for it. Now, the range was too much, but they are able to get Sheep here. XCG, by the way, before all this madness happened, XCG were almost tied back in gold.
Yeah.
They were making such a great comeback. They end up getting the poison kill on Afromoo, but Nien with another strong teleport down bottom. He's definitely performing this game. Even though he barely gets out of the Mega Inferno Bomb, Nien does not give up on the kill this time.
Nope.
We saw yesterday.
Nope, he wanted every bit of it.
There were a couple he gave up on. He waited until he made sure the bomb missed, then used his flash. Very thoughtful play from Nien.
And another thing you mentioned, those teleports. Usually we'll see guys take teleport all the time, but it's really selfish. They'll go back to lane, they'll use it to go back to farm. Nien has used it every time it's up to make an exceptional play for his team. He's 5-1-2 right now.
Yeah, his CS is suffering, but he's making plays for his team across the map, and CLG do focus bottom.
That's actually amazing.
So he's helping out bottom and right.
Wow.
Exactly.
Really, really good.
Blue steal. Dexter has a smite. Oh, Smithy!
They're going to find it at some point. XDG knew they could get under the skin.
Smithy has always been known for great smites. It looks like his time as an AD carry has not really hurt him too much as far as
remember
smites
the way,
go.
like riding a bike. for some. Smithy now into the turret and mid, so they have good pressure. Nothing Dexter or Link is going to want to engage on. We're now clearing mid lane, 14 minutes in at 9-6. It's only 3,000 gold that CLG has grabbed. It seemed like all these fights and bloodbaths have been in favor of CLG as they keep diving, but XDG, they're getting a few kills every time this happens, and CLG isn't dropping turrets after each one of these fights. It's been a slow game so far.
True, definitely a lot of kills so far.
Definitely a lot of kills.
And moving forward, we're going to have to look for a lot of true sight because XGG have double invisible champions. Plus they have LeBlanc, so they're very much pick-oriented. They want to find people in poor positioning.
That hurts.
They've got not only 2 invisible champions, but also Leona. So many options for XGG to pick people off if CLG get a little bit sloppy in their rotations.
Little things like that, Benny getting kicked off of his back, plus another 8 seconds and walking back to your lane. Top tier turret goes down, and they just keep losing positioning on the map. Now that opens up top side, red buff, opens up Baron if they want to be able to get to that side of the map and do it. Just, well, it's a few minutes time. Wow, they're doing things real early. We still got time before Baron comes up. Bing.
Well, let's wait and see. I think Zeno may be able to finish his Blade of the Ruined King here on this back. All right, now he's got assassination potential. He can actually even go to Nien's lane. If they are running this Twitch looking for an assassination kill, Nien building offensively, he's actually vulnerable to that because there's no turret up top and he's extending extremely far. So he's got to watch out for either of those sort of assassins coming in behind him.
Definitely an interesting build, as you mentioned it. Only seeing Quas really go for damage and attack speed on that Trundle. We'll see how Nien fares as they go to take down the bottom turret now. CLG starting to work a little bit more on the structures that XDG has guarding their base. Mid turret's the last one to fall here, but CLG is grabbing all the map pressure they want, and we know them as a team to take absolutely everything before they get to the Nexus.
They're looking for a mid push here, calling for assistance, but Ziggs is such a great wave clear. Doubt they'll be able to get it.
Cow. He knows to walk in the brush. A lot of people just walk by them.
Okay, so 5-man group here. They don't have Nien. Teleport needs a few more seconds to come off cooldown. If XCG want to make a move, they could have the advantage by going right now. But teleport is so close to coming up for Nien. They would have had to already make this move. And then do it on double.
Double lift puts himself out front. They are safe on that, though. He only has to use barrier real quick. Or flash, I should say. We'll see what they can do to get back and abuse that with it down. He's only got his dash left, and they have a lot of ways on Sheep and ManCloud with LeBlanc and Leona to catch him out. 1 minute 40 on the Dragon, and we'll see if CLG can put a little bit more damage on this turret. It's going to be hard without double lift.
So CLG, they are going for the split pusher with their teleport and the siege up with their Ziggs Lucian, which is a good call. They want to get the last outer turret. They've got great poke with that composition, and Nien's got great pressure, but it looks like they're going to get face checked here. Oh, Dexter goes in. He can't quite get the kick.
They put everything down onto Dexter. He gets himself a little too far into the fight, and they lose 2 there. Double lift actually just came back to the fight, and that flash being down did cost
They overextended. Now they're closing in on Nien here. He doesn't have the ward coverage.
Just the miss on the chain. He'll be safe. That is
Duke
not what
ManCloud.
CLG wanted to happen. Have happened, I should say. 50 seconds on the Dragon. XDG should be positioning for this. They've already set up some of the wards.
Yeah, CLG have to be very careful with these moves that they're trying to pull off from the bushes because there's so much invisibility on XCG. They never know who's actually there and who's going to be able to turn around for them. Dexter not being able to get his kickoff overextends a little bit, and now he actually pays for trying to make one of those early game plays.
Still looking at Nien, 139 to 145, so as much as he teleported out of lane, the split push bringing him back up, and he has far surpassed what Benny can provide in the team. Already a level on top of that. Double lift now in his favorite place, farming in the lane.
And he's got a pink ward to actually keep him alerted to any moves up top right now. So he'll probably only farm 1 more wave and then have to join up with somebody else because they don't have really deep true sight vision. It's pretty much the remainder of the next 10 minutes or so is going to be XCG looking for picks. over and over and over.
I don't think ManCloud expected to get the horns on that one. Right onto Xmithy, forcing the flash there.
Double
the
lift
solar
coming down
flare
to the
goes
top.
down. They didn't even need that to get out. And it looks like they will be completely safe.
Yeah, well, their lives are safe, but their turret is not. They've lost control of the mid map right now. All CLG had to do, chunk them low enough. Now they're rewarded with an objective. That catch right there, good exchange for CLG. Not only do they get the turret, but as well Dragon. Unfortunate timing for XDG. They actually lose out on that vision.
Crazy play coming in. CLG just lost Doublelift and Dexter in their last engagement with 30 seconds on the clock, and XDG wasn't able to formulate anything. They were pushed back once again by CLG, and they get the Dragon. 20 minutes coming into this one now. CLG in the driver's seat. Going to be looking to push more once they clean up these buffs and the rest of their jungle.
So when XDG got those 2 kills, they actually took a lot of damage in return, and they weren't able to get any objective after it. Whereas CLG just had a great timing there by doing enough damage. They were able to get 2 sources of global gold. So they're so much better at turning these little advantages into that global source of gold than XCG, and that's really the big difference here. They're spending so much time around mid with their dual invisibility, trying to look for anyone to pick off. But CLG are playing very well. They're keeping all 4 members extremely close to each other the entire duration.
Doublelift loves being up front. Always wants the first bit of CS. He says, mine. And ManCloud is trying to take advantage of that. It's the second time we've seen ManCloud able to hit a chain on the AD carry when they're all kind of stacked up like that.
Now,
has to play a little safer.
It is also worth noting that Dexter is going very offensive with Lee Sin. He's not going straight into super tanky utility Lee Sin just looking for kicks. He actually is looking for the burst damage because he's the one that's going to be revealing the Evelynn and the Twitch, and he needs to be able to kill his target. There it is right there. Easy kill on his target. The damage definitely paying off for him.
A little too fast for ManCloud to do anything on that one. No magic coming from him. He does have the Deathfire Grasp, though. He can still provide the damage his team needs to turn a fight over in their favor. Nien patiently waiting with Xmithy on the wings here. We're going to see if it's Benny and Xmithy. Is that what they need to take him down? He's going to start stealing some stats here. They get a good W stun down on him. He's forced to flash, and it will be the minefield save from Link coming in. They're all ready and poised for the fights coming in. Sheep taking some damage there. Dexter decides to go in and safeguard out. They're just playing with the minds of XDG right now, taking down second tier.
Yeah, XDG trying to relieve pressure on the turret, but it costs Sheep so much HP.
Drawn out ult like it's his job all day long from game to game. Dexter doing safeguards and sonic waves.
Zuna on the
mess
front
with your mind. That's an
lines.
invisible Zuna on the backside, but he's low on mana, and he's just doing it for the pressure.
That shot, one little shot there in the back. Risky little play, but no retaliation from CLG. Those are the types of plays where you don't have to go for it, and you're not really getting anything out of one shot. But it didn't cost them anything.
They cannot move anywhere past Wraiths. Dexter's going to be in their face. He always gives XDG something else to think about. The pink wards are still coming out. The warding is still good for XDG, but they're not able to gain that ground. They kind of just get taken out as soon as they ward.
Yeah, we've talked about Nien's playmaking with the teleport and Dexter's playmaking with the roaming Lee Sin. But even though Link is 0 and 1 on Ziggs, he brings so much zone control. And we saw right there, he just saved Nien's life simply by controlling the little pathway through the jungle with all of the AoE that he has. That's what Ziggs really excels at. He can control an entire patch of the map. Even without getting a lot of kills, he's dominating in CS, and he is laying down great cover fire.
90 CS lead coming in from the mid and the AD carries. If you combine those two, 202 and 204 for Link and Doublelift, doing very well for themselves. Got to keep an eye on Nien as well as he keep pushing the bottom lane. Looks like they call ManCloud down to try and stave off that pressure. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though.
Well, I like the call from XCG. They're using their AP to go towards this Trundle who only has armor right now. So they're trying to use this itemization against him. They don't want Benny going up against that anymore because he would not have a very good chance going against Trundle right now. So they do make a slight switch right there. Good news for XDG. They've got a lot of money on Zuna. So the Twitch who's the one that they want to be extremely powerful right now. He's got a lot of the kills, and he's working towards getting some high-powered crits.
That last mid would have been a great initiation for XDG, it seemed. The teleport's there from the end, but Doublelift was in the top lane. XDG just kind of playing on their heels, waiting for the CLG mistake. I don't think they're going to find it right now as they walk around. Power in numbers, they can make those errors and still come out on top.
I think that CLG really, or XDG really need to hover around this blue side because they've got a lot of good coverage there. That's where they have their pink wards. That's where they have their vision advantage. So that's why they're really trying to stick to this side of the map and try and find somebody from CLG. They need a pick to get right back in this game and turn it into something like Dragon, 45 seconds. If they find somebody in the near future here, that would be a good turnaround for them because Dragon gives so much bonus experience when you're behind. Uh-oh.
We saw TSM yesterday using...
Teleporting in from the back. They're looking for the flank from the end.
It's going to be really deep.
Oh my god, that's terrible for XCG.
Taking so much damage, the barrier has to be used. He is down on everything he has. Aframu is looking right for him, and he crunches it down into mid-feet. X-Smithy trying to get out on the right side. The team piles in together, and Doublelift is just going to start shredding from the back line. Link is loving this too with the AoE damage, and CLG comes out on top with another great teleport from the end of the top
that
lane.
was painful. Aframu just smashes Zuna's face into the ground. Huge win for CLG. They also got the tank as well, so now making the call, going for the Baron. This is a pretty good call because CLG have Lee Sin to execute at Baron. The smite steal, even if Smithy came in, it would be very, very hard for him. He's all the way on bottom lane, so it's not even a chance. This is a great Baron for CLG. Tough news for XDG there. They got the teleport in around behind them, so not really an escape path. And Zuna took so much damage at the beginning of this. Look at the bombs into culling. Straight onto Zuna, and he has nothing left to do in this fight except for run for his life.
If Zuna hadn't died in this fight, the way CLG positions in this would have been perfect for spray and pray.
It would have been if they had a spray and pray.
If they had Zuna left.
But it was just a great start there from CLG. Link and Doublelift getting so much damage down onto Zuna. And Aframu with the very long charge there. Flash into headbutt.
Getting a little angry. All securing that kill for himself. Definitely didn't want to go with just the assist participation in this game. Uplifted 2, 2, and 7 as well. Everybody doing quite well. We're not going to go across the list, but we do look at that gold. 47.7 to 39.1. CLG has taken a dominant lead, and they are going to continue sweeping everything off the map as they do.
All right, Baron buff, pretty easy call. They have Ziggs. It's great for sieging up. They have Lucian. Front line is actually amazing with Aframu being able to just use his ulti. He's got flat health there. He's going to have even more HP to make use of that ulti duration. They have Dexter for kickbacks. Man, this is looking so CLG heavy right now. It's going to be hard for XCG to weather this storm. But you know, they're going to try and make use of the Twitch inside their base. Twitch inside his base is always one of the best places for him because CLG have to funnel in through that little entrance to get at the inhibitor turret. If Zuna can get off a good spray and pray while they're locked up by Solar Flare from Sheep, they can turn this one around. Even though 10k gold, hard to come back from, 10k gold doesn't mean anything if you get your squishies killed.
See where the Smithy is going. Slowly making his way around, trying to anticipate.
Anticipate the
no, I guess
white
not.
cash monies?
I was gonna say CLG, see if their behavior changes, but no, he's just going to farm. Guess not. Dexter getting hit up a little bit. Doublelift able to get all those Trinity Force shots in.
All right.
He needs it.
He's in position. Oh no! Solar Flare whiffs. This is terrible.
Whiffs
they should not go for this.
See him immediately. Smithy's on the outside. Dexter going for the long kick on that one. Aframu puts on the ultimate, and they go past the turret as it goes down. And they are going to keep going on this one. He knows which one it is. Instantly going for the non-clone. ManCloud goes down, and the Nexus turrets look to follow. 28 minutes into this one, just sub 30, a 14-9 kill score. 51,000 gold to 40. CLG is making quick work of the base.
Yeah, they have complete control right now. The only question is, are they going to actually try and end it?
It looks
They've
it.
got 10 seconds for Zuna here.
See, Nien has that damage on him as well. If he can throw down the waist or throw down, yeah,
5
get his attack
seconds.
speed, get his
They pretty
movement
much
speed.
got it.
They are going to take this one right in front of XDG. Eyes wide open. CLG playing another methodical and strategic game of League of Legends to bring up the win.
Stepped up huge that game. CLG with some interesting workarounds this time. They picked their Trundle into Renekton, so you don't suspect that they're going to try some weird level 1 start, because that's a very normal pick. Trundle into Renekton, that should be a fine lane. That's one of the more even lanes matching up against Renekton, but he starts off at their own blue. They get a successful steal on XDG's blue, and then Nien gets a solo kill on Benny. Just ridiculous play from him. That solo kill allows him to teleport down to the other side of the map and make plays there. Very, very good snowball from CLG.
Something we've been kind of asking for. In the OP watch, we'll watch Nien. Can he play up to par? Will he be the one that the team has to put on their back? This time, Nien was like, hey guys,
definitely,
check out this new backpack. Want to take a ride? Because it happened from the beginning. Also, CLG, to start it off, they made sure Nien got more than usual in the beginning. He was able to take his own blue, the 3 buff start from CLG, to take the red, or to take the blue and then their own red, and have Nien just soak up top blue.
I think that maybe some more supports might be thinking about playing Alistar as well. Aphromu's shown the pros of taking this support.
It's not the first time.
And yeah, no, it's not the first time, but
he's
he's still the only one that's doing it for North American LCS. And it works out so well every time. He doesn't even start with a combat item for his laning phase.
Right.
He always starts with either straight gold generation or straight ward coverage there. All consumables, doesn't matter. He performs extremely well in their lane.
Dexter again having a hand in first blood. You got to remember, we never even talked about him, just remembering the stat. 3 out of the 3 games, and now 4, CLG obtained first blood against XDG. So they already had the number going into the match that they knew where to go. They had something on the list to check off. And when you do have that, you're not waiting for something to happen. You have a priority to go for, and you move a little bit quicker.
Yeah, it looked like they kind of outclassed them this time around. Just when you win the early game that hard, they're able to snowball effectively and make the mid game look as one-sided as it was.
And it was close. XDG actually wasn't allowing CLG to get too much off of what seemed like bloody tower all the time.
The beginning of the game was exciting.
Yeah.
There were just kills after kills after kills. A lot of them in the bottom lane too, and I do like that. Zuna was playing well, by the way. He did get a lot of flack, but he was aggressive on Twitch. He got a lot of kills for his team. It wasn't enough though. They weren't able to pull it out.
And you know what's funny is you kind of say always go to the teleport lane, not away from it, right? Because he's going to come to the fight and it's going to be worse. Maybe they should have just gone to Nien and shut him down.
Yeah, they didn't have really any time. Nien got
That's true.
such a
He
good
got
start. He
so
was tower
quick.
hugging early with the blue buff, and then as soon as he pushed out into lane, he actually solo kills. So
I actually want to kind of go back and watch those, and I definitely will, to see how quickly he used those or how quickly CLG was ready to use it. Because with teleport being down 100 seconds on cooldown, if you do it to a turret, then you get to go all the time. But he was doing it to wards. So they were definitely waiting for it to come up on the full time and continuously going to wards. So they had the plays to be made, and they put it into action. So remember to share your moments that blew your mind from today's game. Send them to @LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. For now, we're going to send it over to Freak and Jat for more on CLG's win.
Thank you very much, Riv. We are, in fact, not Poros, but we're here at the desk. I want to welcome CLG's Nien and Aphromu to the desk. Nien, friggin' stepping up this game, man. What happened? How'd you 1v1 Renekton, like the top lane?
That was a weird start.
Yeah, Trundle actually owns Renekton if you play well. I didn't know about that until like a couple weeks ago. I played against Quas and Scrims in that same matchup at the reverse.
Yeah.
And then after that scrim, I realized that Trundle's broken, and I started to spam him ever since then.
How do you play the matchup to win so strongly? Like, what do you look to do?
Well, usually you just go Cloth 5 and you can sustain through his poke, but since I was going to get the early blue buff, I just went for the Doran's Blade, and I played a bit more aggressive than I usually would, but you can just Q him whenever, just auto attack Q whenever he comes close to you, and he can just Q W, and then he has to go away from you 100%, or else you'll just out trade him past that point, because Q is just super broken. You steal a bunch of AD, you get a bunch of AD, and you can just out trade most top laners.
Man, of course, that went really well. Now, Afremu, you got a lot of help from the Trundle. And Dexter, like, people were in your lane all the time. Was that
in place?
Was that the plan coming in?
Twitch Leona is very volatile lane, and we can definitely die, especially me because I'm Alistar. He's really weak in laning phase, but Dexter came down for his first gank after fake basing in the middle when they saw him on the ward or whatever. So we pushed him into tower, and we got a first blood on them, and then I was like, oh, Dexter's doing really good zoning Eve and keeping him on the tower here. I was like, Nien, you can TP, and we can dive all of them. So we set it up, and then Nien got a good TP off after first blood, or killing Renekton 1v1, which was really good, and it just worked out from that point on.
It seemed like a really chaotic game at the start, especially with the 4-man turret dive that netted you guys 3 kills. Was that kind of a plan going into the game? Like, how are you so free in your calls? Because those seemed a little risky.
It wasn't risky after we got the Twitch kill, and then Doublelift was doing really well at poking them under tower while they were trying to get the wave after Twitch died. So Leona and Evelyn were at 50 to 60% life.
Yeah, we actually have a replay of that if we can get that on the screen. And you can talk right actually over the replay to explain your mindset more in this fight.
So right here, we tell Dexter, and he's doing a good job of zoning Evelyn from coming back over. And then Zuno comes back, and we're like, okay, I'm going to put a ward on top of the tower, and Nien, you can dive. Just tank it, because you're level 6, and he's super fed. And we just go. Twitch has no flash, and we want to go on Evelyn right here. But Leona's the closer one, and he's by himself, so we take him out first. And then we do a really good job of rotating tower aggro. So I take the first couple hits, then Yen's super at full life, and then he just dives Zuno like that, and then we're going to get a Smithy right after this.
Yeah, it's a good flash by X-Smithy pretty soon here.
Oh yeah, he flashed my headbutt, and that was pretty good. And I could have lived right here. The tower didn't go on me right there until I autoed him right here. So if I had just held my auto attack, I probably would have lived.
Just got bloodthirsty though. Want to get the kill. Want to get the extra gold. Got to show up for it. It's an understandable situation for you guys. So then moving into it, you guys had a whole bunch of kills early on. Twitch kind of held down there. XG started clawing back into it. What happened?
It was mainly my fault because Nien got 3 kills after that dive bottom, and Dexter wanted to make a play top. And so XCG saw that our jungler was top and went for Dragon. And I was like, okay, we can poke these guys off. And then I went in and then pulled LeBlanc, headbutt him towards Peter. And we didn't need to fight that at all, so it was my bad.
Yeah, and Yen, this has been a pretty good week for you. It seemed like you had one mistake in the CLG game yesterday, and then a very good game today. How is it feeling for you against TSM yesterday, obviously, and against XG today? But how is it feeling for you now, being 2-0 on the week in Trundle?
It feels good, man. I'm just glad to be playing better. I just need to have a clear mind going to every LCS games because I'll be making, I usually just made the dumb decisions when I'm not like thinking completely clearly and just not thinking rationally. So I just need to keep a cool, clear mindset throughout every game, and I should be able to continue the good performance.
Yeah, and we have another replay actually from later in the fight when you had another teleport coming down. If we can pull this replay up on your screen. And Yen, tell me what exactly prompted this teleport for the initiation in this next fight.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. We don't have the replay right now. It's okay. Follow up for you, actually, because it's something...
We'll keep going.
You've gotten to play Rise once, and it's been banned away every single time. Why isn't everyone else playing Rise right now?
Rise is hard to play. That's like, he seems really easy, but you have to have really, really good positioning on Rise or else you're just going to die, like over and over and over. So I feel like a lot of teams probably just had bad results with it or something in Scrim, so they haven't busted it out. Or do they just prefer the tanks because they're really, really strong right now? And again, you just have to put a lot of practice time into being able to play Rise effectively, which I have. So it's getting permabanned.
It's obviously worked really well for you. I actually have a very specific follow-up for you. There's a lot of options for runes and masteries with Rise, I feel. There's a lot of like things up in the air. Is there like one best way to do it, or what are like the main ways to build Rise pre-game?
For runes, I generally, in a lot of matchups, I've recently started to just go 1 move speed quint, and then I go 2 mana quints and flat MR blues with magic reds and armor yellows. I think this is probably the best overall magic rune page because the mana blues aren't really as good as the MR blues generally. But if you want like a full damage page, you can just go like full mana and just like kill everyone basically if you just go ignite. Because your combo at level 2 does like 150 damage. Your combo at level 4 does like 400 damage, even through MR. So it's pretty insane.
What about masteries?
Masteries, I usually go for 21-9. I think that's the best overall. A lot of people go utility, especially in Korea. But I think utility kind of sucks. Like you don't really get too much out of it, and you get just a lot more damage out of offense.
Top lane Rise lessons from CLG Nyen.
Top lane Rise, 2190.
Another question for you guys, actually. All-Star voting is up today. And I want to ask you, obviously, Afram, you do get some love for the All-Star voting in Yen as well, but who would you actually vote for if CLG didn't exist and you had to vote from the other 7 teams? Pick 3 players from the LCS that you would vote for.
I'd want it to be fun, so I'd pick Wild Turtle.
Yeah.
And then to balance out Wild Turtle,
even possible?
Probably just pick Special because they're pretty funny. Oh, no. I take that back. I pick Cutie Pie.
All right. Yen, how about yourself?
Combo. I like this combo. I'd probably pick Medios and Bjergsen. I think they're the 2 best players in North America.
All right.
Yeah. So you're going for the standard answer. You're just, I want to get like the strongest players. Afra's going for personality here. I like it. And good hair. So I think.
Oh, yes. Luscious.
You got to plan it out together like that. Okay. So coming through into this, of course, CLG, you're pretty well locked in towards 3rd. I mean, you can move up and down, but there's got a really big buffer there. Who are you hoping you fight first round in the playoffs? Right now it's Coast.
It's a dangerous question for them to answer.
It is a dangerous question. Are you okay with how they are right now?
I don't mind facing anyone.
Okay.
But it's best to play C9 or TSM in the finals.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You're just waiting to get to the finals, play one of them. Do you care which one?
No.
Either one? 2-0?
Either one.
3-0?
Would be really fun, yeah.
Good.
I'll
Looking
play
good.
TSM first round, but that's not possible.
It didn't work out for you guys last time.
There's been a lot of trash talk between these guys. Dyrus said that he was more scared than Curse in CLG, and then you want to play him right away.
Knock him out.
Damn.
All right. Take him out. All right. The confidence is here. And I mean, to be fair, you guys are looking absolutely great right now. Guys, congrats on the win. Thanks for your time. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Curse will take to the Rift against Team Solo Mid, who will be looking to rebound after yesterday's loss to these guys. Don't go anywhere.
This is going to be 5-man participation in bottom. There's the bomb coming in. It's going to hit one on the outside if they can take down Zuna. Link participates in this one, and it looks like Nien wants just that. The shots from Double Lift, 1-2, and it's going to be enough in the uppercut. Smithy's the last one left, and Afro Moose says, let's go for the kill.
Oh, Smithy with the flash, but it's not going to save him.
Welcome back to the North American LCS. Let's jump right into our next match. That is going to be Curse versus Team Solo Mid. Kobe, you hate to be in Curse's shoes right now because TSM will be hungry to end the week on a high note after yesterday's loss.
Definitely. TSM has not lost 2 games in a row all year long, so it's going to be very scary for anybody going against them right now. They're going to be looking to fix what went wrong yesterday. For example, we saw Dyrus, who has been the rock for TSM, going on tilt after Dexter repeatedly kicked him in the face and shut down his Dragon's Ascent. He'll definitely want to be composing himself before today's match.
And while Dyrus had an off day, we're starting to see Quas become the consistent top lane of that Curse needs.
Despite their loss, he had a solid performance in their game against Cloud9 on Trundle. And knowing Dyrus' preference for Shyvana and Renekton, it will be easy for him to pick Trundle and be on one of those comfortable champions that he's most picked. So that might give him the edge in the lane. But Quas will also need to help carry his team. As yesterday we saw Voyboy. He went for a risky gamble by picking up Boots of Mobility and Crystalline Flask first. It did get him 1 kill, but then it was a quick run downhill from there.
And while TSM play a more straightforward, lane-focused game, Curse has earned a reputation for being unpredictable. And according to Team Solo Mid, that makes them dangerous.
TSM looks pretty good. They're a little bit more of a straight-up team where they'll just kind of try to win lanes and just win the game through like standard play rather than just like outsmarting the enemy.
I think Curse is another unique team to play against. I would much rather play against C9 and CLG or any of the other top 3 teams than Curse because they always bring out something new. If they do it right and they do it solidly, they can just straight out win and we won't know what happened.
I think we're a pretty strong team fighting team now since the addition of Bunny. And so I think if we look for good team fights and we have a good team comp, I think we can win the game.
Bringing in like Bunny Fufu, I think was a good choice for them. I don't know what he did, but something has like sparked up the team, and they've been doing like super well.
To beat TSM, we need to pick strong lanes and just take control of the game early. If we start snowballing the game, I don't think they'll be able to come back.
To prepare for Curse, we just need to bring out our own strategy, do what we do best, and not change anything up.
Interesting thing to think about when your opponent is unpredictable. How do you prepare for that? You kind of like, they like these champions, but they're probably not going to use them.
Well, they always fear what you don't know. So TSM definitely fearing the unexpected.
That's a little philosophy there. Well, let's check in on the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Curse. And the top lane is going to be Quas dominating the jungle. Voyboy in mid lane, top at 80 carry, and Bunny Fufu hopping in at support.
And on the red side, it's TSM. Dyrus up top, the odd one in the jungle. Bjergsen mid, Wild Turtle AD carry, and a special supporting.
We'll see that Wild Turtle might have some shackles on today. The team may not let him flash into fights.
He doesn't look too excited right now. He's pretty laid back. So
I'm not on the front line at all.
As long as he doesn't get bored, that's all that TSM is hoping for. Because when he gets bored, that's when those things happen.
Well, they get bored because you have Otto in the jungle wreaking havoc. You got Bjergsen in mid lane wreaking havoc. So bottom lane, you're just going to go crazy with Xpecial hitting solar flares all day. How do you not get bored with just winning?
He's going to have to keep himself composed this time around because, as Curse said, they're looking to take control early and snowball this game.
TSM thinks they can do it.
Yeah, some picks like, Renekton, things like that. It's not a Quas thing, but actually, he'll probably just go back to his Trundle, as I said before.
All right, so we already have the Lulu. We already have the Zed band out. Oh, like you said, he gets his Renekton usually in the top lane. The E will be taken out. Odd One actually has played that quite consecutively now. Going 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8, 9, and 10 weeks. Not going to get it this time, though. Rise being taken out of the game. So a lot of teams respecting the picks that we haven't seen in a while because of the potential power.
There is no Pantheon ban so far, and Curse want to take control early. Pantheon will take control early if you give it to Dominate. So I don't know about this last ban here from TSM. Interesting little pick here. First ban for Twitch ever in North American LCS.
People don't like it. Haven't played against it a lot unless it's been in that solo queue over and over again. And right now, the NALCS pros are using it and getting some good wins. Turtle, not finding it. They were definitely ahead that game. We won't get to try it this time. 4 more seconds for the last ban here on Team Solo mid side. LeBlanc could be going out. Kha'Zix gets left up as well. There are some big picks right now.
Kha'Zix and Pantheon, they're just leaving up a lot of junglers here, so pretty much any early game jungler that they want to go with, they can pick. They don't actually have to use the first pick on that one. Kha'Zix is pretty much widely regarded as the strongest at this moment, but Pantheon for I Will Dominate is such a comfort champion. I don't think they have to use their first pick on jungle.
Talking it out with Quas. Looks like Bunny Fufu's having a say in this one along with Dominate. They're saying, do you want to grab the support? We have that option for Thresh coming out. Bunny Fufu loves his Thresh. And it would be an easy pickup that does not show too much about the rest of the composition. 15 seconds, Curse. It's Team Solo Mid. They got to take their time, and they're really considering these picks. It's going to be the LB. Voyboy has been struggling on LeBlanc.
Well, let's see if he changes his build this time around. I don't think he will be opting for that very low damage early game build of the mobility boots and flask. But you never know. He might go right back to it. It did get him that first kill.
Yeah.
Just late game, man. You run into some problems. You do not have that penetration and damage.
Oh, man. So now Dyrus and the odd one to be picking out here. I would expect Dyrus to be picking for himself, but maybe not.
Yeah.
Double Lift saying he picked up that Lucian because of the strength he saw on Wild Turtle, and Wild Turtle's going to be taking that Lucian back for this game.
Kha'Zix locked in. Not really a surprise there. And talking about early game, it is going to be hard now for Curse to try and take control of that. Kha'Zix's early evolution for his ultimate just becomes extremely annoying. Very hard to deal with. Good news for Curse, though. As you said, Thresh is by far and away Bunny Fufu's best champion. He's so good on that champion. It's definitely a very good early pick for them. And since there's no support yet for TSM, they should be grabbing this one away.
Him and Cop synergize quite well.
Well,
we actually haven't seen Cop play Draven in quite a while. May try to bully out Lucian on Wild Turtle for this one. You see the picks coming in with the Renekton, so that actually will not go to Dyrus this time. They're looking at it. Bjergsen gives it the hover. Special, he has been hot on Leona these past few days.
Picking a okay.
Turtle is melting into his chair.
Now, I was definitely expecting Trundle from Quas, but as I said before, Renekton, they were looking to win early game. They go with the Renekton pick. Now, Shyvana into Renekton, she will be a bit behind, but going Cloth 5 start is now the pretty much the norm here for Shyvana going into this Renekton since the nerfs to Doran's shield. And it's very hard to dive her now because she has so much sustain, so many potions to rely on. It really depends so much on this early jungle from Curse.
A lot of safety for this pick in Cop here. Caitlyn would be nice. Cop has one of the higher average farm rates. He usually keeps himself on the top of the list in the game, but against Wild Turtle, he's going to have to worry about that damage to him and not his minions around him. Elise could be picked up. We only saw that being played by Dominate yesterday as well. So
if you're going for tower dives, if you're going to go for those tower dives for the early game, then Elise is a great pickup. Even though the damage reduction on her abilities hit her fairly hard, she still has the ability to lose tower aggro. And she does scale, interestingly, into the late game now with the cocoon time going up. So towards the late game, Curse actually have a very strong pick team. They've got the long range from Caitlyn sieging up here. And if they get, Elise Cocoon or Thresh Hook in the late game, they can easily make some plays off of that.
Bjergsen locking in the Nidalee. Like you said, it's going to help with that Elise tower diving, and Bjergsen has to consider that Elise is going to be coming in with a LeBlanc, and he needs a safe champion as well. So he picks Nidalee. He's going to keep his range on, and he has provided some great results on Nidalee.
Yeah. Nidalee bringing that tower power to the TSM team. She's great sieging up around those. So basically TSM's game plan is late game, we wait for one of these spears to hit. As soon as a spear does hit a good target, Solar Flare from McSpecial, jump in from Dyrus with Dragon's Descent, and Kha'Zix is looking for that kill on the target who just got speared. So it's kind of a waiting game with TSM. It's waiting for that one to hit. As soon as that one does hit, Then they pull the trigger. Long range engage.
Well, the champs are locked in and loading. Let's see who you predicted to win at home and on your phones if you're voting here in the studio. According to LOLesports.com, a lot of you voted and are tipping it in favor of Team Solo Mid with 87%.
Woo. That's not a 90% vote for TSM. That's a new one.
Two pretty one-sided votes today, though. We'll see if TSM can hold true to this one. They are seeming to be very relaxed and comfortable. Everybody getting the checklist off on the side of Curse to make sure everything is all right. Good old Tizza, making sure things are right as rain.
All right, so yeah, definitely if Curse are looking for that early game, focusing on Elise and Renekton, because there's not usually a lot of early action. Cop is a very safe AD carry. They don't usually have a lot of the kills on the bottom side of the map, even though he does get a good gold lead, and he plays Caitlyn all the time, so he should be getting some control of the bottom lane. You'll have to worry about the kill potential, though. Anytime you go up against Lucian Leona, yes, you have the range disadvantage for CS in lane, but it's always the option for Xpecial to go all in. He's so confident in his Leona play that even going up against people on Thresh who can flay you out of your engages, he finds ways around it, and he fakes people out.
Well, jumping into game 2, we'll see who gets faked out, juked out, and taken down for first blood in this game. Curse coming up against Team Solo Mid. It is a 3-0 in the head-to-head here. Curse looking to scratch one, put one on the board for themselves in the W column against Team Solo Mid. It's going to be tough. They have a very strong team to go against. TSM looking like they got some quite high-tier picks for themselves. This is going to be the Odd One's first game on Kha'Zix in the spring split. We'll see how he fares onto that one.
Well, he's definitely in a good spot as far as 1v1 with Elise. Since the Elise nerfs, he's got a very good potential to brawl Elise if he finds her in the jungle somewhere. So Kha'Zix definitely has a lot of power that Odd One can make use of early. However, he has to work with a mid laner. Nidalee, not a lot of control from the mid lane early. So he has to be wary of that and know that he's probably not going to have the upper hand as far as support from mid lane is concerned if he gets into any brawls.
Remember what Alex Each said playing against the Nidalee. It annoys him so much because you can't kill her. She just plays so safe. I want to be able to take down my lane.
It's all about sustain early, just trying to farm up till he hits level 6.
Oh, Curse setting up. Uh-oh.
It's Wild Turtle. They're trying to keep him from getting bored already. Keep focused. Stay focused.
Looks like he's going to stay focused in the top lane. Team Solo Mid. Back to the wheelhouse, swatching.
Swip swatching.
That one
they're
gets
going
me
up.
more than
They're
not.
going up for a late invade here. It looks like.
But this one usually goes
And
in
lane
for
swap.
the invade, and then we'll see the Odd One come up in the 3v1 around the top turret for TSM. Well, they just take a few pictures with their opponent and then take them down.
Now it's a late invade, but they're not looking to give it to the Odd One. This is another attempt at a 2-buff start here.
They're warded on that side, so.
Ooh, dangerous.
Privy Knowledge going over to Curse.
Darius
going deep.
He's in deep, and they know he's in deep, but he does have help from Xpecial. I don't know. Interesting to see if they'll be able to pull this off. If Dominate makes a beeline straight for that blue buff, he'll be able to smite it away because there's no smite here for TSM at the blue buff. If he runs right towards it, then he could chase him off, but he's actually going for his red instead. It will just be regular 2-buff start for Dominate, stealing away blue, going into red. And Odd One's going to be the jungler left with only 1 buff if he doesn't get over here quickly.
I like this. Quas doing a very good job here, shutting down Dyrus just as much as he's getting shut down. Dyrus has gotten the camps to himself fully, though, so still ahead.
Dyrus has been jungling, even though it's counter jungling technically, but it has cost them this extra buff for the Odd One. It's a Smite war. This is 50-50. No, Smite's not even here. It's all TSM. That's Boy roaming over, not Dominate.
Nope.
All right, so they go for the bottom turret in exchange. Curse here opting to try and get bottom turret in exchange for this second blue buff. It looks like a good idea, too. There's no champion reduction damage on it.
Yeah.
No, they leave Quas by himself, though. He's surrounded right now. This is going to be a tower dive. They've got Leona.
Curse is going to have the
Is he going to back off?
here.
He should definitely back off here. Quas needs to know that he's in danger.
He's trying to rely on that slice and dice quite heavily for Renekton.
Looks like he got out.
He's out, though. Odd One taking some hard shots on that, and he's going to have to get himself back to the turret. So Curse going to be moving very fast on the second tier. They will get this before Team Solo Mid, but if teams aren't going to have the vision to keep going,
They have
slow the
such
game
a
down.
lead right now. They got that turret way quicker than TSM are going to get this top one. At best, it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade here for TSM to try and exchange towers. That's why they're sending people back already to try and save the second one.
Get Elise frenzied up on that one. Dominate gets a bit of attack speed. They're taking those turrets down quite fast.
Curse almost has it. I think they're going to finish this one off. 2-for-1 turret trades. They didn't even get the one. It's a 2-for-0 turrets in favor of Curse right now.
Bjergsen not getting any help in mid. Voyboy knows he can go a bit more aggressive on that as well. Odd one, at least trying to gain ground with some wards here.
Very,
Ross is
very
still in a
slow
pretty
at
scary
taking this
position
turret down. Now, we talk about the turret advantage, but it doesn't matter until the champions actually go back to base to purchase. It doesn't matter how much gold you have in your inventory if you haven't gone back to purchase now. So, as of right now, it's not a big advantage for Curse. They've still got all their starting items. Once they go back and purchase with 1 turret, 2 turret, and Dragon's global gold, then it's going to be hard for TSM.
Curse keeping things on the move, and they really got almost everything they wanted this game. TSM initiated something, and they floundered on it a little bit going into the jungle.
Talking about the early game, Curse said, hey, we are going to win early game, then we'll snowball it. It's going to be hard for TSM to come back. My God, do they have a handle on this early game. They have absolutely crushed TSM. Every single objective in their favor. They didn't even lose top because of the weird rotation for buff control. Odd one actually, didn't want to go for that blue very early, and since he went late, it took them a very long time to fight over it.
And it looks like they're going to swap it out, go Orthodox here. Now send the duo to the top lane. A Sightstone already purchased up along with that coin generation. So he's going to be getting more money in Torque Bunny Fufu, who is a playmaker for the team. So the more he has and he can get into the fights, the better off Curse is.
Curse are making such good calls right now, too. They know that everything is gone down bottom. There's actually 2 members for TSM there. They shove everybody up top. They're not going to let TSM get this weak tower. They got so much damage on it, yes, but they didn't finish it off. And Curse are not going to let them get that global gold anytime soon. So they can keep up this advantage. It's a very, very big item discrepancy this early in the game. Only 6 minutes. And they have such a great pool of cash to work with here.
Yeah.
Sending all these range champions. Elise as a range jungler is amazing for shoving turrets early. Dominate's going to be able to get easy auto attack damage off, and then also has the potential for poking at that turret. Such great map movements here from Curse.
Curse doing a great job at keeping their mind set on one goal. Even Cop's first buy quickly to the Zerker Greaves so he can get that attack speed. More turrets. He knows he's going to kite the fight, so he's fine to not buy a lot of extra damage right now. 9.7 to 8.4, 2 turrets for Curse. They're looking for the top one as they so far control the map. The thing that scares me, though, is when TSM gets around the Dragon, it seems like games just change.
Speaking of Dragon, Curse have amazing control. Not only did they get all those bottom turrets, but they also...
They got the first one?
Got the Dragon, so they have the Dragon timer. Exactly. So they know exactly when it's going to come back up. Turrets are already down. No protection for TSM. So TSM will just have to outright win that fight through the power of team play. And using Nidalee this early in the game, it's going to be difficult for them to do. Those are going to be crucial spears from Bjergsen at the second Dragon. He's going to have to chunk down someone from Curse before the fight starts. Otherwise, Voyboy, with again, Boots of Mobility build here.
He stays true.
Yeah, he sticks with it. It didn't work out last time, but
he did rush that,
goes
though.
right back
he didn't
to
even
it.
have the Fiendish Codex last time. So he's got a little bit of power to get himself in and out and create that damage that would turn off Bjergsen maybe in a fight. Bjergsen himself almost matching the same thing, but he has the Chalice on the side. He's not worried about boots.
So this is a very awkward situation. They're usually at around the 7-minute marks, they're like, okay, it's the second buff spawn. We're going to catch the jungler as they hand off their blue buff to the mid laner. However, since TSM had such a weird buff start this game, weird early buffs, they actually don't even go for it. They're not headed over towards that way, so it's just a deep ward.
Nice little sidestep. Voyboy catching one just before, get the crowd riled up. I'm sure Bjergsen's going to have a lot more to throw as we go into the game. We are not even hitting ults really around the map. You can see Dominate just getting him, or his, not a huge surge in power.
What is Renekton doing right now? Quas is deep.
Is he just chilling? Oh, he's
on top of a ward.
He's hatching it. Little wardlings.
Oh god, baby crocodiles, the worst.
Oh.
Dominate heads over though.
Dyrus
Odd One
felt
actually
this one
just
out.
went back to base. Even though TSM have a ward on it, Odd One went back to base. He was at half life.
Oh, he got it! Look at the smile on his face.
Dyrone.
How much damage is that doing right now?
Dyrone steals that one right out of Dominates.
140 damage.
Fingers.
140 damage.
They were being a little greedy trying to give that over to Voyboy and not taking it just with Elise. They could easily have just given their own blue buff over to Elise after stealing it. Great pickup for Dyrus right there.
Oh, that worked out in their favor a little bit. They're still down in gold. It's because of these turrets they're not able to get themselves to. And Curse is doing a great job at staying in the face of Team Solo Mid. Bjergsen's really the only one that's able to get to mid turret, put some damage on it. Quas putting the damage onto Dyrus. We got a minute 30 onto Dragon. Be interesting to see. Now Ward's going to go down, or no, not a Ward. Bjergsen just roaming.
Now he has hit the minion with a spear. All right, chain number 1 hits. Chain.
Low
Oh,
mana.
never mind.
Low
He
mana.
can't pop the second mark right there, so not getting off the full damage in that exchange. However, because blue buff was invaded, at least TSM didn't put it onto Bjergsen, giving Voyboy an edge here. He needs that edge too because mobility boots do nothing for him in lane, and he hasn't really been making use of them for roaming. So it kind of has put this a bit further in Bjergsen's favor, even though Bjergsen has been the one fighting without blue buff.
So with the lanes matched up, it looks like Wild Turtle and Xpecial are able to stave off at least the turret damage. Curse does not get a quick 3 sweep across those turrets. They've just been able to grab the 2 in the bottom lane. Still very big though. Usually TSM is the one to initiate the swap as they were this game and the first ones to get those turrets, but they're lagging behind in their own strat.
So, you brought up the point about the second dragon. That's coming around very quickly here. Now, blue buff has been denied to Nidalee, and Nidalee is fairly low on mana right now. So if TSM are trying to fight around that dragon, not only do they not have their ADN support, but Bjergsen's out of mana. ADN support, though, might get something for themselves.
A little too big.
Nope, they do not get anything, and since they're up top, the dragon, very easy, no mana Bjergsen, Cursed with another objective.
Well, Bunny Fufu ruins it. He would have been seen by the ward, but both of them jumping over the wall with Caliber Net and Repel. Very little cheeky dragon, the second one to them. Still seeing 1,000 gold ahead, but
that first minion just keeps charging fearlessly in front of Voyboy, taking a lot of hits for him.
Fog of War will always be the Fog of War, and you'll see long-range champions skill shotting.
This is a great rotate from Curse. As we said, the 3-man poke squad of, or 4-man poke squad. Everybody actually can harass under turret. This is a great little 4-man squad here. If either of those skill shots from Elise or Thresh land, it's very, very hard for TSM to do anything under that turret. And Nidalee is bad wave clear, no range wave clear. So it's really going to be hard for TSM to clear this cannon minion wave out. Curse can get a lot of damage down on the outer turret.
Looks like Cop will be there for that.
The only thing they have to worry about is hard engage. A couple members of TSM coming down.
Oh, good lock on Xpecial, and he still goes for the engage. So
Uh-oh.
low. Cop has to put himself in a bad spot. The focus is on to Bunny Fufu, but it's only a support kill for Odd One. Quaz on the backside sees the teleport as Dyrus comes in just in time to stop the fight.
Yeah, I don't know. Not very good teleport there. The fight had already ended. It's very hard to judge those, though, because you have to teleport very early to make use of it. Fight had already run its course. Now, Odd One did a good job. It's a lot easier to go in deep for those executes because he evolves his ulti early and he knows that he has that invisibility to rely on. This early in the game, there's not a lot that they can punish him with. 2 pink wards, though, in the inventory of Curse. They can throw those down and try and catch him.
And we kind of, who was it yesterday? One of the junglers said that, Kha'Zix isn't the champion anymore to do a huge, wait a minute. Boy, coming out.
Just tags him.
With leveling the ultimate, the Q doesn't always cancel people out as it does before. You don't get the reset with a big chunk of health. They got to be a lot lower. So how do you kind of play it if it goes wrong?
So the thing about that is that there are 2 stages for the game for Kha'Zix, because early on, he still builds a lot of damage. You can see all his items right now are pure damage, so he's still that giant threat. He doesn't have evolved wings yet, so he can't jump out after he gets that kill. But you just evolve your ultimate, boom, you can go invisible, run away really quick. Now, towards the end game, where he's building a lot of tank stats, you're right, he's not looking to just assassinate people anymore because he doesn't really have the full 100% burst.
Yeah.
He's looking to soak up a lot of the enemy spells while his ultimate is on so they don't do as much, they're not as effective. And he's also looking to get in the enemy AD carry's face. Because an AD carry still, even though Kha'Zix doesn't build full damage, cannot take him late game. He's so tanky, they're never going to kill him. If he can get back there and in their face, then he can do his job.
Well, both junglers right now 1-0-0, tilting the game in their team's favor just a little bit. It's really been the Dragons Curse has been able to grab as a team together, which is pushing the game in their favor. We've seen it since yesterday, the 4.4 patch, really creating a lot of team rotation instead of single player rotation. Now 3 members of Curse mid, looking for that mid turret once again, and Cop looks to have some damage on it.
Now,
like wanted spears.
Bjergsen's been able to get the 3rd blue buff, so they've actually have a much easier time now. With Nidalee having blue buff, they actually have an answer for the siege. Not only are the spears hitting now for Bjergsen, but also the traps. He's pretty much one man defending against this 4-man Curse squad.
They know he can hit it. Doing the little tricks where you jump out of Cougar form and throw it as fast as you can to try and get the other player to not realize you're doing it. Little things that only are a half-second faster, but Bjergsen's hitting them spot on. You see Dominate giving a blue buff over to Voyboy. He's going to have to be the one to make plays here. A needlessly large rod could make something happen.
I actually am kind of surprised that they let that blue buff, the 3rd one, go, because they did have timer. Yes, Dyrus stole it away last time, but they still had the timer. They saw when it went down. They just didn't get in position to take that one away from Nidalee, and now they're going to pay for it, as Nidalee gets to continually play target practice.
And he's just not throwing them in willy-nilly. He's looking for Cop most of the time here. Just watch where Bjergsen's chucking these things. Still the first one in front, laying out as many bushwhacks as possible. That always lingering vision is something that's going to help you in a fight if somebody walks over it. Quas on the outside, really setting up nice positions so they can't dive towards the turret as he coming from the side. Chris doing everything they can to stop this push.
Also, take a look at the completed items, because the 1K gold lead is not that much at this point. TSM, they have their needed items completed. A great start for Curse right there. They actually get one of their skill shots to land. Taking Odd One down to half is a big, big boon for them, but Nidalee just heals them right back up.
What do we got for Bjergsen? Blue buff looks like it will be down once Dragon comes up in 1 minute, so they're going to be looking to gain control on that. Curse already holds in mid, so they're well off for the position of the fight. 17 minutes in, it's going to be mid turret and Dragon possibly. This would be a huge surge for Curse if they can get both.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why TSM gave up on that. They were able to heal Odd One right back to full, and Nidalee still had her blue buff, but they decided to give up the pressure right around this time. I think they want the base before Dragon's going to spawn, so they can actually get some vision. Because right now, Curse actually have a pretty good spattering of wards around mid.
That kind of tells you how TSM feels about the game, though. They're not too worried. They know they're down in gold. They'll let mid go because they can come back for Dragon. So they're still calm. They know they're not in too bad of a position.
And it looks like Curse are actually going to be the ones lagging here. They're a couple seconds behind, and a few seconds could mean everything. TSM actually not on the Dragon for the spawn, but they do have Kha'Zix. Burn it down very, very quickly.
A lot of pink wards. Going down, full coverage on it. Dominate's just going to get a side check here. We do have the teleport up for Quas to come in on this fight. Bjergsen's just rolling around in Cougar form looking for someone to fight.
That's actually something that you would never have seen before this patch, a teleport Renekton. But now with teleport, the buffs to it being reducing the cooldown going to turrets. Actually a very strong summer spell. Even on Renekton taking that one.
Oh, Bunny Fufu almost getting a kill on that. Well played, 4 hits to it. TSM, too much ground being held here at the Dragon Pit. They're going to wait this one out. Curse would be very risky for them to fight it.
They got one hook. That's not enough. Got to be careful. Bunny actually took more damage in that exchange than he gained because nobody was around to capitalize on his skill shot landing. Usually this Curse team would annihilate anyone who gets Death Sentence because Dominate can follow it up with a Cocoon. There's so much range on Cop. He can actually add damage safely, and Voidboy can jump in.
All right.
But nobody in position meant that they didn't win anything off that Death Sentence that Bunny landed.
Here we go. Come on, round 3. Bring it in. Maybe not. All right. They back off once again. Pure Chaos. Actually, Curse is being spread thin here. They have to be careful. TSM, they've kind of just switched sides now. TSM holds the top portion. They've lost their ward, but they're going to go ahead and push mid. They've really just pushed Curse out of position to gain this mid control.
Yeah, they scared him off a Dragon, and they are the ones with the upper hand as far as engage goes. They have Leona. So Curse always have to respect the ult from Xpecial and be wary of grouping up.
Dyrus holding on to Dragon's Rage in the top lane. We see that Quaz is backed
Great
off
zone
the turret.
there.
Maybe seeing if he had to teleport, but he does not. Returning to that lane with Dyrus.
TSM, they're chopping that lead down. Only 1,000 now.
Things going down. There's the pink ward. That would be the one that Quaz is probably jumping to if this fight happens. Bjergsen putting himself on the outside, like you said, throwing spears in. He's doing a huge job zoning in the team fights.
Oh, Xpecial gets hit there. People are around to capitalize.
That's what they were looking for. The pick team from long range, able to get everything. Oh,
Double
the teleport
dollies.
party coming in. They're trying to kill the ward before he gets to it. Not going to happen.
You can't do that. You can't kill anything they're teleporting to. It goes immune. Quas waste is
I love
done.
it. E for effort, A for effort, something like that. Bjergsen throwing more spears in, 27.7 to 26.4. This Dragon, if it happens, is going to have a huge effect on the game.
Oh, man. So that's the difference between landing one of those skill shots when your team is around to capitalize and landing it when nobody's there. This time, they completely annihilate Xpecial, and they gain control of mid lane. There's a stun onto a champion.
Whoa, big damage to Voyboy, though. He does get back for a hit. Bjergsen on the side is able to throw off those spears. Flashes, though. They're definitely scared about the initiation on both sides. They wanted a little bit, and then they say no. That would have been another half of his.
I was really expecting Curse to use that pick to control the next blue buff, but they did not. They went mid instead. Nidalee again with blue buff means they are going to have a lot of pain, and they actually lose Dragon on top of this. Dominate might go for the steal, but 2 spears means he can't go for the steal now. He'll just get killed.
How many times?
TSM come out with the Dragon.
How many times have you thrown a spear at Elise and hit the spiders?
Yeah, the little baby
all
spiders.
the time.
Bjergsen never does. They're
Two
always hit the
spears
big one.
Right on to Dominate. Ridiculous. 2-1 only in the kills. There's been a lot of movement on the map, though. Everybody's finding a way to stay alive.
I don't
Bjergsen
know.
with the blue
Curse
buff on them.
really had a power play there, and they didn't make
With the
anything
blue buff.
happen with it. With the pick.
Right.
They could have changed it and charged straight for the blue buff, but they did not. Tried to go mid. Maybe they did not. Since they gave up the previous blue buff, they could have just added that 5 minutes, but it's a very rough timer, so hard to make that call. They didn't have very deep vision. But TSM, strong resurgence here.
Yeah.
And now Nidalee is a very powerful force for them. It's going to be hard.
Only going to get bigger. Curse grouping not a little too much now, but they're sharing a lot of CS for being down so much coming out of the laning phase with all the rotating that was going on. 60 CS just about, or I should say 50 CS between the AD carries, Wild Turtle and Cop. Spear being dodged out by Bunny Fufu, and you can see about 20 CS in favor of Bjergsen there. Quaz has been trying to clean up all of the lanes, so it could be big for the team.
Classic Lord fights. Just around Baron.
Baron Boogie's coming up.
Everybody knows the deal. There's a lot of movement towards the top, though. Good rotation here from Chris. They probably can finish this one, but TSM have the engage. They are the ones with Leona.
Slowly gathering in the top lane. TSM has not let the gold lead stretch to anything more than about 2,000 to 3,000. I'm gonna get a quick pause into the game. The teams, Curse pretty much having a lot of control coming out through this game. Something that they did in the beginning was have Quas play to the lane, and they were able to thwart both Xpecial and Dyrus off in that situation as he was trying to counter jungle.
All right, so we got a little bug here. It's not very impactful on the game, though. Dominate's trinket is just showing that it's up when it's actually not up, so not a big deal, but they do need to get that fixed. Not allowed to talk, Rib, when there's a pause.
No.
Hush, hush.
Got to keep it calm.
Get fined a ban.
So looking at this game, Curse has the majority of the dragons, and we just saw TSM give up their mid turret to go ahead and take a dragon right after that. They actually formulated that really well and knew, kind of played in the minds of Curse on that one, and were able to take the dragon pretty easily. Curse now was focusing top lane with this occurrence of the quick bug, and once we get back in, I think they're absolutely going to try to take down the rest of that. I believe they did get it before we went into the pause. So a little more gold in favor of Curse. Team Solo Mid trying to regain control of their map.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a good job. I think that little occurrence in mid where even though Special got picked off, TSM still came out with blue buff on Nidalee and Dragon was a very big win for them because they've actually brought the gold back to even before this top turret went down. So they're very, very close, neck and neck here. And it's definitely now going to be, as we've seen already, the fight over Vision around Baron. Advantage really pretty heavy here for Bjergsen with his Nidalee able to get the blue buff now. Voyboy with Boots of Mobility on LeBlanc hasn't been able to make too many roaming plays yet. So we'll have to see if those ever come into play. Can he like chase somebody down?
Right.
Hasn't really happened yet.
And when does TSM start the split push with Dyrus? When do they kind of leave Nidalee to start poking the kite and fight, not try to get the team, siege a turret? And
when they get that point where Shyvana outscales the Renekton. It's pretty close.
Oh, right.
Pretty close to coming around here because, you know, those are the two guys with the teleports. And as soon as Dyrus is able to complete, you know, maybe an aggressive item, he might. Looks like he's going full tank, though. He's got Sunfire. So it would probably just be those two knocking heads together in that side lane. I think that now TSM, since Bjergsen has gotten quite powerful, are okay with the sieges. As we've seen, he answers. Even though it's Curse with multiple skill shots that they're throwing out for this poke under turrets, just Bjergsen by himself throwing the spears is pretty much enough of an answer so far.
Looks like they're getting the type in the game. Dominate looks like he will be ready as the players get in the last sip, wetting their whistles and getting ready to back on the Rift. We're only our second game in here. First game pretty crazy that we had today. Obviously a lot of kills, a lot of good play coming in. And we're seeing it now from Curse, what they can do in the rest of this game. Team Solo Mid is the team they need to beat in this matchup. And Team Solo Mid says Curse is the team that could do it.
They did. Curse got their early game plan that they wanted. I mean, they executed. They got ahead early. They were able to snowball. But now they haven't been able to keep it, and TSM caught up. Moving forward, though, remember yesterday when TSM actually lost. Bjergsen was not with the team for many of the pushes by CLG. They have to have him this time around with the team when Curse are shoving in towards the turret because he's the answer. He's the only answer, the Nidalee spears. So if he goes off by himself again, it's going to be hard for the other four-man squad to hold.
You see Dyrus there. He was quite happy with himself, flame breathing the blue buff away from Curse. Something they tried to do, so he got back at that early portion of the game where he wasn't able to really take it away. Dyrus has been playing quite well for the team. We know him as just being rock solid all the time. Last year, there was, you know, the communication difference. They had actually swapped Dyrus or Reggie Dyrus because things were happening in Champion Select. They didn't want to, but the team's communication has just far surpassed that now, and they're one of the best teams in North America, if not the best now, tied with Cloud9 and that team to beat.
Glad to have Dyrus back in the front seat. It was very confusing to have Reggie in the top lane seat, always lane swapping to go mid.
Who would have known? When Reggie came back, you would have thought he might have been in the top lane. Who knows? Looking at this one, Voyboy has been playing quite strong. We mentioned his LeBlanc a little bit. He loves the mobility boots. He is able to create some opportunities with it, but he misses out on some of the damage. This time it's not affecting him as much. Yesterday we saw people getting away with slivers of health, which kind of implies that the buy didn't necessarily work out as well.
Yeah, I don't know. Haven't really paid off this game either, so I don't know if he will decide to change.
He's got the damage now, but just have that penetration come in so late, especially when you're already up against the magic damage on the team. You got Negatron Cloaks in the top lane, so you're not killing Dyrus. Got HP going on to Wild Turtle, so it's going to be harder to burst him out without the penetration. We'll see what they got for each other.
They are cheaper now, so.
Yeah, that's true.
So less of an investment.
Bring your coupon. Tied up on the gold now. Just a few hundred separates these teams. 4-2 in turrets is Curse, as we said, able to grab that top one and middle, which gives them map control, and they've got the wards placed in that aggressive position towards red and the golem to use. We'll just have to see if they can get there. TSM's very good at controlling their own jungle.
All right, let's see how Curse decide to play the ranged squad that they have, this four-man squad, because we've seen the effectiveness if they can land one of the CCs on somebody. They can actually 100% Expecial before he gets off his Solar Flare. If that happens again, that's a huge win for them. But they do have to worry about it. It's kind of like their, kind of like their poke comp and the hard most dangerous thing. Good flash there. Good win for Curse, getting Wild Turtle's flash down. So, as I was saying, Curse, when they do group up for this turret with their Elise, Thresh, and Caitlyn combo, they just have to be worried about the Expecial ultimates.
Yeah, they usually come in 4s, those Expecial ultimates. You don't want to see them coming at the team, that's for sure. Gold still very close. 25 minutes in, a little bit slower than our first game of the day from where they are on the map.
And look at this CS differential between Wild Turtle and Cop. Usually Cop, especially with Caitlyn.
Yeah, I mentioned at the beginning.
Dominating in CS.
Prove me wrong.
I think a lot of the objectives that they were gaining with the rotations they were making, Cop may have sacrificed a decent amount of CS for those. And Wild Turtle has not given up anything here. He's definitely the leader at the moment. And it shows. A full Trinity Force completed.
Yeah.
Just pickaxe dagger for Cop, meaning that Turtle will have a much bigger impact on the next fight, which is actually going to be the fight that determines more about the game.
Yeah, next fight, especially if they have the minions.
Oh, mobility boots paying off right now.
Uh-oh.
Woo!
Better hide him quite tight. He's got a long run on this one. The team's not going to want it, though. TSM is formulating to get their blue buff first. Odd1 trying to keep Bunny Fufu back. Throws down the ultimate.
Whoa.
Looks to get 1, 2, and 3.
Teleport.
Oh, the team was already. He jumps over to dominate. Its special's already been getting hit up, and that's Quaz teleporting to the backside. Dyrus is already trying to get into the fight, though. And here they come. Odd1 on the outside. Quaz Dominus doing quite a bit of damage. That's going to be the kill onto him. And Curse finds the jungle fight they want. Odd1 really initiating that one.
Now they've got 5 people, 3 members of TSM down. Curse have to turn this into something. Last time they got a kill, they got nothing out of it. They need to get this turret down.
That was a perfect fight for them. Just before this, they had a minion wave crashing into this turret, which means it's ready
there
to
go.
be
The kill!
Bjergsen threading the needle onto Bunny Fufu. Another one. Cop just dodges it out with a 90 caliber net. Dyrus is in this one, strong with the Dragon's Descent. 2 people. The flash again. He takes down the spider as Dominate crumbles up. Cop's going to be the next one. Where's the spear? Does he give it to his team? Now he takes the double kill. A triple kill on the run for everyone. Voyboy's the next one. Bjergsen looking for the second quadra overall on Nidalee, and he gets it in the long chase.
What here? TSM just come out firing on all cylinders after that one. What a chase. Bjergsen lands the spear for 1 kill, and then they make the chase. Only 3 versus 4 there. Bunny Fufu falls over. Dyrus immediately going in on this one. And says Expecial died so early in the last team fight, he's back up, and he has home guard boots. So he gets in for the double slow, and Dominate goes down to another gigantic spear from Bjergsen. You can't get away from Nidalee. Too much move speed, especially with the hop. TSM just completely cleaned up. Curse, they were feeling the exact same thing. They were like, oh my god, we got nothing out of that last kill that we got. We need to get something out of it. But this early in the game, death timer's too low. And TSM come right back up, make them pay for it. I thought the exact same thing. I thought Curse had to get something out of it. Dominate goes for the steal and he gets it!
This is why teams don't do Baron or Dragon when Dominate is around. Always having that steal on hand.
Well, he stole the lesser of the 2, though, and TSM
for now
still with control of the map. They're probably going to get at least 1 turret, probably 2 turrets off of this. Dominate will be back up, but still Baron buff on TSM after that last chase.
They are pushing this advantage. You have to think back to yourself, how many times has Cursed made an amazing move and then wanted too much that cost them?
Well, I wanted too much for them as well. I was like, oh, they got to get something out of this. There was nothing else up for them to take, though, and they were really close to this bottom turret. It's just, sometimes you want it so bad. You want to make something that's so bad, but you have to give it up. But TSM do a great job. Yeah, TSM, I mean, Expecial picking up those home guards so that he can get there in time is a beautiful play by him, even though he went down early. Or I think he went down. Maybe he even got out and went back to base to buy those. he actually probably didn't die, and he probably went back to just buy the home guards. But anyway, regardless, the home guards was amazing.
29 minutes on this one. Before that fight, it was 2-1. Now we're at 5-6 in the game, so it just got a little bloody. Bjergsen picking up a hell of a lot of gold there. You can see he put a Rabadon's and a Void Staff in his inventory, so those spears probably could take out Bunny Foo in just 1 1/4.
Man.
10 grand to 8,600 in that mid lane.
It's a huge swing for TSM. That's how they play the game fairly often. They wait for the mistake from their opponents, and then they take everything from you. They chase them down, get multiple kills, plus the Baron. Now they're even splitting up so that they can get bottom side turrets.
Like you said.
Dyrus with the teleport advantage after that last fight.
Once they get that advantage is when they can start to initiate the split push. Dyrus is already onto the 2nd tier turret, and you see 5 members of Curse on the top side of the map right now, so that's probably going to be another one dropped with that twin bite going down. May get a little bit of harassment here from Quas, but in the end, it's going to be hard to have Curse spread this thin at 30 minutes in.
Oh! Banshees for a Banshees. Good trade. All right, so the 4-man squad, though, with the spears coming out, they're getting some work done here.
Everybody just missing on the end or not wanting to take it. There we go, taking down the 2nd tier turret. TSM moving in methodically now onto Curse's base. That was just about the last that they needed to go around the horn now in the inhibitor turrets. Dyrus is working on that 2nd tier in the bottom lane. Not too much damage. He'll do what he can.
He is
Sunfire Cape's
got the
gonna make it
small
easy.
edge though. He's outscaling Renekton by now, and Quas 2 levels down because of the last series of events where TSM got so much out of those kills plus Baron. Interesting little bush gank here, but they only have 3 people in that bush, and there's 4 members of TSM.
Wait,
Never mind,
there's 3 members. Oh my gosh, math so quick. We're going to see if the odd one can do more. Quas and Dominate in the middle, but their health bars are quickly depleting. Turtle gets bounced. Boy over the wall and back over. Odd one looks for that. Oh, the cocoon saves him, but he gets the flash kill in, and it looks like Curse is going to be running scared on this one. Cop doesn't have enough handcuffs for the whole TSM team. Dominate gets it. The slow and the Q chomp. It was enough to take him down. They are on to Cop, but not for the kill.
So that was actually very good for Curse. They got a couple kills out of it. Almost went even there. Everyone from TSM grouped up around Quas with Dominus up, so they're taking a lot of AoE. And then they were also grouped up for Voyboy's Distortion coming in. Some more good AoE for Curse. And they got a nice little pocket of damage there, down onto 4 members of TSM, enabling them to actually capitalize, even though it looked like they were going to collapse on here. So who's the target again? Was it Bjergsen or Odd One? It was Bjergsen.
Ooh.
Yeah, Bjergsen didn't get to play this time around. But the rest of the team then collapses on the 3-man squad. Here goes where everybody jumps in and sits around Quas. Taking a lot of AoE here. Voyboy goes in for the burst. Once Dominate comes back down, they almost forgot about him. He gets to execute and almost is able to get out of this alive. But Odd One chases him down.
Team Solo mid trying to do what they can to keep themselves now in the lead. It took them a little bit to scratch back, but they, like I said, only 3,000 gold down at the worst time in the game, and now they've put themselves up 3,000 gold with a turret in the lead. The last one to be dropped is going to be Bjergsen. He makes his way to the bottom lane with that surge. He will be able to get the attack speed steroid and take that turret down pretty quick. Team's going to be there to help him too. They have a good pincer on Curse
checking
here.
all the bushes now too. They got wards in all the bushes. Make sure no members of Curse are hiding anywhere unexpected. No more Baron buff this time around though, so Siege will be slightly easier. However, Nidalee not only blue buff, but blue pot as well. And she has that trifecta of Death Cap, Void Staff, Athenes. So Voyboy and Cop cannot get hit by a spear.
Bad news bears coming in from the javelins. Dragon's going to be coming up, worth quite a bit of gold now in this game as the rest of TSM soaks up any resources Curse could try to use. The blue buff may actually be up here if Voyboy can make it out in time. It would be very good to try and take out people like Wild Turtle and Bjergsen, but without it, Voyboy is going to have a risky chance in and out of these fights, not getting that blue buff.
They are going to get an easy dragon too. Kha'Zix can solo that one, no problem this time around. They're getting so much while being spread out right now. TSM, they're gaining top lane farm plus global dragon gold, and bottom lane is pushing. So that's going to put pressure on the bottom side of Curse. Curse losing a lot right now while they try and retain control of this Baron area. Baron coming right back up. It's going to be very dangerous for Team Curse. They need just vision and looking again, trying to pick somebody off. They have to kill someone right before it starts. Because last time, kill someone right before it starts and still only come out behind one kill.
And here's something to look at as well, too. When TSM took the lead, I just said it was 3,000 a few minutes ago. Now it's around 6,000. When they get it, they push it immediately. They do not give the other team a chance to try and accrue any bit of gold and close that gap. And now TSM is going to do it once again, forcing down the minion waves in mid, so they have pressure there. Focus again towards that top and Baron side.
Let's see, how many sweepers though? Only 2 for TSM. Not a lot of vision control. So Curse can sneak wards inside and have a fairly good chance of trying to land with kill shot cocoons. Solar Flare, not pulling the trigger.
Many Banshee's Veils coming out now. They got to be popped, and with the long range, that's really going to deny special. These guys are already dodging out the spears. Hooks from Bunny Fufu onto Bjergsen. Quas goes in very hard. That's a good amount of front-end damage. Can they continue it, though? The DPS from Curse is going to be quite good, but TSM is positioning very well in this fight. The focus on the Bunny Fufu gets the flash there as Bjergsen takes down Cop, and now they're on to dominate. Team Solo Mid didn't really do damage in the beginning of that fight. They just positioned to re-engage it. Double kill as Bjergsen gets his chase down through the jungle. 12-8 now in favor of Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, so what Curse are looking for with those picks is
really
long range damage to follow it up. I don't like the full engage that Curse did after they landed just a death sentence. Because even though they land a death sentence onto Bjergsen, they weren't able to burst him down. Oh, the trap is going to burn him. So even though they landed that death sentence, that is not the signal to engage this fight. That's still a 5 versus 5 fight, and half of the duration of the stun from death sentence was already gone by the time they fully engaged there. When you just hit that death sentence, you should probably just look for harass and continue to back off from that Baron. Because, man, do they get obliterated in the 5 versus 5.
And he lived in that. Like you said, it's a Nidalee.
Yeah.
He doesn't have huge tank items. He should have gone down immediately.
So they didn't have Elise close enough to follow up the death sentence with Cocoon, which is really the true death sentence for a champion, is if they can stack that CC and burst him down. But since they weren't able to really get that happen, they have to wait for another pick. They're just too far behind to make that 5v5 engage call.
Bunny Fufu getting a nice Banshee's Veil off there, but not the one he wants to grab initially. Very small window of chances that Curse does have to get these initiations in. You can see that Bunny Fufu's trying to do it as they have the turret up whenever they can here. Again, he gets it up. Boots of Lucidity are allowing him to chain over and over again, making the plays. Gets out when he's invisible. Bjergsen's already out of this one, but they have to be aware of the spears from the outside. Bunny Fufu, another hook onto Xpecial, but that might have been the ender for him. He finally goes down in the fight. Dyrus and Quas throwing out so much AoE from Burnout and Dominus, but so far they split and the turret stands.
So the TSM were still fighting that one after Wild Turtle got burst down, but Bjergsen basically left the building. He was halfway back to base up that side. I think there was a little bit of miscommunication. Dyrus, however, you see how ridiculously tanky Shyvana gets.
Yep.
He could stay in the middle, and they fought it even with Turtle down. All right, let's take another look at the hook right through the team onto Turtle, and they get amazing burst. Great job from Bunny and Voyboy. But now they chase outside of the base. And look at the mini-map. Bjergsen's still running back towards the base. Bjergsen's recalling right now, but Dyrus is fighting everybody. Odd comes out. Bjergsen returns to the scene, and they actually get the upper hand here.
Great job, guys.
Answering double kills.
You see Cop shooting Odd One when he was in the ultimate. It was like hitting a brick wall with that damage reduction.
Yeah.
Odd One wasn't going anywhere.
And my God, look at Dyrus right now. Talk about tanks. He is the mother of all tanks right now. There's almost, it's so hard for Cop to do anything to him. Even if he does, he's hurting himself almost as much as he's hurting Dyrus with the Thorn Mail.
So if it can happen again, you saw the direct fight for Curse. They They got through the small window. Said it was really tiny, but they were able to fit through. With Void taking down Wild Turtle, but it was chaotic. If TSM can kite the fight, they have it against
Lich Bane, though, for Nidalee. Tower doesn't stand a chance. TSM walk right into base.
Structures are running scared right now for Curse. Odd one back into the base. Bunny Fufu on the outside of the base right now. Void goes in, double distortion, but he pulls it back to his first one. He could go down. He will go down as Dyrus throws down the burnout into the fight. Cock gets chewed up by Odd One. Bug splat for sure. Quas is going to be the next, and he runs for Solace on the fountain. Inhibitor goes down. It looks like TSM should have the number on this one.
Yep, TSM 19-9. A big win for them.
Nexus turret going down. Just under 40 minutes in the game. Team Solo Mid pushes that score a little bit more. They're going to be picking up the win, and they're going to be going home with a victory on the end of the week. So they will not lose 2 in a row, Kobe. Just the one.
Curse got ahead early. They did execute their plan fairly well. But TSM never give up. They stood in the game, and they were able to turn it around. Just a couple very, very close calls toward the mid game there. Bjergsen's Nidalee, by the time, once Bjergsen started getting blue buff, he was able to handle all of the pressure from Curse. Pretty much all of their tower siege pressure was relieved by Bjergsen.
Got a new visa, got a new haircut, got another Nidalee win. That's all that you need in life. Curse, another one tacked onto the loss column, but such structured play coming from them still. They're a team that has priorities as they go into the game, and they execute them. It's just when you have a team like Team Solo Mid that can adapt to those strategies on the fly, it's very hard to change what you have set in stone and have tried to been doing.
It was so exciting, that fight where Curse actually came out ahead and were running up the bottom lane towards the inhibitor turret. They really want to get something back for those kills because it was a great team fight win for them. But TSM answered so well with Bjergsen landing the crucial spear to kill Bunny Fufu and special home guarding out. What a great little few seconds that pretty much decided the rest of the game.
And a few things that we saw coming into that were great thresh hooks all around. But sometimes the team went on a few too many that weren't the hooks that they wanted. Cost them the fight, and they weren't able to recuperate from that. TSM, I think, took at least 2 advantages off of that exact instance. A thresh hook that the whole team went in on when they didn't get the right person. But that's kind of how you play, right? When everything's antsy, the gold is very close. The fight should be able to be won if you get a hook.
Yeah, it's very dangerous when they rely so much on these skill shots, the cocoons and the death sentences.
Right.
They have to have so much accuracy with the damage follow-up on those CCs. They need to be able to take somebody out. You can see when it works well, works really well.
Yep.
They got it special. They killed him before he had a chance to get off his ultimate even. But when it doesn't work out, that split second, if they're not able to follow up the cocoon, Bjergsen lives, they get nobody down in the team fight, and TSM run over them.
Voidboy again going with the mobility boots. Worked out for him to control the map again, but Voidboy has been the one to be the assassin, be the killer, and without the mobility boots, we're seeing that it almost just takes away that power from LeBlanc. You'll push the guy out of lane, you'll get dominance there, but they're just going to come back stronger every time.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, let's see if he continues with this trend. First time around, he did get that first kill with them.
Right, yeah, still playing it well. Just is it formulating to everything they need to get the win for Curse? Quas really stepping up in the top lane for them. He's been playing well pretty much for the past 3 weeks, and he has put Trundle as kind of one of his top-tier guys now.
Yeah, I was surprised by the Renekton for Quas.
Renekton pick.
Mentioned it as a possibility because they're focusing so much on early game. I think that his team may have influenced him a lot to say, we need to win early game. We need to take Renekton away from Dyrus.
And that's the kind of champions he's tried to stay away from.
Yeah, we'll see though. I mean, it didn't work out this time around, but he played decently.
Definitely a little bit more on the 1v1s. We say that every game. The blue buffs, red buffs are obviously those are the ones that are focused, but the way to take 3 of them now. Try and coordinate the 2v1 swaps to
that was such
a
weird early game from TSM, and where Chris really started their lead in this game, where Odd One just took his red. And they were around the enemy blue buff this whole time, but they never took it.
Right.
Allowing Dominate to get 2 buffs and sort of a delayed start for TSM to the game there. It took them a while to catch back up, but once they did catch back up, didn't let anything through for Curse.
Well, you can see how it kind of would have worked, right? Dyrus farms at top, and then he farms his own jungle, and you leave Dominate with pretty much nothing. But for more on Team Solo Mid's day on the Rift, let's send it over to Freak at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. Hey, guys, welcome to TSM's Master of the Mid Lane, Bjergsen. How's it going?
I'm doing pretty well. It was kind of a shaky game, but at least we won, so I'm still fairly happy.
Yeah, so the game was pretty shaky. Let's start with you, though. 8-1-4. Of course, you're back with the team. You're having stellar performances every single time, it seems. So first, why need to lead this game?
They kind of lacked like the hard engage. They had the catching potential with like cocoons or hooks, but they didn't have like the Leona or they didn't have the Pantheon. They just didn't have like those hard engages. So we felt like with Nidalee we could avoid getting engaged on for most of the game. It didn't work out entirely, but it did work out to some degree.
And of course, they actually rushed a LeBlanc pick against you, first pick to steal it away from you, presumably. Did that concern you at all, or were you like, LeBlanc, whatever?
I don't know. I don't really like playing against LeBlanc. It's always like there's always the risk if you make one mistake, you can pop like 80% of your health, and if someone's nearby, you're probably going to die. So you have to play really safe and really smart against LeBlanc, and that's why usually we tend to either like ban it out or try to get it. But this game, we just felt like we would get some stronger picks like Lucian, for example.
Yeah, that worked out really well for you guys. So then, thinking about this, of course, Kha'Zix Lucian coming through here, I was surprised that Pantheon didn't get grabbed at all. Pantheon's banned a lot against Curse. I was surprised they didn't pick it up either. Did you kind of know they weren't going to go for it here?
No, we actually thought they were going to probably go for Pantheon. We were kind of thinking about going for it too. It was between Kha'Zix and Pantheon. I think they're both like equally good champions, but do very, very different things. So it's pretty much just what we wanted with the comp, and we wanted like a strong fighter for team fights that could go in and be a distraction. Because we weren't looking to hard engage, we were more looking for them not to engage and us poking.
Yeah, and of course that really worked well for you guys. So then you said at the start of the interview that it wasn't a very good game for you guys. It seems like you've been kind of off this week as well. You lost to CLG for the first time in the season. What's wrong with you guys?
The 4.4 patch really threw us off. We adapted to the lane swaps really slowly, which obviously showed this game. I play mid, so I'm not influencing like the early game of the lane swap, so I'm not entirely sure what happened this game, but we obviously got out like really far behind. They got 2 turrets and I believe Dragon on us. That's such a huge like goal deficit from the beginning, and that just shouldn't happen. And then I just feel like we've just kind of like we don't have our own confidence because we haven't been doing as well in scrims and we haven't been adapting as fast, so we're just not as confident in some of our plays, which showed in both matches this week.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, at least speaking of confidence, though, you got a triple kill here in a big replay. Actually, you made a huge play. It's kind of a hashtag LCS big play. Actually, have a tweet we want to read. At Skate Doll says, "I'm crying. Bjergsen is a god with those incredible Nidalee spears. Definitely deserves a hashtag LCS big play." Bjergsen, talk us through the replay here.
Okay.
The overcommit for the inhibitor. There we go.
All right. So
much earlier. Sorry.
Is this yeah? This is a little bit early. That's fine. We just want to really secure the blue buff here. But I'm kind of up here, and we're engaging in 2 different spots. Especially just get instantly chunked. I think Turtle goes a little bit too far here, because all of a sudden he's just in the middle of everyone. Because Koss does a good TP above our team, and I don't think Turtle really realizes that, so he just gets like jumped on really hard. It was just a really split fight, and we should have not gone for the hard engage as much. We should have probably looked for like poking, and we already had secured the blue, so there was really no reason to fight. They tried to siege, but like, as I just get 1 kill, that was kind of lucky. We can just keep chasing, because Darius and I were pretty far in this game, especially Darius was really strong, he's just a big tank. And we still had the Leona ult. We never got the Leona ult off in the fight, so it's just really easy to chase. Like, there's nothing they can really do here. And we just clean up, pretty much.
You're just chasing him down forever.
Yeah, it's a pretty long chase, but yeah, that's pretty much just all we needed to get Baron and pretty much win the game.
Yeah, you guys got a whole bunch out of that, got the gold back to equal. So, I mean, what kind of gives you the confidence? I guess you just said that you were farm, but you're basically in something like a 2 versus 5, and you're like, oh yeah, we can just chase him out. Just the fact that cooldowns are up, or?
Like we knew that like the Kaylin was not gonna kill. Like, we just knew that we had the big Shyvana, and when I got that Thresh kill, and we knew we had the Leona as well, we weren't planning on chasing if we didn't get that Thresh kill, unless they would try to keep pushing, and then we would get the Leona ult on them. But we just saw the opportunity when Thresh died, and we would know that they wouldn't be able to really turn on us. I think I still had both Summoner spells up, so they wouldn't be able to kill me, they wouldn't be able to kill Darius, and we just felt like you just get that from experience. You just know when are you going to be able to chase, when you're going to be able to have to back off, and it showed.
Do you think that's a kind of skill that a lot of teams lack? I mean, as you saw here, Curse clearly overcommitted there to the Siege. Do you think TSM has a big edge in just sort of knowing how a fight's going to play out before it does?
Sometimes. There's a fight later in the game where Turtle gets hooked, and I'm like, just back off. And then I just run away from my entire team. And then I look down, and Darius is like, we're winning. And I was like, wait, what? Like, are we winning? Like, Turtle's dead. And like there we didn't have the same like really good judgment. So I think it just kind of depends on the situation.
Most of the times, of course, you guys do a really good job with this one. So then coming back into it after getting a little bit behind, you guys did manage to keep pushing through and grab the victory. So let's think now about sort of more grand scale. You talked in the beginning of the interview about 4.4 being a bad patch for you guys, bad adaptations. Is that champion changes specifically? Like, what are you missing?
No, it's mainly the trinket change, which just makes like 2v1s and early game like late invades, like the 2-minute invades on buffs. It's such a big thing now compared to before. It was almost non-existent before, but now the game is all about lane swapping. It also changes the mid meta because mid laners, you shouldn't be playing champions that, in my opinion, are too reliant on blue buffs, and wave clear is really, really good, and even poke for sieging down turrets. So the game is more lane swap oriented, invade, and tower oriented than before.
And of course, you did pull out the win here. The Nidalee worked well for you guys. So let's actually switch gears a bit and talk about All-Stars. Of course, the winning team from the Spring Split's going to go to All-Stars. Of course, you're going to hope that TSM makes it there as the full team of 5. But let's talk individual voting then, which you have some control over. And of course, you guys at home can, of course, vote for your All-Stars as well. Who would you vote for to go alongside TSM to play in the challenges?
I would definitely vote for Meteos. I think I think he's a great guy to play on the team with. From like he's a friend of mine, so I think he's an awesome guy. He's a really, really good jungler, and he's like the perfect match to go to All Stars. I just think he's a really good player.
Who else would you add?
That one's a bit harder.
You can pick in your team in case like Cloud9 happens to win.
I don't know too much. I think Afromu has been doing like really well lately. So I would probably have to go with him. He was really, really strong. He was probably him and Dexter were actually Dexter's really good too. I don't know. I can't really choose. Dexter did so well yesterday too, and he's also been doing so well ever since he got here. So it's hard, but maybe Afro or Dexter.
Okay, cool. Thanks for your responses there. So, I was going to say, guys, I'm so used to being two people in the interview. Bjergsen, thank you so much for your time. Congrats on your win. And we're going to, of course, play more games today. So we're going to pull a quick broadcaster lane swap. When we come back, Cloud9 will take to the Rift against Dignitas in our third game of the day. We'll be back in 3.5 minutes.
Ult the wave also. Oh wow. How long spear? No. Just ult them there. Cop. Going cop. That's fine. I'm ulting.
Going hard.
Nice. A nice spear.
I'm running top then.
I got top. Go top.
You go 30 on dragon. 30 on dragon.
Nice.
Going still.
No mana.
We can capitalize.
I can just do dragon.
Can we go Baron?
I'm going Baron.
Baron, push out top and run towards us.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Week 10 of the North American LCS. I am Rivington Business the third, and now joined by Joshua Jat Leesman for the next 2 games. How you feeling on the analyst desk? Coming now over. It was a big trip.
Yeah, it's pretty far, actually. That was a good game we had last time. Big comeback from TSM. Yeah. Definitely Curse showing a bit of life there, because there hadn't been many teams challenging the top 3 of Cloud9, TSM, and CLG.
Well, we'll have to see. We got 2 more games to go, and as we announced a couple weeks ago, this year's All-Star event is going to be held in Paris, France.
Yeah, today through April 11th, you'll be able to cast your vote for a roster of eligible players for the All-Star Challenge.
And the pros want your vote, just like Uncle Rise. And every day you can head to vote.lolesports.com to pick 3 pro players from any combination of teams to represent your region at All-Stars.
Yeah, I can't wait for this to happen, too, because even though it's a little bit different than last year's All-Star format, I'm still pretty excited about it. We get to see that top teams tournament, or the All-Star Challenge is a couple of them, the top teams tournament and the All-Star Challenge, just because it's like a mini World Championship almost, and it also brings a lot more validity to the spring split here. I can definitely tell the energy from the top teams around here, like TSM, CLG, Cloud9, obviously. Even over in Europe, it does bring so much more emphasis, aside from just being the spring split champions, also getting a shot to take on the top teams from every region.
Well, it's fun, too, because you get to figure out what the players think, and we had the time to do that as well. So here it is. Check it out, the players' idea on All-Stars.
All-Stars is going to be in Paris this year. Bonjour, Paris.
The All-Star event is pretty much like every region coming together.
I love competing against the best players. I don't care where they're from.
So going to Paris would be like, whoa, like I'm in like this alien place. All-Stars would be the perfect place to prove how good I am.
Pick me.
Pick me!
Vote for me.
Last year's All-Stars was epic. I need to be a part of that.
I need your help to get there.
We need your votes.
Starting March 30th, you can vote for up to 3 players a day.
Vote today at lolesports.com.
Make sure your favorites are represented.
I want to go to showcase one of NA's best.
It'd be a really big honor to go, and I'd be so excited, and I'd be so down.
I was born and raised here. I want to represent.
I really want to go to Paris, dude. That'd be sick.
And as we said before, every day you can head over to vote.lolesports.com to pick 3 pro players from any combination of teams to represent your region at All-Stars.
Yeah, and this year, as we were saying earlier, there will be a new format showcased at the All-Star of each day called the All-Star Challenge. After these representatives are announced, we want to weigh in on unique aspects of the game modes that the pros will play. That'll be a voting aspect you guys get to choose.
Yep, and check in at lolesports.com for more updates, and don't miss your opportunity to shape the All-Star Challenge. Now, we want to check in with what you've been saying on Twitter. Earlier, we asked you, which players will you vote to represent the NALCS at All-Stars and why? Here's a sample of the answers we have gotten, and we're going to read them out loud to you now. Aaron Hochstein. I'd send Kopp to All-Stars. Seeing how well he plays, no matter the support, really shows how much he's grown.
Kopp will definitely be good. There's an outside chance you'd get to have a bit of a match against his old support, Edward, who was on Curse, now back across over in the European scene.
It'll be interesting to see. Our next tweet comes from @TimeHXD. I'd vote for Doublelift and Lemon. The mechanics and notebook would make for an interesting bot lane or movie.
Interesting choice right there. I mean, Doublelift has always been better when someone is guiding him and telling him where to go. It seems like Lemonation's the most vocal player outside of the game. I'm not sure how much in the game he actually contributes, though.
Right on. Next one from the Arion. Sweet tweet from a good friend. I'd vote for Wild Turtle. His mechanics are some of the best in NA, and his smiles is contagious. Plus, he's Canadian.
Well, there you go, Canadian. It's strange with Wild Turtle. The stage has never really seemed to get to him.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing. From his very first game in the LCS, where he got a pentakill replacing Chaos on TSM, he just doesn't care a lot of the time, it seems like, but he still plays at a high level.
The stage get to you the first time?
A little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah, I was never on the same stage as this one. I was back in a room.
Oh, don't take it down. Give yourself credit. And the next and our last comes from @HollyHolmes. I would vote for Bjergsen because he's the god of the mid lane, dominating almost everyone right now. Can't really go against that.
Yeah, that's probably who I would expect to get the most votes here in North America, just because he's been so dominant, because that's what most of the players say, and because, I mean, near top kills in the LCS with 6 games missing.
Yeah.
is pretty damn impressive.
It's very good. Thanks to everyone who wrote in, and be sure to keep them coming. Right now, we're going to dive into our next game. That's Team Dignitas versus Cloud9. Cloud9 has to be feeling pretty good here at JAT, being back in first again.
Yeah, they're going to have to win this one to keep the tie up, though. But for weeks, they've been keeping pace with TSM, trailing just one game back in second. And yesterday, with TSM's loss to CLG and Cloud9's defeat of Curse, it was a tie for first place moving into today. In that match, we saw Sneaky actually had a big game on Lucian, going 7-0-3. And what's notable, actually, is he's closing in on the lead for kills. He's 13 kills behind Bjergsen now, playing one fewer games, who has the most with 132 kills.
But Cloud9 was not the only team to move up in the standings yesterday. Dignitas ended the day with sole possession of 4th place after they pulled out a win against Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, you know, Dignitas won the game, but it definitely wasn't easy. They had to work for that one. Cruiser once again got bullied in lane, this time by Inox, who was playing on Lee Sin. Cruiser, despite some of the lane swaps that sent him behind, was down 19 CS at the 10-minute mark, and then at 20 minutes, he was down 58 CS. Because of that deficit, though, Dignitas had a hard time shutting down Inox's split push as a team. Eventually, Dignitas was able to find fights and close out a tough victory. But if they want to get the 2 wins needed to clinch their playoff spot, Cruiser has to step it up and really become a carry of the team, not someone they just have to make up for.
Yeah, and with the end of the season drawing closer and the stakes mounting, Cloud9 says Dig has started thinking outside the box to try and get wins, but with only mixed results.
Last week we saw Dignitas pull out a, I'd say, kind of cheesy strat. They ran Kale Jungle and Quinn AD, which is really oddball, and it didn't really work for them. So I think they're getting a little bit more desperate for wins.
C9's looking really good. They're in second place in LCS, and they definitely deserve to be there.
I don't know if they'll pull anything out for us, but it should be a hard game because almost all of our Dig games have been really close.
C9 is actually the one that we have the closest games with, so playing against them, even last split, even though we didn't actually beat them a single time, each game was every time really close.
Yeah, Dignitas is like confused right now. They don't know what they're doing, I think. But I think they might like change around and play better against us, because teams usually like play better against us. So we're gonna have to watch out for that.
Teams are going to have to play better against them if you're Cloud9. They're never going to win.
Well, Cloud9 always has their target on their backs because of their 25-3 season. Every time Cloud9 wins, it's like this momentous occasion, it seems like, for the teams that beat them. Only happened 4 times this year.
And I think they've done a really good job, too, at not kind of setting that as a bar for themselves and being mad that they didn't reach it again. That was crazy what they did. So
I guess the bar is 24-4 now.
only a little bit lower. Let's check out the starting lineups as we get into this matchup. On the blue side, it's Cloud9. Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, high and mid, Sneaky on AD carry, and Lemonation on support.
And on the red side, it is Dignitas, the new look Dignitas. Cruiser in the top lane, jungle is Crumbs, Golden Glue second game in the mid lane, I'm a Cutie Pie on AD, and of course Kiwi Kid on support.
Golden Glue coming in with the Meteos, too. Rocking it. Meteos gets rid of it. Golden Glue takes it on for himself.
I mean, he's true to his name.
This is true.
Yeah, golden hair, golden glue.
There you go. It takes us into our featured matchup. It is the melee in the mid lane, High versus Golden Glue.
Yeah, and this will be a very interesting battle to watch. High, he's been the mid laner who's most likely to take surprise picks that you would find in solo queue, like a Teemo Soraka, and then make them work in the LCS. And you look at Golden Glue, he was really excited to play against Cloud9, specifically High, because Golden Glue comes from a solo queue environment too, where High has been taking the inspiration from. So maybe Golden Glue will be ready for the aces that High might have up his sleeve and might be able to counter it. Thinking about yesterday, though, his debut performance was solid, but not entirely impressive. Dignitas was victorious. He had a good score on Zed, but it wasn't a blow-away game or anything.
No flashy Zed plays, wasn't using the shadows amazingly, but he did it. He did everything he needed to do to
Tough
really
situation
put
to come in
Dignitas on top. Yeah, you're filling pretty big shoes with Scar being such a legendary mid lane player for so many years, and to not perform well there would have been a lot of criticism that would have been even harder to come back from if he didn't.
And Dignitas does actually have a pretty good track record of picking up players from, I want to say, like relative obscurity and then finding really good ones. That's how they found most of the people on this roster. I mean, think about Kiwi Kid last year. He was on a collegiate team, and then at the start of his top lane career in the spring split, he was dominating most people. Then no one expected him to be able to play support. And now he's definitely in the top supports in the NALCS, top 3, top 4 at least for Kiwi Kid, and no one would have expected that except the Dignitas organization.
They have made changes that sometimes make people wonder, but then can come out in huge surges. Dignitas within last splits had
Can't be good
the
for his back.
most winning record. Yeah. Also, I don't know how he's doing that. So
No feet on the table. There's no food on the table.
it's his
No
work
feet on the
desk. You
table.
put your feet on the work desk.
Yeah.
But he's, as you see, a jovial person. He is happy. No matter what happened in that top lane, he may have had the most deaths at one point in the top lane, maybe.
Yeah,
but it didn't stop his play. He was still trying outside the box champions, and a lot of the time that worked for Kiwi Kid.
I mean, his Karma yesterday was one of the stand-up performances. They had a nearly full attack damage team composition, and then he brought 400 ability power onto his Karma. He had more gold than Poe Belter for a lot of that game near the end game. I wonder if they're going to continue with supports like that because, I mean, Kiwi Kid played so much Annie. 13 Annie picks so far in the North American LCS, and it was banned against him yesterday, so he's adapting a little bit. I definitely like the way Karma provides so much versatility for the team overall now.
Yeah.
It's like the Sivir replacement. People got used to the Stampeding, can't get Sivir. Well, you can just do Karma.
You stampede the whole team over and over again with the mantraed up shield, so something else you want to get in there. The Annie will be banned. She's actually flown through a few games today without really seeing any ban or pick. Kha'Zix goes out. LeBlanc may be on the list here as well. And a Lulu to be seen, most likely.
No,
the Evelyn. The Karma I can see, definitely. Evelyn as well for the Kiwi Kid, or other way around. Evelyn for the Meteos and Kiwi Kid Karma.
That is to be expected. So there were some hits to the Lichbane, which make the late game of Lulu a little bit weaker, but she still has all of the early game where she would dominate, especially when she gets that Athene. She can still put one help picks on someone, get 2 Glitter Lances off with the blue buff, and have that obnoxious type of harassment. So Cloud9 being very decisive. We're almost done champ select. We've been in for like a minute.
Almost. And it has been decided that Cruiser's going to be picking up Rise on this second play for him. Not having a win on the first one, he's going to try his hand again, but already sneaky on that Lucian. Like we said, his play was through the roof yesterday.
Golden Glue's helping us slow this one down as well.
Indeed.
Meteos breaking out Lee Sin. Sees all the credit Dexter's been getting for it yesterday. Says, you know what? I did this too. His KDA on Lee Sin was absolutely absurd at the start of the year. He didn't die in his first 3 Lee Sin games.
With 15 or 16 assists. So it was up there.
He had like a 40-plus KDA at one point.
Yep.
Dignitas with the Jinx. I like it.
She was actually banned out earlier today with a lot of the 2v1 shenanigans going on lately.
5-2 on Jinx for AmaCutiePie. Much better than his 2-7 score on old Lucian there. Lucian, of course, the pick for the other side. He has the added safety of having a Thresh. It's one of the nice things. Thresh provides mobility for otherwise immobile AD carries.
Crumbs is going to be locking in the Pantheon. It actually
Yes,
has
sir.
not been played by him. So he will be locking that in for the first time. We always hear that Pantheons like to focus that bottom lane once they get their ult. More people to stomp on. We'll see if he stays with that trend.
I always feel like Crumbs is the type of jungler who can play anything, though.
Yeah.
Especially because he is a guy who transitioned from jungle to top lane back to jungle. All in the LCS. Plus, he plays whatever he wants in solo queue and does well with it.
So Lake Balls is going to be laying down the red carpet for people as he locks in Rumble. Even his team has said that Rumble is hard to play at a professional level.
Yeah.
You lose CS, this and that, but he does it again.
Yeah, well, Balls has made a consistent case for him being the best
That he has.
top laner. A Lux for Golden Glue as well, so
oh wow,
whole bunch to talk about right here. It looks like Dignitas is trying for a little bit of long-range initiation just with the Lux. And then they did the Jinx pick because they don't necessarily trust Cloud9's dive potential. The Rumble will counteract that a little bit, being able to reach AmaCutiePie. I definitely see double ability power compositions coming out from both sides.
Yeah. This is going to be quite
Pretty
an
explosive
awesome matchup. Absolutely. A lot can happen from a very long range in this game for both teams, so I'm super excited to see how these engagements go, how long they last, and who can come out on top. Because there's front-end burst, but there's also continuous DPS on these teams.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Lux in the North American LCS. Golden Glue, he did have a much different champion pool, Scar said. He shares some of the same champions like Gragas, obviously, but Zed yesterday and a Lux today are just 2 completely different playstyles.
Yeah.
Zed is the all in and out, but Lux is just really sitting far back, getting the shields down, long-range poke, and I wonder how well he's going to be able to flip the switch back and forth between those two things, because it's no easy task.
It's nothing he's shown in the challenger scene yet. Obviously has that under a solo queue belt. But as we check in with the good folks who frequent LOLesports.com, that's you, to see who you think will come out on top, the votes say 79% in favor of Cloud9.
Yeah, that seems like a Cloud9 type vote right there. Obviously, with their overpowering record right here for Cloud9, only having 4 losses on the year. You don't expect them to fall, but no one expected them to fall either when Dignitas took them down at the start of the year. Dignitas seems to strike when you least suspect them to.
Yep, they could do it again right here. They have a composition with Golden Glue. His LCS debut was a victory for the team. Can they bring it to 2 against one of the top teams in the league? Now, this will pretty much be one of the ultimate tests he could go through in his first week in the LCS.
Absolutely. High. Doesn't necessarily play, I don't want to say the in-meta champions the same way everyone else does. He always has a slightly tweaked champion pool to others. Wonder how many times you're going to hear that laugh this game.
Oh, please.
Oh boy, the level 1s. Pantheon and Lux. And Thresh. And Rise. Like, everything for Dignitas is crazy here. Let's get those fight chants out of here.
Nope. No chance. Mana Crystal for Cruiser in the top lane. See a little bit early damage from him. Talking about Rise all the time. Spell Thief Sag form Elimination. He's been loving that Morgana lately. A really big advocator of the Thresh and Leona. And then as soon as Morgana got the, or Spell Thief, I should say, got the change, Morgana a little more present.
Very good against the aggressive supports. So I'm not playing very defensive here early on in the game.
Well, he knows what to do in the early part of the game. Golden Glue is definitely on point. He watches the LCS. Now plays in it.
Minions have spawned.
Dignitas is holding out on this one for the spawn. It's always good to wait until that 153, real late when the team's focused on blue. You get a little bit more of an upper hand as they're reacting to you coming in.
This would be a delayed invade. Obviously, Cloud9 has the 1 ward placed down early. Ball's going to see this. I wonder if Dignitas is going to flash to try anything. They could most likely at least trade flashes, but they opt to just go with the obvious blue buff steal take right there.
Elimination, he is maybe going to ward. Looks like he pulled back to lane, but they're going to go ahead, put that off. He gets a good ward down to see if they can go ahead and get Meteos down here to steal that off. Crumbs is well off in the top lane, and we do see that the
ball's got to get out of there real
will
quick.
Be apparent.
Yeah, they're going to stack as much as they can in this lane. That's a very deadly hook.
Whoa!
Oh, you know, for some reason, obviously Rise normally takes Q at level 1, but if he would have taken Rune Prison at level 1 there, I think Dignitas could have gotten first blood. But instead he had his Q early on. Always wait until you're going to use the spell before skilling up a level 1.
So this is going to be interesting. Meteos sees that Crumbs is in the top lane, or Crumbs has left now the top lane.
They're most likely going to stack the pushes on each side. Now it will be a question of how well Balls can survive this. Cloud9 did a lot of this early on. Oh dear.
Oh! Nice. Barrier? No! Barrier and shield is not enough.
Not the start Golden Glue wanted right there. They
Not
gave
at all.
the Lulu up. He picked Lux, but he didn't even have his shield spec'd right there because he was trying to outshove the lane.
So he did not.
He done Q&E because he was trying to shove in. That is going to hurt. Oh boy. Add that to the fact. So High has control of the mid lane. Add that to the fact that Balls, if you go all the way back to the summer of 2013 and combine this year, he would be 9-0 on Rumble. So that's 2 potentially dominating lanes for Cloud9 right off the bat. And Dignitas is not a team that necessarily plays well from behind.
That's going to be very tough. Usually you want to stay quite ahead of the game with a Lux, or you're just left on the outside firing lasers all day. 4 minutes in, Dignitas trying to make a move off of what just happened in mid, but we already got Cloud9 on that second tier turret.
This is a little interesting though, because Dignitas is opting to do a 4-man push as opposed to the 3-man push with somebody jungling for them. It gives them faster pushing potential, which is why Cloud9 is answering with 2. But even 2 against 4 might be somewhat turret diveable. There's no need for this push to stop right now, unless Dignitas goes back. And if they do that successfully, it's another advantage for Cloud9, trading 2 for 1.
I think they could get mid here. Lux still with a very minimal amount of pushing power in that lane, but they're going to force it to mid. If High gets back here, Glitterlance is going to be able to clear most of that as Cruiser teleports to stop that top lane damage.
Yeah, there is a Morgana about to run into a lot of people.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Just kind of held his breath there for a second. Golden Glue won't be able to hit the Lucent Singularity from the outside here. There's the flash from Crumbs, though. That's going to be in W range. No, not if Elimination flashes, too.
He tried to get the angle on him, but was unsuccessful. Dignitas grouping as 5 now. While I like the grouping from Dignitas, they seem to be just behind the game a little bit. They're potentially so low from this dragon. They might get harassed down 4v5. Nice hook!
High gets hit, the Rune Prison after. That's the fight they're looking for. If you're one person to get locked down, it's going to stick for 2 to 3 seconds on the consecutive crowd control. A good, relentless pursuit from Sneaky. Meteos missing the Q, but they're still able to get into the fight, and Cloud9 taking control.
Exactly right there. The early game dragon doesn't die quickly. You often get so low for it. I honestly have to question just overall the value of taking the dragon this early on in the game, because it offers a pretty small amount of gold early on in the game. It's 125 gold per person. And you lose so much in the lanes, even if you get it. That time Cloud9 collapsed down 1 of 4v5 because they were low. All the while, Balls was up in this lane. He is already a force to be reckoned with on Rumble, let alone when he's now against a laner with no flash, no teleport, and is also just sitting with that tier.
Love watching when we're in the top lane and how he keeps that heat mechanic always above the 50% mark, keeping his damage up, keeping everything he can up to get that extra bit in the steroid provided from his passive. Right now with the help of High, this is something we see a lot from High, and he actually has one of the lower farmers, believe it, in the CS because he does so much rotating.
Right. If you analyze the CS at 10 minutes, High is the bottom of the table as far as starting North American LCS mid laners, but that is because of the way he rotates early on in the game. This patch change with the game being more about early turrets and objective control is actually right into Cloud9's favor. They always have displayed very strong team play early on in the games, and you're seeing why here. They are dismantling Dignitas in rotations right now.
It's only going to take them just about 7 minutes to take down the second outer turret. The third one stands in mid, but they do have 3 down because of that big force push down in the bottom lane. Dropping this one, the teamwork will now probably move down towards mid, and we should see a dragon quite soon after.
Yeah, the control right now from Cloud9 is something Dignitas is trying desperately to match. Cruiser needs a lot of time to become effective on Ryze. Lane swapping against Ryze is quite effective early on in the game. He has a really hard time shoving the lanes out.
Oh, wow. Very nice.
Dashing before they arm.
Pursuit.
Very nice. There's a pretty slow arm time on those things. Sneaky, he's played against a few jinxes in his day.
Meteos to pick up red buff here. Elimination doing a lot of roaming lately. Even before the 4.4 patch, we've seen him getting his walk on up and down the bottom lane to mid. He's going to start clearing out some more sight stones for both Kiwi Kid and Lemonation as they're going to try to start covering the map. Really for Dig now, it's to gain back some ground.
Yeah.
They don't even have wards on their own side of the jungle right now.
Yeah, Crumbs is trapped at level 4 at 8 minutes right now. This is normally the time in the game where you want to start worrying about Pantheon ultimates, but he's not even close to that right now. Going for an aggressive invade.
This is what Cloud9 loves. They know that Dignitas has to react to this, so they're already above.
The potential reaction here from Dignitas would be a Ryze teleport, and that catch is nice.
That is huge! The final spark coming out of Golden Glue. He did get not even a bit of damage under there. That's just from what he has in ability power right now. Kiwi Kid trying to turn back onto High with the rest of the team. They get the damage down, and Cloud9 gets caught looking for a little too much.
Even so, this puts Golden Glue right back in the game. He gets double buffs. They did not have to use the Ryze teleport, and they repelled that gank. Plus, they can potentially get this dragon if they're feeling extra bold, but they think better of it with poor memories of last time.
See what he can do to keep getting that cooldown reduction in his build. How much Lux can benefit from that and spitting out damage. Like you said, back in the game at 3-1 with that engagement. See what he can do to push out High and mid. He's already got the better of Golden Glue once, and he would love to take those double buffs.
Yeah, the biggest thing here was the hook on Meteos and Chain stunning him so he couldn't use his W shield to escape any of that. You could tell Cloud9 was already preparing for a 4v4 fight, which is why High went so recklessly forward. it all happened so quickly, there was really no turning back once they went for that one. It ends up becoming a 2-for-1 instead of a 1-for-0.
And how does this game kind of work for a Pantheon when you don't have a lane to always gank? We haven't really seen Crumbs doing much, but hovering around lanes that are farming.
If he can get to level 6, it's a pretty good world for Pantheon. He just hasn't been able to get there. Pantheon is a very slow farmer. When left to his own devices, he has not been able to get early ganks off because of all the rotational superiority by Cloud9. Now that he is level 6, though, his ganks are still to be feared, especially on Rumble, I think. Just because High could be able to just wild growth or polymorph him, and the Black Shield can block whoever he decides to stun. The Balls will not have that advantage. Good pink ward control. Let's see if Dignitas tries to stop this one. They do have a lot of ultimates up. There's teleport.
Still taking a bit of damage. Meteos backs off. He's about half health right now. Cruiser tries to get it into the fight, throwing on the ultimate, puts out some damage, but he gets called out of the fight. Sneaky turns around, but he is now facing 3 members. If they can gain ground here, as they do, Cloud9 will begin to chase. Does he have relentless pursuit? The double light binding to lock down the team, and it looks like that'll be it. Cutie Pie pulling a quick switcheroo to dodge that.
Golden Glue hit no one with his Lux ultimate right there, which is a huge deterring factor in that fight. They're still going to continue to try and harass this one. Cutie Pie all by lonesome.
That should be enough. Sneaky, though, out of mana, forcing the flash onto Cutie Pie along with his barrier. And it looks like they are still hovering around the dragon. Sneaky's low on mana, but they should be good for the dragon with the HP they have.
Lux has pretty persistent harass.
Yep.
He seems
that's
willing
doubles.
to continue to go for it.
Ultimate's up in about 15 seconds for Lux. That's the double prismatic barrier shield, but it's not enough. That Lux ultimate can still steal the dragon if they have the vision.
We're really seeing how Cloud9 is playing much more as a team than Dignitas is. Everyone on Dignitas is trying to make their own individual play. Whether it be I'm a Cutie Pie going around the side, whether it be Golden Glue and Kiwi Kid just trying to duo harass Cloud9 off the entire dragon, Cloud9 seems much more cohesive, which speaks to why they're tied for first if they win this game.
4,000 gold back. Dignitas is definitely playing safe. Wouldn't say playing scared. They're still putting themselves in the position to push Cloud9 off of that dragon when it looked like it was all of Cloud9's fight. And again, Dignitas is going to start wandering around to clear out the area. They got to be very careful, though.
Yeah, well, Balls is riding that fine line of pushing out top lane while still making it down for the dragon fight. His equalizer just now coming back off a full cooldown. And as far as mid-game power here, especially if Lemon Nation can hit level 6, this team fight could be an absolute destruction of Dignitas if Cloud9 gets things to fall right, just because of equalizer and its power at the Dragon Pit. But if they catch him...
Oh, Lemon Nation, that is what we were looking for earlier. Saw the Rune Prison after the hook. A nice Lantern out of that one. And it looks like High is going to get a full Glitter Lance. Very nice chompers to stop that from happening.
Very interesting Dragon engagement here. Dignitas on the brink of getting pushed out of this game, I really feel. Being down 3,000 gold and having already lost their turrets. They're really fighting hard to keep that dragon contested. They can get it. They could even get some of the bonus experience for being lower level than their opponents when they take dragon. That is very key for them. They want to come back. Rise is really not farming that much amongst all this because he's always around the outskirts of a fight. 44 farm at 13 minutes is not what Rise wants to hop into a game with.
Zon Nien was very far behind in his first play of Rise in the LCS, but it took a 50-minute game to get back in it, and Cruiser has not had the same lane to farm it. He's been with the team. With that teleport down, he's got a huddle with him.
Gonna try steal. It's about the best Meteos can do.
He's got the vision. That Q needs to be hit. The Resonating Strike on cooldown now, and Dig does grab that first dragon. The Perseverance pays off.
Yeah, really well done there by them to finish that one off because they didn't lose anything for getting that dragon with the keyest thing right
That was a long kind of back and forth.
Absolutely. None of their turrets got extra pushed right there. That was Balls again having to peel off for that top lane farm. Cruiser, of course, sacrificing it. And that's going to be a pretty big story now as this continues, is how much trouble will Cruiser have against Balls here, knowing that he has been rotated on so much by Cloud9, I want to say. Not so much individually shut down by Balls, but just he has been valuing staying with the team much more than Rumble has, and as such is down almost 40 CS now.
Big discrepancy in that lane. We just saw Golden Glue throw his shield down instead of last hitting a minion. It's kind of fear being put in his mind by High. There really wasn't a chance to do too much damage either. So you can see Golden Glue is taking every movement of High's into consideration for a gank that Meteos will be there with him. Level 9 to level 9 in that mid lane. It's going to be quite big when Golden Glue hits 11 if he can do it first. Lux ultimate is nothing to be toyed with, especially if you get a good binding on someone. It's like having a LeBlanc far away.
The Lulu shields will be able to stop an instant kill, especially when you add in the fact they have a black shield as well. I think Golden Glue's ultimate is more going to be about forcing those spells to be used and then comboing the rest of the initiation through. Because the actual shield potential of Cloud9 is very high. Lee Sin, Lulu, and Morgana.
Yeah, Balls has his own kind of set to help him out. Meteos coming in. Cloud9 always has a sweet way to synergize a few things on a team to keep things going. Right now it's effective health of those shields. 15 minutes, 7 to 5 is the kills. Dig doing a really good job of keeping themselves on par in that case. Cruiser is getting that farm in the top lane. This is going to help out a lot, especially with the teleport being up. It's a little bit of pressure, but if they know he's so weak, then that pressure's gone.
Cruiser needs more time. That's the big thing. Golden Glue using those 3 kills, obviously, to get a little bit of magic pin. So if he were to catch someone like Sneaky by his lonesome, he would be able to force a kill. But he can't be with the core Cloud9 group when that happens. That was a loud black shield. Pink ward goes down.
Just keeping himself safe. It's scary. A lot of, like we've been saying, the wars starting off the wards. Golden Glue back to mid lane. Not much roaming has come from him this game. Hits it. You don't want that.
Take it, man. Safe. Yeah, that's more invade pressure by Cloud9. They're trying to find a way to close Dignitas here a little bit. Dignitas is sticking around. And Cruiser will power up. With the Rod of Ages, he was down about 40 CS a little while ago. He's got some free time in that top lane. He's all the way up to 74 CS. Rather important. Because Cloud9 is grouping up so much and have pretty strong ward control, Crumbs hasn't been able to find any effective ganks. Cloud9 continues the invade pressure.
It'll be 26 minutes before Cruiser gets that fully charged. There's the equalizer. Everybody's going to be off in a quick second. The one Kiwi Kid puts himself back in the fire. They want it for the rocket. They want it for a bit more damage, but nobody can follow.
So close right there. Dignitas tried to turn that around, and they were really banking on at least one reset. But overall, it is a bad call. A lot of shields on Cloud9. Now they're going to lose more.
Oh, so close to going down. Left with about 210 HP. And it looks like this turret will go down as well. Sneaky getting in and out for the shots on it. They drop the middle turret coming in. 4-1 now.
Yeah.
All the outer turrets for Dig are gone.
Huge amounts of control lost now by Dignitas. Meteos' Lee Sin's going to try and constrict them and confine them to their base now. Obviously, the jungle invades are what granted them that turret. But Dignitas got to feel pretty bad about that one. They kind of gave it back there. They could have prevented that turret from falling if they didn't attempt to re-engage.
You can see just how much pressure High is putting on saving that mid lane too. Quick home guards for himself so they can get back, control the map, be where they need to be. The little things Cloud9's putting into place to be effective. Working out so far. It's a 4,000 gold lead. Well, 3.6 at the moment. And they're going to keep pressuring these lanes. Looks like Balls is free to do what he wants in the top lane. Where is Cruiser? He's trying to soak up CS everywhere right now.
Cruiser's tier is currently at 403 of 750, so he's getting there. Ever so slowly. There's a lot of wards there, guys. Ooh! Shield himself. That's actually a very effective shield to have against the Tormented Soil. Double shield, protecting against damage over time. Balls, again, actually has a pretty good lane advantage here. Cruiser's going to do his best to clear that wave as Balls runs down for the Dragon. It's a tough battle for Balls to play because he has to compete with the teleport of Cruiser while still being a parent for Dragon fights. But he's shoving it at the right times. Balls is showing again why he's the best top laner in North America.
They can see him coming down through mid, but this fight may just happen anyways. Taken away, Meteos grabs the blue buff, and that's actually huge for Lux to have that extra cooldown.
Yeah. Athene's is all he's got. He's actually sitting on close to 1,000 gold, but the fight is being forced once again by Cloud9. If they can get a catch before the Dragon, it would mean disaster for Dig.
A flash initiation, the box goes down. Kiwi Kid's gonna be the first one in the fight, and look at the final spark without even the path.
There's Cruiser AoE!
Shredding through the team. Cruiser goes down immediately. They focus him on the teleport. Cutie Pie's trying to focus. The flash in. Oh my god, they turned around and melt, but the triple kill as well from Cutie Pie coming in. One last Lucent Singularity. There's the life binding, the auto attack. That's all you need. The passive explosion, and he gets the kill on the high.
That was damn close to a pentakill from behind Cutie Pie as well. Take a look at all the AoE Dignitas is able to land here because Golden Glue cuts across from behind the final spark onto everyone of Cloud9. And then Cutie Pie's got his rockets on Jinx as well. Since Cruiser teleported in from behind, it was a dangerous play, but he got a lot of AoE down. And then it's just Cutie Pie needing one reset. He pretty much gets two people with two shots. And then is so low that he has to fall back. Golden Glue able to pick up one more afterwards. Very disjointed team fight by Dignitas, but perfect timing for it. They were able to pick up the Dragon during that replay as well, so only 2,000 gold down. This could be the time they needed to really get Cruiser going. And Golden Glue recovering greatly from that first blood in lane, now being 4-1-4.
I'm still kind of amazed by the damage that his final spark did without anything but the Athenes. Now putting the rod on top of that, and the passive wasn't even on any of the champions. He did almost effectively 2,000 damage across the entire team. This is going to be big if Dig can position right, but that's the thing. It's a lot easier to say than do when you're playing against Cloud9. 11-9, Cloud9 pushing themselves a little too hard, and the gold lead's only 2,000 for them now, getting closed quite quick. Dignitas has to find these turrets that are on the map, though. They still only have one.
It's going to be an interesting dynamic as this game moves on, too, because Dignitas, with the double AP composition, you would normally just say, all right, everyone get a Banshee's Veil, and it will save you, which will be somewhat true to stop them from the upfront burst. But because Cutie Pie got so many kills in that last fight, and there's no true tanks on Cloud9, there's even more danger. That's dangerous.
Oh, like you said, Jad, the wild growth in the shields equal not dead.
Hex Drinker ate a lot of that burst from Golden Glue as well. Not a good fight there for Dignitas, but it's because the map control still exists for Cloud9, and they can still reap the benefits of having so many wards down. Dignitas was trying to push out of their base, but they do not have the safety of their turrets. It's one of the big reasons Kiwi Kid went down there.
We'll see if Golden Glue can get back with the team right quick, because it's going to be a push in every lane here coming from Cloud9, and they need to figure out where they can get themselves into position to stop that. Cloud9 knows they have the upper hand here. It's not with too much gold, but it's always when Balls comes in, they will go for the huge fight. You saw it wasn't until really Balls got to the mid lane in a spot where he could throw down Equalizer towards them at blue buff when High flashed in for that last engagement. He just went for broke. They know when they can go that extra mile for these fights.
Yeah, High's went for broke a few times this game. It actually hasn't been too good for them when he does it. They've lost both their fights where he goes all in.
See where Dig can set up the next bit of defense. Not playing too well from on their heels in the usual set of things for Dignitas.
Usually not. They're not the best team at coming back. They've used Baron as an ally more often than not recently, but still missing map control. High does get hit by the zap, though.
It's going to be a dead High coming in. Meteos won't be able to help too much in the side. Dignitas finding an odd pick towards the bottom side of the map here.
Unstoppable Cutie Pie. This is why everyone says he should be playing Jinx more and more. 5-2 on the season, trying to make it 6-2 against Cloud9. If Dignitas wins this one too, they would bring the season set between themselves and Cloud9 to 2-2. Something about this Dignitas team is good against Cloud9. Even in the games they lost to them, they've been extremely close. You remember the last time Dignitas played against these guys, an incredibly back and forth bloodbath. Not until the end of the game was Cloud9 able to find that fight, and then they pushed all the way down the side of the map for that win. Yeah, High's casting, taking him through on this one. Cutie Pie is a big threat, though.
Looks like he's going to be building up more damage on top. He's got to be sitting on quite a bit of gold right now for himself. 1,700 for Cutie Pie in his pocket, so he is looking to farm up these lanes, which means Dig may not want to engage too much right now until they get those purchases.
I wonder what Cutie Pie is going to go next. Typical logic would say you go Last Whisper because he's sitting on the longsword, but there is almost no armor stacking going on Cloud9 whatsoever. There's not even a Zanya's Hourglass like you might normally see on Rumble. He went straight for a death cap. This would actually be a situation where QtPie would want to go with an Infinity Edge next, because everybody on Cloud9 is actually squishy. Would want to get that crit chance for the multiplier.
Squishy, but a lot of wards on their hand. Oh, ward's not going to matter when you get dove on. Whoa, the shock and awe strategy coming in from Dignitas, but they may get shocked on this one themselves. Coming in with the full heat. Balls get some good damage on the Wild. Growth goes in, and there's just too much focus. The triple kill going in for Sneaky, trying to follow the Sonic Wave, misses for the Resonating Strike. Follow-up, and Cloud9 takes control of the map.
Yeah, Dignitas tried to stand and fight the Flame Spitting Balls there, who had a death cap, and because the Lulu shield was so damn strong at this point, they wrecked house with that fight in Dignitas. That fight was a lot closer in actuality than the result, but because Cloud9 was just able to sneak through with the shields, they're pushing strong. They're probably getting an inhibitor off this.
Dignitas going a little hard. As you can see, they have zero vision on either side of where they just dove. That was pretty blind, hoping for one, and it cost him a little bit more.
Kiwi Kid got a little bit too caught up in the Dark Binding within the turret, so he was a non-factor, and that ended up splitting Dignitas up in that last fight. And I'm a QtPie. Felt pretty good about that because he wanted to get the resets. He just wasn't able to fight through the shields of Cloud9.
See where he can continue to go with this. 216 to 217. Look at the AD carry. Sneaky 5-0-6.
Sneaky has been on fire.
5-1-5. What a game for them.
Just to point it out, Sneaky last week had a fantastic week as well. He is really one of the most... He is sneaky about how he affects the game. Just because everyone focuses on Meteos balls and high on Cloud9, and they forget that there's this incredibly good AD carry behind them. This is a dude who is rank 1 on the Challenger ladder and has held it for a couple weeks now. That is not an easy task to do, and he's not one of those players who gets nervous either.
Nope.
You see some of these other guys coming in. I actually, not to rag on him too much, but Wiz Fusion or even Quash are these guys who are tremendous in solo queue.
Yeah.
But then seem to have some confidence issues when they get into the big LCS games. That's not the case for Sneaky. He is just a consistent performer, and we're seeing it again this game. 5-0-6.
And he becomes consistent in what the team needs him to do. Little flack last year for being that utility AD carry to provide for the team, but he can also provide for himself when the time comes. You need to make the calls, and they get made. 5,000 gold coming in for Cloud9 right now. A lot of that gold is on Sneaky. A lot of that gold is on High. He was able to grab first blood. The mentality of Cloud9 also really helping to bolster the play style of the players themselves.
And I think another description of how strong Cloud9's map control is too, they have all 5 pink wards out on the map right now. So everyone who has placed a pink ward has yet to have it killed, which just means that everywhere they've wanted vision, they have gotten vision, and it makes forcing fights that much easier for them and more hazardous for Dignitas. Well, there go 2 of them.
They still got another one. Lemon's ready to put one more out. It looks like they are going to get the clear, but
it was nice while it lasted.
Setting up a little bit of their own wards as they get the clear out for Baron Boogie. We're 30 minutes into the game. Hasn't been too much focus on Dragon or Baron coming into this one. Usually we see that affect it for a lot of teams, but Cloud9 has kept it in the lanes.
Big brute force here by Cloud9. Dignitas might try Desperation Initiation, but it could be the end of them if they decided to stop it. It took Dignitas so long, 15 shots to clear those 3 pink wards, that it ends up giving Cloud9 a nice inhibitor by pushing up the mid lane. Just, again, out-rotating Dignitas.
More and more, and they don't have to waste much, but a little bit of energy running down the lane. Clearing out once more their right to the Baron pit. Cloud9 sets up for Sneaky in mid, and we are back to posturing here for someone to make a mistake. This is where the ward war is going to come into effect. Just trying to take one out is going to cost you your life.
Dignitas wants to find a catch at some point. That is a catch.
Passive damage. Meteos feels pretty good about that, only doing half health.
That's also a catch.
Oh no, the equalizer missing out, but they're able to follow up after that binding. Good job by Cloud9. They again take out Golden Glue, who really can do everything in the fight that they need. High says, I got a little bit more for you.
So the light binding didn't get a kill, but the dark binding did.
Yeah.
So evil prevails right here for Cloud9, as they probably can take a Baron off of this. It's just a matter of how willing Crumbs would be to try Desperation Steal. They can kill this real fast. The shields can also keep them safe from the Baron. It goes down real fast.
29 minutes in, Cloud9 putting a stamp on the first. Nasher going over to them is going to put them at least 10,000 gold. We're just around 9 right now, but that's going to be big when it's rounded up. The Death Cap, like we said, onto balls, and it doesn't even look like he's going for that Zanya.
Yeah.
The Abyssal Scepter coming in next.
Yeah, he's just going full offense. That is one of the most painful Rumbles I've seen in quite some time. 423 ability power. It's not actually that Rumble doesn't have good AP ratios, that people don't build on him. AP, canceled Pantheon Ultimate right there. It's because he normally dies when he tries to go in close range. But because they have the power of Black Shield and the Lulu shields, he's able to be more brazen with his positioning in this game. And it's paying off.
Well, he definitely knows how to position in the fight, so it makes it a lot easier for the team to not have to worry about him. Balls is kind of on Rumble as like a one-man mission during the fights. Nobody really worries about him unless he needs that last wild growth like we saw High giving him in the mid-fight. 15's on the map. Looking at 16's, that last level of ultimate to come in soon for these guys, and that is going to be even a bigger factor as they're almost that level ahead of Dig right now.
With the inhibitor down, how long will it take Cloud9 to close Dignitas out here? It's fairly difficult to push onto a Lux. Very good wave clear. There's always the danger of I'mACutiePie getting resets on Jinx. But with how Cloud9 mowed through Dignitas in that last fight, it's going to be tough for Dig to hold.
Once Dig loses that footing, the ground becomes pretty unstable. Rotations are really tough, especially against Cloud9. They push advantages so hard, it makes it look much worse than it is because they know what to do and when to do it. Right now, they're just peppering the outside of the base. 1 minute and 10 left on Dragon. If they even need to go back for it, it's probably going to be an inhibitor before they leave this spot.
Well, the Cloud9 has infiltrated their base.
Yeah.
So they can come around from the side and press them back. Tough fight for Dignitas. They're going to try.
That's a leap. High is in the back line. They might be able to drop Crumbs. That only hits Meteos, and it's not a lot of damage. They're going to be able to take down 1, 2. Looking for CutiePie as a third. One more shot. The shield coming on, actually, from the Prismatic Barrier. Kick to the throat, but he punches back. The burn is on. CutiePie lives in that engagement. And as we go back to the war zone, it's quite messy. Cloud9 stands.
There's Home Guard boots coming from the base, too, trying to get some resets.
Black Shield. Oh, a few more shots coming in. All he needs is that attack. No flash. Nothing to come in for CutiePie. He's going to have Zap back up.
Oh!
Hey-o! Hits it long range. It's just like the last time. Hey, guys, watch this.
Yeah, check this one out.
Check this one out.
Well, Albie, what a hold from Dignitas. And much like that tweet had said a minute prior, oftentimes people don't give credit for how tightly Dignitas plays against Cloud9. 21-14 now. That was a last-ditch effort fight by Dignitas. Cloud9 was ready to end the game on them, and they lived to fight another day. Take another look at this fight, actually. I'd say there was definite over-aggression by Cloud9, and the fact that I'mACutiePie did not fall is incredibly key in this one. Sneaky flashed all the way in, but it was actually a very timely Lux shield that kept I'mACutiePie alive through all of this. And then Balls took a few accidental turret shots here. With the Dragon as well, Dignitas claws a little bit closer.
Well, Cruiser's all stacked up. Rod of Ages is finished. That Saris obviously up there, the shield to use so he can help himself out more to stay alive. The shots, however, from Golden Glue not doing as much damage, I think, as he would like.
Well, obviously he's got a little bit more ability power now.
Yeah.
Definite instant kill potential from him now. 445 ability power on Lux. If he is to land something directly onto Sneaky, and Sneaky does not get any help, they'll knock him down. But that is why Sneaky is trusting in Elimination. He's got the Mikhail's Crucible to get Sneaky out of the crowd control, then he can dash away from the final spark, or just the Black Shield to begin with. So that is why Sneaky feels safe going so offensive against that deadly Lux.
Eat up that Cruiser as well. He's going to try to be a big man for the team. Elimination getting the Zanya's finished. May see a flash initiation from him. He's never afraid to do that on Thresh even. Getting the flash blazing. 7,000 gold just about separates these teams. And Dig has been able to slow Cloud9 down a bit. They got their inhibitor back. The bottom turret wasn't rightly taken, and they did fight for it. Cloud9 is given that respect. Now it's going to be the mid
This might happen again.
And the inhibitor's open, and they could out-rotate him.
Yep, they're going to be running straight towards that. They're grouped up as 5. How quickly could Dignitas defend this? They're out of sorts right now. Single person gets hit by a Glitterlance. It could mean their life, but now Dignitas... They're so split up. There comes Pantheon.
Once again, the drop comes in. Kiwi Kid's going to be there. The Zanyas, he didn't Soul Shackle when he went in on it. Lemonation's going to be locked up on that one and taken down. Cutie Pie gets a kill there. Cruiser's the focus here. Can Golden Goo get in the backside for more damage? Cutie Pie needs to get in the fight as well, but he's too far off, pushed on the fight, running around the base, and they will be able to take down the inhibitor as they come back from an early mistake in that.
They are just so split right there. Even though Lemonation didn't go off his ultimate, he took their time for a little while.
Yep.
You know, he kept the fight split. Job well done, Plus. He did use his ultimate. I was going to say he still has his ult, but he does not. Cloud9 still comes out on top from that one, showing how they do not have to play perfectly in order to win this one based on their lead. That would have been more disastrous if the rest of their team was not so strong. Still probably feels pretty silly about that, though.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think he flashed for it. The flash is down.
Let's take another look at this one. Obviously, popped that Zonies before his Morgana ultimate. But then, I feel like Dignitas actually overcommitted a little bit onto that one. Using the Lux ultimate that just hit the support, left the rest of Dignitas very vulnerable. And then if you look at the minimap, Cutie Pie came all the way around because there was no safe path for him, which is why it still ended up being a very favorable fight for Cloud9.
So many split-second decisions to make.
Yeah.
If you don't make the right one, you're left with just about nothing. Cloud9 start up Baron Boogie once again. They clear the wards out. 7 seconds on this. Dig's going to have to make a move.
Yeah, and this is the team you do not want to force a Baron against. Lux was the Baron stealer before Gragas was the Baron stealer. However, finding fights around the Baron pit is an absolute possibility.
Oh, man. Just the coattails get caught off there. Flashing the final spark. Prismatic barrier goes in, but it's not enough shield. Cloud9 doesn't even have to bring him all the way towards the barrier. Through the choppers. A little more damage, but that's all the shields. The effective HP they can give someone we were talking about, but he still goes down. One more focus shot coming in. Sneaky.
The speed.
Get that speed up. Very nicely played. The utility coming in from the team.
Oh, is he going to get 4?
This is going to be big. He's got path if he can hit it. Ooh. He didn't get the Ardent Blaze speed on that one. He got locked up, unfortunately. What? Sneaky?
He's going hard.
That's not very sneaky at all.
That was,
Wait a minute! Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me! Golden Glue goes down in the end! They're just playing ping pong around him.
Showing how strong they really are as a team right there. Again, the fight itself was incredibly one-sided. Cloud9 very superior in these team fights just by the scaling. You'd think Rise would be stronger here. This last little chase was the chase for the Quadra. He would have to sidestep that one, but he was in such a small corridor he couldn't get there.
Takes tons of shots. Barrier, Blade of the Rune King.
Turn. You can see the size of the shield that Lulu had on him from before. Then he actually eats through his own barrier. Gets yet another shield.
Hiya!
Still had that kick.
Still had it indeed. We'll see what Cloud9 can do with the rest of this one. Waiting for them to not get in the base. We've already seen Cloud9 kind of setting up shop in the base when they're taking inhibitor turrets, which means Dignitas has almost lost all ground. These fights are just going to be if they can take control in mid-battle, and that's going to be the initiation. 10,000 gold ahead from Cloud9.
Yeah, Cloud9 is absolutely in control. The last time they got a little bit too aggressive here. But it definitely appears now with full items on Sneaky, nearly full items on High, and obviously a very powerful build on Balls. They could do another one here.
Yeah, Cruiser's gotten himself to that spot with Rise now as well. Charged up, hasn't been able to add too much more. It's going to make him too dangerous, but it's going to be helping out with the team, and it's, you know, talking about Balls again, to see him go up against what's been a high priority pick now in the league, and he's still playing Rumble against it, still able to come out on top.
Yeah, if he wins this one, he will maintain his undefeated record on Rumble.
Go figure.
Talked a lot about Sneaky and his performance lately as well. Even if we just culminated with the whole LCS, in this game, because of his 9 kills, he's actually passed Wild Turtle for most kills as an AD carry. And needs 4 kills in this next fight to become the top killer in the LCS. So he didn't get the Quadra last time. He gets it this time, he gets most kills.
It'll mean a whole lot more. We'll see if he's pointing towards the fence for this fight. A few more shots onto the inhibitor. You can see he takes it, and he should, solely upon himself to be the one to do the damage at long range. The team knows exactly to guard him in the V formation when they get out close.
They have about 2 minutes left on their Baron buff, so they don't need to be too impatient here.
Right.
Definitely, I think the reason this game is stretched to about 40 minutes is Cloud9's been a bit too impatient.
Yeah.
Where they want to go.
You see Dig putting all their eggs in one basket with this last one. Cruiser picking up the blue pot, trying to get a little extra damage out. You see everything else. A lot of Banshees being finished up by Dignitas as well. They want to avoid that initial front end burst, but here we go again. Cloud9 setting up shop in the base. Dig is just getting pinched in.
Yeah, High is so fast right now too. If they get any type of beginning, he gives 84% move speed with his Whimsy. At this point, Human goes for it.
He flashes over the box without breaking it, and Lemon gets a 4-man soul shackle with a Zanyazan. Very well played as Balls comes in for the janitor duty, cleans up everything with the mop and bucket, and it's going to be High and Sneaky coming in as well to help on that one. Very great initiation.
An equalizer by Balls right there. It just cornered Dignitas. We knew they had to leave, but that was a brilliant fight to close the game by Cloud9. 32 kills. They definitely padded their stats a bit with that one.
Yeah, doubling the kills, 32-16 as we end out that one. 41:08 on the clock, and Cloud9 picks up another victory. There it is, handball.
Had to zoom in for the fist bump. They've won so many times, the cameramen know exactly what they're going to do after the game.
Where is it? Where is it? Yeah. There it is. And we're going to hit the GGs as well. Obviously, both teams playing very well there. The smiles all around, and unfortunately, Dig is not able to pick up the tie in the head-to-head versus Cloud9.
Yeah, they definitely gave a little bit of attitude there to Elimination for the failed Flash ultimate on Morgana. It's going to take a while to live that one down. Doesn't cost Cloud9 the game, though. Out of the week, 2-0, and remain tied for first place.
Those moments.
TSM. That first place is very important. Moving into Super Week.
Very strong play indeed. First place, I'm sure it helps a little bit for these guys. Staying on top with Team Solo Mid, there's nothing that can be said there. Obviously, they don't have to listen to anybody on social media kind of chipping off the block and being like, well, you guys aren't. Can you beat TSM now? Got what they wanted. They can go to sleep nicely tonight and dream about first place.
We're going to find out during Super Week. There's Sneaky as well. 3 kills from tying for the top kills in the LCS there. And you wouldn't expect him to be up that high in kills because it's like, oh, he plays supportive AD carries. He doesn't necessarily. His Lucian is on point. You know, he plays it all. He's one of those AD carries who doesn't necessarily have, I'd want to say, a signature, you know? So he's actually very difficult to prepare against.
They actually kind of erased that signature. It used to be, oh, he got Ashe. There's going to be a lot of cool Ashe arrows.
Ashe and Varus. He picks the AoE crowd control AD carries. It's like, nope.
They had to switch it up coming into this season. Something that, you know, players will not rely on but say is this patch doesn't really help me at all. My champions aren't really this or that. AD carries don't see that as much, but they still have to have a lot of things that they can play.
Absolutely. And just speaking of champion pools, just to touch on Dignitas a little bit, we do have to talk about Golden Glue once again. He's now 1-1 since joining Dignitas. I'd say this week went as expected for Dignitas. No one really was expecting him to beat Cloud9. Golden Glue, I don't think he did amazingly, but I think he definitely did quite well, considering the circumstances. You know, having to play against High's Lulu.
Yeah.
He had some really nice plays and some not so nice plays in this game, much like his game yesterday. I think the jitters and the inconsistency will even themselves out as he gets more comfortable.
Right.
I just wonder if he's going to have enough time to let the pressure go down, because Super Week is one of the highest pressure situations, and that goes right into playoffs. It's going to be very difficult and trying for him because the potential is there, but he's shown a lot of inconsistency.
There's a lot of things to focus on for these teams as well coming into Super Week. So many games. Which ones do they put the majority of their focus on? You know, what strats can they show early, or do they have to save them late for those teams? Everything comes out in Super Week, and the players are tested on mentality, physical strength. It gets pretty
physical
crazy.
Strength, endurance. I mean, they're pretty long days. A lot of these guys aren't used to playing 2 games. It's not like they get to play them back-to-back either. They play one early. They get a game or 2 off to prepare and reset themselves, but they're here for a very long time and high-pressure games.
Well, we get that all next week, and don't forget to share your favorite jaw-dropping, death-defying, or just plain awesome moments from today's game. Send them to @LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays, or we just won't read them. No, we probably will, but we won't use them. But for now, we're going to get some post-match reactions and see the perspective of the winners. Let's throw it over to Freak and Kobe.
Thank you very much, Riv. Hey, guys, welcome Cloud9's High to the desk. You're very enthusiastic, welcoming everyone.
Hello.
You excited to be here? It was a great game. Really long one, a lot of kills. What went down?
So the game from our point of view was actually very sloppy. If you watch a lot of the fights, I actually just jump into all of them, which is what I normally do. But I didn't really get the backup for a few of the fights, so I kind of just died and the fight went bad. And the other fights, we just ran in a line, and against Lux, Jinx, they just kind of double ulted us. And we're like, oh, that did a lot of damage. So we just played the fights bad because we're not used to playing versus Lux. And just the fact that I was kind of initiating the fights as the AP carry, which I normally do, but you're not supposed to, but I did it anyway. So the fights we just played really bad is all.
So you say you guys are not accustomed to playing against a Lux. You first blooded Golden Glue pretty early on in there, solo killed him. What happened over there? How was that?
Well, if you looked at his runes, he ran no MR blues, which is fine, but you have to play the lane differently if you're going to do that. He was being too greedy in the fact that he was trying to push out the wave, so I wouldn't hit 2 first. But he took too much damage. He would run up to the last hit, and the same moment he did that, I throw a Q at him, get free damage. And then I don't think he's used to people flash igniting him at level 2. It's something that a lot of the LCS players, mid laners do. I've done that to Beerys a lot. I've done that to Link a lot, Shifter, etc., etc. And they're used to that. They don't get cut off by that or get caught off guard by that anymore. But I don't think he's necessarily used to someone just flash igniting him, ulting him at level 2. And he just kind of died for it. He disrespected my damage and just disrespected the lane, and he paid for it.
How do you think he played overall? What are your impressions of Golden Glue later in the game?
Past the lane phase, I think he did great. He had very good bindings, QER combos that kept killing Meteos a couple times and just sniping us out. And outside of lane phase, he played great. He just got punished one time for being greedy, and he'll learn from it. So I expect for him next time to be much better. If he takes care of his lane phase, he'll be a pretty good mid.
Cool. So, I actually want to get your thoughts on a replay. Our first one of the game is about 24 minutes in. You guys go into a 4v5. Actually, coming ahead, if we can get that on your screen, I want you to talk me through this fight.
Oh, so here they try to dive us, I believe. I was farming top, and the moment they start the dive, I'm basically telling my team to go over and help Sneaky. I'm charging in. I'm telling them to focus the front line. And they're diving against a Rumble, which is very bad. You'll see the Rumble ulti just hit them all and just start doing massive damage. They cannot stay in the turret, and they have to run. At this point in time, they killed Morgana. Who cares? We still have all of our carries up. I tell Balls I'm coming in so he can go. I save him, then we just kill the rest of them. And they basically tried too hard to dive, and it didn't work out against that team comp. You can't really dive against a Rumble Lucian. You just die. So.
Yeah. Seemed to happen really against you guys. There's actually one thing that stood out to me that was surprising. It seems like Cruiser never really got going. He's a great player, and of course, Rye's a great champion, but he had a really low impact in the game. Why do you think that was?
Well, the game was a 2v1 situation. He was sitting top lane for the majority of the first early game, so he didn't really have that much farm. And the few times he ported in, he ported into all 5 of us. Like the one at Blue Buff, he just ported in and died. He did some damage before he died, but he just died. The one at Dragon, the same thing happened, I think. So he was just in the wrong spot for his champion. Their team comp was you want to run backwards, make them chase you and kill them. But they were just charging at us, and that's what we wanted. So the fact that they're charging us kind of kept killing them over and over. And then we charged at them too and died a couple times as well. So didn't work out the entire time, but yeah.
And of course, you played really well. Are you surprised they gave you Lulu? I know she's really hotly contested even still.
Well, I'm not necessarily too surprised. A lot of people are fine playing against Lulu. I think Lux is actually a pretty good champion versus Lulu. I don't remember who told me that or who I was talking about it. But under my scenario, or like basically Lux endgame, you just spam ulti on the team, and what does Lulu do to that, you know? So that game got really hard for us just because Lux kept like harassing us. They kept having poke. And it's just a good counter, Lulu, just having poke against her because she can't do anything versus that.
All right, so talking about the end game, let's take another look at a new replay. I'll get this one up on your screen. This is pretty much the last push here. And you guys are coming out pretty big in this one. You're already inside the base, actually.
Right. So this is actually the second time we tried to dive this turret. Last time, I was where Balls was, and Balls was where I was. This time around, I switched it around because he wants to be at the back line. I don't want to be back there. He gets a great Rumble ulti off. I'm protecting Sneaky and myself. So this time, I'm not dead, and I can save Sneaky. And this time around, Balls is actually on their back line, so the dive works for us. And we're also much stronger with Baron buff. So I just switched the position of where me and Balls were, and the fight went much better for us.
Good little adaptation there
Yeah.
during the game, I have to say. Now, looking forward, actually, today we are going to have your sister team, Cloud9 Tepes, in the Challenger League going to face off against LMQ. Do you guys help your Challenger League team out at all? Do you guys talk to them much?
Not really. Even though they're our sister team, they're their own team. They have their own name. They're their own players. We don't necessarily talk strategy with them. We don't even scrim them. We haven't scrimmed them in like a couple months, I think. So while they are our friends and our sister team, we haven't practiced there so much, and they need to grow on their own, you know? They can't just copy what we do. They have their own strengths. They have their own champions. And I believe they can take LMQ. So I have faith in them, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely a very, very strong team. Actually, so going back to you guys, though, you guys are completely in control now of first place. You right now own the tiebreaker against TSM. If you win out, you have the first seed going into the playoffs. Do you feel like you're the strongest team in North America right now? Do you feel like you're going to carry that through into the All-Stars?
I personally, if we were the strongest team, it would not be by much at all. I think it's just extremely close. So CLG and TSM are both really strong teams. They both have their own play styles. TSM is just kind of mechanically strong and play to win their lane. CLG plays to win the game. They're very selfless. They just give up their lane. You see him like Link roaming top level 4, Doublelift just ditching farm bottom. So they're just playing to win the game. TSM's playing to win the lane. And they're just two different play styles, and they're both extremely good at what they do. So,
what's your play style?
I would say in between the both. I personally don't try to win my lane that much. I don't think it's a big deal. I'll play to win the game. And if that means me dying, whatever. If that means me roaming top to try and dive at level 4, whatever. I don't really care. So I would say we just have a mix of both. And we're not necessarily super great at just trying to win lane phase, but we're also not super great at just trying to win the game. We're in between of both.
Okay. So then to keep on the train of All-Stars, like assuming you guys go and you win the spring split and you're all going to All-Stars, who would you vote to go into the All-Star Challenge?
Well, personally, if I'm looking for people that are funny, I think I would do like Cutie Pie or Turtle just because they're both hilarious. If I wanted people that were like super good, I'd probably just use like Bjergsen and then like Turtle. But if you're looking at the All-Star voting right now, it's going like Bjergsen first by far, then Doublelift, and then Meteos. So regardless of whether TSM or us get first, it's either one of those three. There's really no contest on that.
The whole crew's all going. So you're going to have some friends there, no matter what?
They're just destroying the votes right now, so it's not even close. It's just one of them three, and I think those are all good choices anyway, so.
Yeah. Well, of course, hi, thank you very much for your time. Congrats on your win. And of course, we'll see you in Super Week, and we'll see your sister team on later tonight. Got to take a quick break. When we come back, the Evil Geniuses will match wits with Team Coast in our final LCS game of the day. Don't touch that mouse. And stop it!
Stop it.
What? Sneaky?
He's going hard.
That's not very sneaky at all.
That was,
Wait a minute! Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me! Golden Glue goes down in the end! He flashes over the box without breaking it, and Lemon gets a 4-man soul shackle with a Zanya's on. Very well played as Balls comes in for the janitor duty. Cleans up everything with the mop and bucket.
they're kind of struggling when it comes to like how to work together, how to like get objectives, and really when they fall behind, they're just not looking that strong.
I think they've ran like one of their special picks, so like they've either had Shifter on Italy or Zion on Jax, and the game just goes downhill from there because they just get ahead or they're good at that one particular strategy.
Welcome back to the NALCS. Pobelter hoping they can shut down that very particular strategy, because they got a few.
Yeah, this is a very important game for both of these teams.
We'll see if they can get it.
Yeah.
Now it's time for our next game. That is 7th place Evil Geniuses versus 6th place Team Coast. Like you said, it's quite important for Coast to win here. Would be a double victory. After Curse's loss to TSM today, Coast can tie for 5th with this win, but they can also put some distance between them and the bottom 2 teams, EG and XDG.
Yeah, and they had a big win against XDG yesterday, pulling themselves out of a 6-game slump, but it wasn't unexpected. As we can see, this team thrives against teams that are ranked below them and really struggles against teams that are above them. WizFusion, as well, is a player I really want to keep my eye on. He is a spectacular player in solo queue, but he still has trouble keeping up, it seems, in the NALCS. He's got the 2nd lowest KDA amongst AD carries, and I really do think he has the potential to be a great player, but he needs to get over his LCS confidence issues and really just unleash his true potential on his opponents.
Yeah, meanwhile, Evil Geniuses is getting a man back. After 3 weeks out of the mix, Scumbag Crepo is back and ready to steal some kills.
Yeah, the band is back together, but we'll have to see if it's going to be enough. Coming back on such short notice without too much practice, as they're fighting uphill to stop from another trip to the promotion tournament, this game is just absolutely vital for them. All season, EG has been pulling out different champions as well, looking for that random advantage to try and get wins. They did the bottom lane combo of Urgot and Soraka. They did the jungle Volibear. And yesterday they tried the Nautilus, which didn't work, you know? So their unorthodox picks have shown very mixed results, more so than anything else, as they try to reach back and just find something that works.
Let's see what kind of results they can get with today. We're going to jump right into the game as we check out the starting lineups. That's starting with the blue side, Evil Geniuses. The top lane is Inox. Snoopy back in the lineup. Pobelter is there in mid lane. Yellow Pete at AD carry, and Crepo on support is back with the band.
And on the red side, it is Coast. Zion Spartan in the top lane. Nintendo Dex in the jungle. Shifter in mid lane. Was Fusion on AD carry, trying to get concentrated, and Daydreamin' on support.
Wiz definitely has a hard game ahead of him.
Yeah.
He's been one of the lanes with Daydreamin' that was something. Daydreamin' exploded. Let's just step back to, you know,
when Daydreamin' entered the LCS.
Week 7 of the split. Of that split.
Of the spring split of 2013.
Yeah.
For those of you who haven't been watching for super long.
Little backtrack. Quadra-kill on his Elise support. And now kind of formulating, obviously everybody playing the Morgana, playing the Thresh, Leona. It hasn't really allowed WizFusion to pick up any kills. We haven't seen him done kind of things for himself. And we've seen a game where he was 2 kills back. That was versus EG. Crepo hooked him twice at level 1 with the full team. And Wiz was able to come back from that. But then EG still took it.
Yeah, strange combo of bottom lanes the Team Coast has going here, because Daydreamin' seemed to be so non-affected by the pressure of the LCS. He's got to calm his really, really good dual lane partner down. Because you watch WizFusion in bottom lane, I mean, I've seen him with just, I mean, not to take anything away from someone, but just a support he queued with in solo queue, like randomly solo queued into. And it seemed like WizFusion was single-handedly 1v2ing Cloud9's bottom lane. They were duo queued with Sneaky and Lemonation with his Varus, and he was just crushing them. And we don't see that in the LCS. They really seem like they're in that mode where, oh yeah, Shifter and Zion, they're going to do well. Let's just work around them. But they need to do something on their own.
Right. If we don't get those picks for Zion or Shifter, then it's going to be very, very hard. But you kind of look at Evil Geniuses. It's almost a mirror team we're looking at, because Pobelter and Inox also need to carry for the team. The voice comes from those two, or I'm sorry, Snoopy in the jungle. Nintendo Dex has a lot of say of what's going on the side of Coast. We'll have to see what they have. I always say, once the fights go, we listen to Zion, because he sounds like he knows what he's doing. And he usually does.
He sounds confident. Therefore, it is truth.
Follow. Pantheon getting banned out on this. We don't see the Jax. You can see the focus ban on that coming out, as well as Shifter's Quadra-kill Ziggs recently. They don't want any of that.
The bans for Evil Geniuses really reflect what Coast has succeeded with in the past. And they're trying to get rid of that one. Surprising, you know, you don't think of Coast as a team to be, especially with their disappointing year. They have a chance to 4-0 EG here. They've definitely had their number up until this point.
Very slow on the last ban. Cloud9 pick and ban phase last game was ridiculous. Back and forth. Kha'Zix, LeBlanc, what do we got? Actually, I haven't seen too many LeBlanc bans today, if any. I have seen the play, though.
LeBlanc has not been as successful. I think teams are definitely getting used to her map-wide threat. And everybody has been going for that first pick Kha'Zix. It is more value to the overall team than the LeBlanc at this point. Everybody evolving R first and just destroying on Kha'Zix.
Makes it quite fun. Everybody likes to destroy Jap.
Who doesn't?
One time or another. Zion Spartan. 10 dudes like, we should just do something. Pick something.
He's got a very confused look on his face.
Yeah, for a quick second.
It's like disgust.
A lot. Not a lot. Two of those bans, Ziggs and Nilly, pointed at Shifter. They know he is a huge catalyst in what happens if Coast gets going. The main point man. And they are taking all the time they need on this pick. Like we said, with these wins, it really separates. It's not just a win for somebody. It wins for them, knocks EG down, and starts to close the position for their next spot.
The most important game, by far. These guys are going to play, especially even if we move towards the Super Week. If EG were to walk into that one having lost this game at Coast, they would then basically just be competing not to get into the playoffs, but to not finish 8th. They would only be competing with XGG at that point, whereas if they win this, they still have the chance at making the playoffs.
Sounds like a good deal.
Winning is good, generally.
Sounds like a good deal, but as everything is from a caster in League of Legends, it's always easier to say than do. Snoopy and Pobelter with the next lock-ins as they're looking at pretty hard initiation. If Daydreaming can hit a solar flare, somebody's going to be dying to that LeBlanc. What can they save it with? Maybe a shield from Lee Sin, maybe a little relentless pursuit from Illusion to get away.
Very obviously picking that top lane Lee Sin. And Alex had a good game against Shyvana last time. Played Cruiser yesterday with it.
Yeah.
Also, Zion Spartan, if he's going to play the conventional top laner, has shown a lot of success on Shyvana. So NACS get a mirror matchup in that way.
EG locking those in actually quite fast. It seems like they're getting everything they want so far.
That's because Coast has taken their time with this.
The band's back together and they had an idea. Crepo actually tweeting the other day that, you know, whether or not it was true at the time, the team was still deciding, and he was solo queuing as soon as he got home, making sure he was always playing. Bjergsen was doing the same thing when he was out too.
Bjergsen had 20 kills in his return week in 2 games.
Yeah, that happened.
Supports don't get that many kills. I think Crepo has 20 kills on the year.
If you're Edward, maybe.
Yeah.
To lead the charge.
I like the Varus pick. That was Fusion. It's showing his comfort right here. It's actually a really nice combo with Leona as far as just detonating everything. If even though very few Varus actually max Q, if you have 3 points in Leona's W and 3 points in Varus's Q, and Leona just blows up on a creep wave, the Q, the piercing arrow flies through and just gets all the last hits. Most Varus max Q though.
We saw him going with the swiftness boots as well.
That was weird.
Bit a different buy on Varus.
Yeah.
You can go for you're more of a caster. I mean, you got the blight attacks. They're going to burst out some damage. Chain of Corruption, one of the hardest and most missed ultimates.
Yeah, he missed a lot of them yesterday too. Going against Morgana as well, the Black Shield is going to be something that is difficult for Leona to fight through. Renekton is the lane bully choice to hope Inox doesn't get going. And if it stays the way it is, EG is going to be doing a lot of rotations with that teleport Lee Sin compared to the Ignite on Renekton.
Very hippity-hoppity. Inox could be all over the map if he plays it anything like Nien played today. Just the teleport, not the champion. He's going to wreak havoc on the team. Going to see if we can get anything big. Last time Coast did this with Varus, they went for the 2v1 using the piercing arrows to pop out that 2v against the 1, and then Evelyn came into lane and they were helping, or whoever the jungler was. We'll see if they do it again. 2v1's been pretty prominent lately.
As far as Shifter being on a champion that fits his old play style, LeBlanc is absolutely one of those things. Coast dominated the challenger scene in the offseason by picking heavy roamers for Shifter to play, and then he kind of tried too hard to take that play style over the LCS because he never got LeBlanc. When he's on LeBlanc, he can still do it. So pretty nice picks there for Coast.
All right, the game is about to go live, so let's see who you think will take the last win of the day. According to LOLesports.com, it says 53% of you think Coast are going to come out on top. Our most eveningest vote of the day, making up words.
Well, Coast came out on top 3 times prior. Evil Geniuses need this one. They got a big fan following. Everyone is back together. It's an interesting time for EG to be out. It's an unfortunate situation where they had to go back for visas, but the timing was decent because they went out and had just a ridiculously hard schedule with which their substitutes ended up going 0-3 with, and it's, conveniently dodged in that sense.
Indeed.
But the losses still hurt.
The losses hurt a lot as well. Coming in for the mentality of EG, they a lot of people are like, your sister team's doing so well, guys. What happened over here? And that's something they have to play with. Obviously, the players themselves can get by that. It's not a mental block, but it does play against you a little. If you start performing poorly in the game, it kind of ticks on you more, and all those things come into your mind. So hopefully staying very strong in this one. Pole Belter looking to get another win on Zed, who actually hasn't fared too well for him. But they're pushing themselves on things that can carry. And with Inox on Lee Sin, definitely have those cards in place. Gonna have to be a quick game, though. How well do these guys scale into late game if we're looking at EG?
This EG team, well, it's tricky to say. I actually feel like their scaling is fairly comparable to that of Coast. Really depends on who gets the gold where. Despite having a Lee Sin top, who doesn't think to scale well, the rest of the roster can do quite well, but it's really going to be all about these early game rotations, I think.
These ones right here.
Right here. Because EG, with the Dark Binding early, and with the teleport on Lee Sin, holds all the cards. They're the ones that want to make the big move, and Coast are the ones that have to play on the defensive.
EG's always the one to come up with little things to do. Leaving the full team around the side, and it looked like Yellow Pete was all by his lonesome. Obviously, nobody's going to bite on it, but for the instance, they could have. Always trying to get a quick upper hand in any way possible. Daydreaming starting off with the Relic. Going to be getting some good gold in and healing for Wiz whenever he can.
It's very interesting that both supports opted for the support item, Spell Thieves and Relic Shield, but then didn't get a ward. They opted for extra potions. Daydreaming actually has 4 biscuits because he's utility spec, and Krepo has 3 health potions because he is not utility spec. But that lack of ward means big things here early on. EG's going to do a delayed invade. The ping is actually properly guessed by Coast, and they're going to do the old switcheroo.
Cat and mouse has begun. Doesn't look like they're going to be finding each other, though. They hear each other on both sides. Wait a minute.
That is so dangerous. What
Pole Belter's coming back, and he may be privy to this information, but they still sidestep each other, not seeing just yet. It looks like they may meet just out of try, though.
Oh, man.
Yellow
They're just going to walk by each other.
What a risky situation. Daydream and a Wiz should have the full upper hand here. Level 2 gank possibly from Nintendo.
Well, they'd have to land everything, and they waited too long at that point. There's still a potential for jungle collision, though. Nintendo NACS is going to see that his blue buff is gone. There was no ward left behind, just a minion. And his rates are being taken right now. Oh, my.
No way. Okay.
There it is.
Oh, they're going to find each other. They couldn't really get it. Nintendo gets hit. He almost didn't know he was found at first. And Snoopy actually wants to peel out of this so they don't backtrack from Coast and Wiz and Daydream and take him.
Wow. Nintendo, I think, got very surprised. He probably could have killed him right there because his bottom lane was in position to collapse. And it was more that he was just shocked to find someone there that he ended up running away.
Snoopy playing real aggressive. We'll see if Nintendo NACS not really putting himself on tilt here. We'll see how he coordinates with what just happened. There's the piercing arrows from Wiz, but he's still level 1.
Yep, EG got to lane a little bit sooner. Mistimed initiation there. It's also incredibly difficult for Daydreamer to lock down anyone.
Yeah.
As long as EG stays separated, the Black Shield will block the stun.
Right. Can't give him the delivery system. It's not something that'll help out your AD carry. You can see how Yellow Pete will position in that lane as Shifter's taking some shurikens here from Pole Belter, getting the blades in the right spot. And Daydream putting himself in position for these EQs constantly.
Still a fair bit of damage. Comes through. Black Shield doesn't stop that Lucian damage.
Pobelter getting a ward in. It's going to help him a little bit figure out when Nintendo X is going to be coming for him. Nintendo definitely is more present when he has the gap-closing junglers, when he has Elise, when he has Vi. But obviously, you wait a little bit on Evelyn to make that impact.
It's important to note, too, where Pobelter put that ward inside the Wraith Pit, because that's when Evelyn will actually be visible while clearing the Wraiths. Standard ward positions really go out the window when you're playing against Evelyn. It's a whole different experience.
That Trinket still being held by Shifter in mid. He feels comfortable. Keep it safe with the distortion always up. And he won't have to ward just yet. Nintendo X is going to give a little pressure to the bottom lane, so that will be relieved hopefully everywhere else. And they won't see Snoopy for a counter here if they're in range.
Well, if Daydreaming can go in and get the black shield burned, it would give Nintendo a window to come in. But
saying
he's
that's the
not
time.
in the range to. So desynced right there for Coast.
Working out for Crepo. He's getting that black shield on as soon as that shield daybreak comes in. Gets out very easy, 26 to 30 in that lane. So the pressure, only throwing Yellow Pete off a few CS, but with Crepo back, you can see a little more initiative in that lane to stay in safe farming position for these guys.
And both these bottom lanes have been under a lot of... We're just going to keep seeing that.
Gotta give him credit, he's hitting all of them.
He's landing a lot of these things, and they're still getting a decent amount of damage down on Yellow Pete each time it happens.
See if Wiz Fusion can carry this. With a bit of a lead, you're bullying out the lane bully right now.
Well,
keep it going.
The thing we haven't paid much attention to is Shifter's large advantage early on Pobelter. Really keeping Zed down for now. Whether he can start taking that advantage elsewhere, because LeBlanc is one of those champions who can just take over a game.
Oh, yeah, the damage traits definitely are not helping EG right now. Wiz took a good hit there, but right now the 80 carry is sitting scary.
Confident retrade right there. There's an exhaust on Daydreaming versus an ignite on Crepo, so a little bit more kill potential coming out from EG. Just a note when those guys try to all in each other.
See how Zion Spartan plays this.
The laning phase of Coast is really good right here. Normally, I would expect EG to play a much more rotation-heavy game. That's what I expected them to do coming into this one, because Coast is known to have superior lanes, and that is how they try and beat opponents. It really feels like EG's playing Coast game.
Zion Spartan says, I have 6, but he activates Dominus very early, throwing off this gank immediately. Nintendo may go down here. Inox level 5, if he had his ult, this would have been a 2v1 coming in for Inox.
Woo. Not the cleanest dive right there, but Inox had some good delaying moves there with the ward jump and the flash being used to keep Coast under turret aggro.
I'd be very careful if I was Zion here.
Well, he's got full rage, so we can still pop that Q here.
That's right.
When he wants to.
Getting those potions down. They are chugging both potions right now. No more jungler to the top lane. It was just them having what they could. Nintendo X now goes back towards the bottom, and hopefully he'll find that Kazakh Snoopy is in his jungle once again.
Yeah, but even just looking at how these lanes match up, Renekton beating on Lee Sin, how Shifter's LeBlanc was beating up on Pobelter Zed early on, and even this duo lane with Wiz Fusion as most comfortable champion. Lane swapping was the answer for EG from the very start of this one. I really feel like they're fighting from behind when they didn't necessarily need to. Their team play is their greatest strength as a team. Very perplexed as to why they decided to lane up against Coast, but maybe it'll pay off.
See what Crepo can still produce. A lot of the calls come from Snoopy and Crepo, the voice on the team. And only a 300 gold lead for Coast right now means that the next dragon fight, or I should say the first dragon fight, is going to be quite even coming from both sides. You got one mid laner that can zero someone out, with the junglers looking to do the same thing from the outside positions. Ooh, Snoopy playing with fire, playing with fire. Fire's not good.
Back away.
Yep. Rah, 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 rah.
Scary double golem right there. He was just making sure to get level 6. Wants to buy as much as he possibly can when he gets back. Gets the one long sword. He wanted that extra mini. Gets the second one with a little bit of wait time.
Sometimes you just ask nicely. See where Nintendo X is. He's going back for his red, so no presence from him coming out into the jungle. A good push by Zion Spartan in the top lane. Hopefully relieving pressure from Snoopy, but he's leaving Inox up there alone. He's been in the bottom half of the jungle, and they're still warding on that blue buff, giving it high priority for Shifter, or damage on Pobelter. He's already got the blue and wreaking havoc.
The all-in is dicey with LeBlanc. The way that matchup will play out is Zed will try and pop his ultimate as Shifter uses all of his burst.
So you don't get silenced?
Very skill-intensive matchup when they decide to all in each other. But if Shifter lands that much poke, not even competition, Popel thrashed it back.
Goes with the Brutalizer first, a little bit of cooldown, a little bit of armor pen. As he comes back to lane, he's also going to have that sword on top of it.
This bottom lane, now that there's a couple level 6s, is going to be all about baiting out the Black Shield and then getting double engagements. We mentioned how the Zenith Blade was landing fairly easily for Daydream, and he's going to have to land that and then come back later. But a gank opportunity, top lane, Snoopy double buffs.
Well, one up to the top, one up to the bottom, so it's going to be a gank on both sides of the map. Zion Spartan with a nice slice and dice out, but the cripple goes down, pretty much negating the movement he just closed. And 8, it's going to be bad for him. 2 level 8s. They're going at it, but the level 7, now Snoopy, able to pull up the fight. NACS actually stopped the gank in the bottom lane because of the wards.
Surprised that Zion decided to use his flash. As soon as he got kicked back, he was pretty much dead. He tried his best to get as big a heal off his Q and the mini wave as he could, but good gank there by Snoopy. It took a while. The laning phase has really calmed down. Nintendo has not made a presence on Eve despite the laning phase, and it's Snoopy who ends up getting the first kill for his laner.
He's got a pink ward he's going to be walking into here as well. The team pings him out on it, but maybe they'll try to clear it out. With EG out of lane, this is very dangerous for him. He's kind of just guessing right
Gives
now.
him some time.
Okay, the team comes over.
Yeah, he had the bottom lane support.
Buddy system. Dragon's up. We're going to have to be seeing who wants to get their way over to that first. NACS is hovering towards the top side, thinking he may counter, as Shifter is pressing middle, but he's not going to find any aggression other than Pole Belter.
Very subdued game so far.
Yeah, we had some high kills coming in. And if not high kills, the first fight brought us at least 4 or 5 from each side.
Last game?
And yeah. Tendude, once again, not really getting anything out of these. Just the knowledge of where Snoopy is.
Yeah, he is struggling to find opportunity right now. Doesn't necessarily want to gank Lee Sin, but Inox with that Tiamat before Zion Spartan does. It's a warp fight. He wants to get it down.
Oh,
is the question.
The wet noodles. They do so much damage. It's all right.
Very tanky crocodile.
Inox kind of just put himself in there. He's like, all right, every punch for every hit on the ward. We'll go 1 for 1. Neither of them could punch harder. 14.4. Gold is completely even across the map as they try to separate a little bit of it here. A little too aggressive. It seems like things are kind of going off hinge. A little too fast for these ganks.
Well, they know Snoopy's ultimate is down. But Snoopy knows Nintendude is here. Deathmark's still up. Nintendude might get turned on.
Agony's Embrace goes in. Whoa! That was a hunk of damage Nintendude wishes he had right now. Shifter can't even really trade back as they kite into that pocket. No re-engage there. 12 minutes in, bottom lane. A wave advantage of just 3 casters. Pushing off Yellow Pete Crepple right now.
That mid-fight goes to show the value of isolation right there. But finally the land. Now the question is, do they go back again? Once the Black Shield is off, you could still ultimate and try to chain something together. There's no flash on Creppo, mind you.
I like this. Wiz and both Yellow Pete have that champion that can fire out a quick Q, get a little long-range damage, and then they have the other one. Well, it just hits you in an AoE. Trading back and forth. It's pretty cool to watch between that lane. The ward comes in from Shifter, but they only get the timer on that dragon. Better than nothing to have, but they are now down 1,000 gold. Daydreaming, looking like he could get a lockdown here, but nobody's following on his heels. He's just doing it for the pressure.
Coast out of sorts right now. I do have to say, EG really seems to be beating Coast at their own game. Coast, when they're struggling, defaults back to just trying to win lanes and rely on their individual skill, and that is generally what EG is doing right now, with the off gank from Snoopy, which has been much more effective than Nintendo X's. So EG actually neglecting their team play a little bit and coming out ahead strictly through laning.
We're seeing a heck of a lot more team rotating going on today. Right now, EG, like you said, in the laning phase is able to find wins. See if Shifter gets the roam on. We haven't seen him actually going to too many lanes. We talked about how promotion tournament and before they were really playing the roaming teams, something that could take control of the entire map. And here they're kind of constricted.
Yeah, I'm wondering when Shifter's going to get involved. Still no boots. Much different than Voyboy's boots of mobility rush. Fast boots. Not a huge fan of the fast boots on the block. I like Shifter's style a little bit more. He's all about getting to the point of ability power where he can one-shot.
Yeah.
But if they spend too long in this laning phase, EG's going to take him down. Inox's Lee Sin gets the turret. Golf claps all around.
Golf claps indeed. First turret, 14 minutes. We still only have 1 kill on the board. It seems like every game today has just kind of been slowing down a little bit more in pace. Teams are having a harder time figuring out how to get under each other's skin. Snoopy back to the jungle. Both junglers are at 9, top laners at 10. Nobody's grabbed any advantage in this game. It's pretty much even across the board.
Yeah, EG ever so slightly getting ahead in items. With the Ravenous Hydra being completed on Inox. Very aggressive early. Wonder if he's going to try and make plays or just continue to be that split pushing force.
A lot more teams putting down just those hovering pink wards, we'll call them, on their side, but just enough to see the outside of where the team would be entering into the jungle. They're keeping a spot where they will have all the control they need. 2,000 gold behind now. It's about 1,000 still. We'll see if Coast can rock this one down on the bottom turret.
134 to 120. So is Fusion definitely playing with a bit more confidence down bottom, but we really get to see come team fights how well he can position on Varus, who is quite a vulnerability against Zed Kha'Zix. Ganks all around.
That was a very nice chain, getting it as he went back. So Pole Belter couldn't trade damage, but was still slowed for the further damage coming in from Shifter. Some mechanics in that lane are crazy.
Yeah, in that top lane, double ultimates were burned by Inox, just for the expense of his flash. So he's really doing a number on.
He's enjoying the 2v1 situation.
Staying in though was a big miscalculation.
Doesn't have the kick. If he had the kick, that would have been great positioning, but Coast also wouldn't have put himself in that spot. A little bit of an error there, chalked up for Inox.
Huge error at that point for Inox. He had just dodged the gank. He could have expected Coast to still be there, and that cost him a turret and a kill.
Bottom lane, pink warded out. Snoopy taking a good bit from Wiz Fusion, so the gank won't go anywhere, but he may be able to return now and get some work done on that bottom lane. Shifter still getting his blue buff with the amount of, not wards they put on the blue buff, but Krepo was over there warding. EG hasn't been back to stop Shifter from getting it.
No, Shifter's farm is quite reliable, and he's at the point now where he can clear out waves as well. Coast also back into the game, thanks to that fortunate turn of events in the top lane.
Yep.
Really, they had no business getting that kill on the turret. But now EG needs to play with that. Inox needs to not let it affect his mentality on Lee Sin. But it's tough when you make a mistake like that to put it at the back of your mind.
Very, very deep ward.
They're playing super aggressive.
They put in the Wolf camp. Like you said, got to be in the camp to see Eve, and they do find out where he is. The pink ward now figuring out where Nintendo X is trying to path. So the worry from EG can really be put on trying to counter gank this. Zion Spartan comes to mid. They're going to call Inox down, make it a little fight.
Trying to get as much pressure on that mid turret as possible. But not much doing there. Zed clears the wave too well from range.
What could Coast be looking to do? Is it all the wait for the dragon in 1 minute? Everybody's kind of milling about. It's not even ward wars right now. They're warding their own sides.
Yeah, Coast is really just looking to prolong this laning phase. I think they want Shifter to get to a point where he can start one-shotting people. And they're going to look to make plays off of that. But maybe they'll combo up.
Wow.
Wiz Fusion has maxed Q, by the way. Stand in front.
Yeah.
I didn't expect him to max Q, but with the way they're playing this lane, it makes a lot of sense. He's landing some really good harassment. That max piercing arrow.
We'll see if he goes for the Legolas build, the Last Whisper next. Right now he's only got that Bloodthirster. They're going to get this turret. It'll be quite nice for Coast. It's a bit of a surge in power here. They also kind of take pressure off if they're to go for the dragon. EG can only run towards mid now.
Zion, though,
Rutro.
probably going to have to... Ooh, does he have burnt flash?
Should be okay. No, the kick.
Yep.
Nice ward placement. He could be able to slice and dice if it's up. Flash is out. Flashes, and I believe he's going to go down with that flash going down as well. It's going to take a little bit more, but EG is able to come up with a kill in the top lane. Kind of retribution there for Inox.
But the timing is a little bit fortunate here, actually, for Coast. They might lose some interior turrets, but they got to be able to take something back. The dragon is up in a second, and the mid turret is low. What is Coast going to do in this situation?
Well, it's trying to take a little bit more along with that. Blue, or red rather, is going to go down when they lose top. Now in position for Dragon, and Nintendo X is there. Smite up, of course, and they should be able to secure this without problem. It would help. They're down 2K right now. The surge would put them
Four
right back
people
in.
here. makes it a little bit too unsafe to hold. But what are the rotations going to be like? EG now has 4 people that ran straight towards that mid-turret. Coast wants to make it in. Will they get cut off? They got to go a long way around. Release him a bit.
NACS has teleport. He can be on this fight at any point in time. If a ward is placed, a very good initiation, but the spread out helps prevent a lot of damage from the Agony Embrace.
This Black Shield could end up being a real pain for Coast. When Morgana had just gotten the Spell Thief's edge change, Crepo was first picking the Morgana that entire week. They've survived the laning phase. I actually want to compare the gold on the support items since it's mainly been a laning phase. Crepo's gotten 500 when you add it together versus 514 from the Targon's Brace. So very equal gold distribution as far as those bottom lanes are concerned.
This should be the turret. Actually, the team backs off. Too much front end from the team. Zion and both daydreaming being there. It was a little too scary. NACS now to the bottom lane.
Kill him if he gets a nice Q off.
It's only the Lizard. He does have the Ninja Tabis, but it's not going to negate that much damage. More than he thought, though. Didn't want to take the Q. Also sees Renekton coming out on the left side, so very good choice. NACS not playing too crazy as he gets himself into almost a kill situation.
NACS, because he was in that tough lane matchup with Renekton, actually maxed his W, his Iron Will second, his E first, and he only had 1 point in Q, which is why he couldn't necessarily fully assassinate right there. It's a good build for the top lane, but that's just why Nintendo wasn't in as much danger as I first thought.
All right, split open the map here. The final shot. Lil Pete's like, I don't care about aggro. What's aggro? 30,000 to 28.4. EG slightly taking the lead. Dragon has been dropped recently. So what will be able to happen here? EG moving off the ball. Another turret for them. So the surge of gold now in their favor.
Yeah, definitely EG using NACS's roam for their benefit. Just a correction, he maxed his W first in lane for Lee Sin and then his E, but they're both maxed now.
Right.
So even more defensive in lane than I first thought.
Blade of the Rune King almost finished for Pole Belter. Had a little bit of damage on top of that ultimate, but the Deathfire Grasp from Shifter ready to be used. Another blue buff surrounding him and just able to spit out that damage rapid fire. He is sitting in the wing. Damage he's looking to do. Easy to push off this turret, but they'll actually have it once they get it up to the wave. See everybody gathering in middle. NACS's teleport is down, but he will still tend to the side lane for now.
It's really surprising how these teams have done the push-pull and those 4 turrets to 3 without any huge action happening. This is actually the first definitive push of the game right here. This game may explode right off this moment.
Ooh. Well, it only blocks so much spell damage.
Yeah, well, here comes Snoopy with the stealth. There's the fight.
To Zion Spartan, his first jump. And it looks like they are not going to get the damage they want. Leona's going to be the first one they can activate on. A nice 3-turn Agony's Embrace. Down to the other side. Pole Belter tries to get the Death Mark down. Wiz Fusion's going to pop, and he does so. NACS trying to get some more kills. A great Tempest and Cripple kept the team all in one spot. EG's able to now pick and choose who they want to focus, but they're still trying to put a lot of damage on Zion, and he's done a great job of putting himself in front.
Just the fancy footwork here by Evil Geniuses, granting them 2 kills and no deaths. They continue the aggression, though. Yellow Pete staring LeBlanc and Renekton in the face.
Yeah, playing with fire. Everybody's playing with fire this game on the side of EG, but so far coming out unburned, really. 33 as they pick up a little bit of gold on that.
Take another look at this one. Yeah, Snoopy landed a pretty nice slow and really just pay attention to where Coast focuses their damage. Remember, there's no DFG on Shifter because he'd blown it a little bit earlier. All the damage went down to Snoopy while he was damage reducing, and then he flashed out. Whereas Wiz Fusion is the one who had all the damage from EG, and he is actually able to be taken down. So at that point, it is a bit of an unfair fight, and this is the strongest point in the game, I feel like, for NACS's Lee Sin. One of the big reasons he was able to dive so far in and still get out alive. With that maxed Iron Will, Big Shield and Lifesteal coming out for Lee Sin.
Just at that last second, you're expecting to kill somebody, and Lee Sin comes flying in. EG getting the last of everything they need just in the end of that fight. Kept him alive, and it keeps him in the lead. Turrets are all tied up, though, so the map pressure is coming from whatever wards and whatever position each team can gain right now. Not full items, but 2 core items on each side, I should say.
Yeah, this is one of these strange games where I actually feel like the team with Lee Sin is better in team fights with the top lane Lee Sin because of how strong Inox is right now, and because of the vulnerability of Wiz Fusion in these team fights against the Zed. Kha'Zix, Lee Sin, just super dive.
Look at the wards that Coast has in the jungle right now. There is literally no fog from mid down to the red buff. And the only place they don't have wards is the one they can already see. So Dragon should be theirs in 30 seconds. I'd be surprised if EG can make it through that without Coast having a great initiation.
Well, with the teleport on Inox, there's a chance they could force it around properly.
That's true.
It's just a matter of wading away through their jungle without getting picked off by a DFG LeBlanc, which is the biggest threat right now. If they can find a way to make it near the Dragon Pit, though, they get a 5v4.
It doesn't have to be right on it. Nien's teleports were somewhat far away in today's CLG game, and he was still able to produce some amazing results. EG knows they're really afraid of the fog of war right now because of all that Coast has had and every chance they've had to ward up this spot.
There they
It's
go.
the first move.
Renekton is here, close enough.
Right down onto Pobelter. He gets locked down as the shield didn't really hit him just yet. Wiz Fusion on the backside. Pobelter, he's gonna get him. That's a huge kill, and he gets out almost unscathed. They could turn this one around. Zion Spartan in the right spot at the right time. Yellow Pete a little too deep on that one, and he will go down without being able to pick up one for himself. 3 kills for 1.
Inox decides not to teleport into that fight despite the great start by Pobelter. Now he gets a turret, but it costs his team 3 deaths here. Very interesting decision by Evil Geniuses. Up 4,000 gold after all is said and done. I've got to take another look at that fight.
Kind of see why how crazy Yellow Pete went there, giving Inox more time in the top lane. You usually don't dive into 5 people as an AD carry, but when you want to buy some time, it's an all right thing to do.
Every once in a while, Inox getting the red steal on the way out as well. This game got rather interesting with that decision. Another look at this fight. Obviously, the Dragon was stolen by Snoopy. And then, because of the Black Shield, Pobelter was able to sneak all the way through Coast. And at this point, you're like, yeah, we got it. Which meant EG went a little bit overconfident. They thought they'd have the lockdown from Crepo, but actually, Shifter actually bursted the support, not the AD carry, because the Black Shield is really the kryptonite of Coast, and they did not want that lockdown from the Morgana chains there.
A lot of back and forth there, but overall, that inhibitor turret in the top was taken down. It's all up to Inox now to get back to that position, re-push his lane. We'll see if the next fight can really go in favor of Evil Geniuses. It's a very big back and forth that only left EG with a bit of a gold lead because Snoopy getting in and stealing that drag quite nice.
Yeah, the kills have actually fallen into Nintendo X's hands on Eve. 3-0 right now. About to finish his Randwins. That's actually pretty key against a heavily AD composition on Evil Geniuses. If you can get into the right parts of these fights. But what they really need for Coast is for Shifter to get a little bit more one-shot power so he can go on the long people.
Seeing all these Warden males, but there's a Spirit Visage, a lot of Hax Drinkers as well. I was going to say, EG's passing up a bit of magic resistance. They've already got it in. They realized that Nintendo, that Shifter are going to be putting out huge amounts of damage. Now they're able to work on that armor, because Wiz Fusion, he's able to pierce out quite quick. Didn't decide to go for the Last Whisper. Actually went Phantom Dancer in that build. And applying those blights faster doesn't hurt either.
Yeah, well, he needs to find a way to stay alive when Pobelter gets to him. That's the one unsolved problem right here for Coast. Black Shield on his Zed means a very dead Wiz Fusion.
211, 209 in that lane. I definitely see Yellow Pete a little more comfortable having Crepo back in the saddle there in the bottom lane. And EG, more movement across the map. Yeah. Been a little bit better as a team.
Yeah, the team play is coming in handy right now since they were able to win the laning phase. Now the question becomes, how big of an impact can Inox have in the split pushing game? Even though they were able to expose an inhibitor, it cost them a couple kills. Dragon Steel was very nice. Kind of bailed them out from that being a disaster. Is Inox too much for Zion Spartan to handle? Really trying to give Zion a taste of his own medicine. Zion's normally the guy demanding multiple people be sent for him.
So what could Coast be looking for with somewhat of that pick? You got to get Evelyn in the right spot. How do you get around this EG team?
Well, Coast needs to get a bit of map control back, I think is the biggest thing. Just so they can get a DFG onto the right target before EG can really react to it. The other thing is if EG gets a heavy dive and somehow Wiz Fusion doesn't go down, would be a big thing for them. But right now they're just under too much split push pressure.
Losing warding as well. They have what they need up towards Baron, but if you remember just a few minutes ago, we were talking about no fog in the bottom half of that jungle. Now they're forced to ward up their own jungle just to stay safe. Crepo doing that as well, so they can make sure to get the upper hand as it's cleared out quickly by Daydreaming, but this is going to be tough to guard.
Yeah, Dark Binding, pretty key right there.
They go in anyways, and it's going to be the shutdown coming in for Yellow Pete. They're looking at Zion Spartan now. Daydreaming also on the front line and taking too many turret shots. EG's going to have to back off on this one.
Wow.
The pursuit there from Coast. There's going to be Zion in the front line, slicing and dicing through some minions, trying not to get blocked up, but the team will not follow.
Really big Varus ultimate there to keep them locked down, but it wasn't enough because Shifter wasn't there. That fight was forced while Shifter was off wave clearing. So it was a smart force by EG and they get a kill out of it, but really not much past that.
No team is really allowing anything to be given up in these fights. They know it's going to mean a lot of base on either side. You have a mid lane to rush down for Coast and an open inhibitor on the top side. So Coast is trying to stop anything from getting closer to their base. EG keeps peppering this turret right now only with NACS. His teleport's up so he can be present in any other fights around the map. You gotta expect that 30 seconds, the Dragon is definitely gonna be something EG wants to force Coast into a fight so they can grab more.
Yeah, especially if Pobelta can get a clean shot on the Wiz Fusion. And we gotta note, this is like a playoff game for these guys.
Right.
While we have,
earlier.
yeah, this was actually what Zion mentioned yesterday after their victory, is how there's the Cloud9, TSM, CLG trifecta. They're fighting for that #1 in the top 2, whereas this EG Coast XGG are fighting for the last playoff spot and to hopefully avoid the summer promotion tournament. EG, though, with the superior map control, just gets this dragon for free.
Coast can take this as well. 1 game back from being 5th. That's not too shabby.
Yeah, remember, though, they're 3-0 against EG on the year. But Crepo's triumphant return, potentially. He's played a very good game on Morgana so far. Incredibly controlled, quite slow. But the Black Shields have been on point when they need to be.
Yeah, he's gone back to that Morgana time after time, and the play has only gotten better, of course. The rest of the team using the sweepers as they have him. EG is trying to just encroach on any vision that Coast has and push it all the way back to the front of the base. Only 32 minutes into this one. Like we said, it was slow. Slow kills, slow in turrets, and we really haven't gotten any surge. Every time there's a fight, you see 1 or 2 kills and nothing else is taken after that. See who can grab the lead. The majority trying to look for Shifter to get a kill. With low mana right now, Coast is kind of just on the farm roll. Who can soak up the most?
Well, Void Staff and level 16. I mean, Shifter is at the point where he can completely kill somebody. Still no very little magic resist built on most of the EG team. If they find someone, whoa, Shifter will get him. Oh, Yellow Pete.
Wait a minute.
That was through Barry,
out.
By the way.
He's good.
If Shifter would have landed his full E, that would have been a dead AD carry. Dangerous game he's playing right there.
Dangerous game for the next 5 minutes for him as well. Yeah, he has relentless pursuit, but LeBlanc on the other side is now just going to have eyes on target on the back of a flashless AD carry.
Yeah, no Barry either, and a very bold Baron call. This has got to be some type of force. There's no DFG left Org out on Shifter. I imagine Coast has to peel for this
They
fight.
don't have super Baron damage either.
Yeah.
Gotta be
Here they
careful.
come.
Inox teleport in. Solar Flare is only a slow. Invisible for Snoopy. A 3-person Dragon Kick on the backside, and it looks like Pobelta goes down instantly. He is zeroed out from Shifter's front end damage. Snoopy jumping over the wall. Crepo delivers 1 last binding.
Wow.
It looks like they stopped that
So-
one. 2 kills on the solo lane.
They take out Pobelta before he can get off a death mark. Amazing right there by Coast. They're going to continue
They're
to try
still
and
gonna
force
take
this
a lot
one.
of damage.
They really, really want this bear. Not going down very fast.
No, not at all. If they can get a good Tormented Soil over the wall as well, that magic debuff they're receiving from Baron, this is going to be painful. Shifter making sure he's not the one to be taking damage. You can see the fog of war that EG is seeing right now. Shifter would have been pretty much clear on that engage, but EG has to give it up. And Coast Starts grabbing the bottom rungs of the ladder here to climb back in.
Very aggressive call there by Coast, and it pays off so well. That was really why they were just waiting for Shifter to farm. Farm and farm and farm, because they waited for him to make a play.
Yeah.
Then they tried to take an advantage directly off of that one, and it ends up granting them the Baron. So let's take another look at this just to see how Pobelter gets locked down. Pay attention to Zed right here, because the fight gets moved, and he's trying to sneak in the back, but the instant he looks there, Spartan gets him with the stun before the Black Shield went on. A half second before. If EG could have Black Shielded him, he gets in the back, he kills the fusion. This is a completely different game. But Pobelter went down because of the stun, and Coast gets the Baron. That's going to make this game a lot longer.
Yeah.
EG had the advantage. Now that it's came back this way, Coast still doesn't fully have it. They either, they're just kind of waiting for gold, waiting for objectives. They're waiting a very wait-and-see playstyle, trying to just find the catches. And now EG's going to be scared of that too.
Yeah, 4,000 gold is not something they're just going to dive into a fight with. To them, they may think that they're pretty even in gold right now, because this game has been just that. Evil Geniuses have had the fight prowess to really put themselves on top. But now Coast with the strategic play of that Baron, and Shifter is going to be big in this game. We've always been looking at him on Coast to be the carry.
Yeah.
See if he can do it. Zion Spartan's had the it's not bad, but it's been a level game for him. So it's going to be really on Shifter for this one.
Wait a second. Zion Spartan. He's got a Seeker's Arm Guard in there. That is a little bit strange, I feel like. I've heard of Zani's Hourglass being a defensive item on AD carries when there's high assassination potential, but Renekton's another beast. Let me check his AP ratios there. Yeah, he has one of them on his ultimate, I guess.
Bam!
Yeah.
Maybe he's just been talking to Darian.
He's got is that a 1-to-1 on his ultimate? Yeah, 1-to-1 per second on his ultimate, so a little bit of AP on Renekton. I don't necessarily agree with that, but he's going that way. A lot of stat gain from Seeker's Arm Guard.
Hey, you want him to be a hard carry, he's going to build damage. Pink Wards, again, going down on the side of Coast. This looks a little bit better. Even though they're on their side, it means they know they can hold that area. They're gaining more ground on their side. It's just been everything in their face. The top inhibitor turret actually has not been hit up yet. It's not been something EG feels they can go for. A little odd seeing that go down so quick and get no attention since.
EG's really just been confined here by the great kill potential of Shifter. Seeker's Arm Guard for Zion Spartan, keeping him tanky against Lee Sin.
Over 100,000 gold between these two teams. Only 6 kills, 5-4 in turrets here. It's definitely been a way to get around your opponent without getting the fight in for both of these teams. It looks like they may be forcing each other into this one though. Blue buff going to be forced to smite out here. And it's obviously going to go to Nintendo. Snoopes is down.
Notice how far back his Fusion's playing in these fights. He's just in range of his piercing arrow until they get a little bit of lockdown on the Pobelter Zed.
Any wrong move right now, Jack, definitely means that something big is going to happen against your team. Daydream being the first one up here. Saw him using that face of the mountain a little earlier ago in his fight. Didn't help too much.
Big initiation.
Oh.
Using the Baron buff to brute force things down.
Yeah.
EG knew they had no yellow Pete there, so they had to back away. Not really a risky move there by Daydream. It just appeared so. This fight will go on forever.
It has been.
Yep. I don't think they're ever going to kill each other.
Always hoping for that different outcome. You're probably not going to get it. Looking at what our completed builds are here, we just see 3 full items on most of EG. A lot of people are going for that Negatron cloak now, trying to get out a little bit of magic resistance. Nobody wants to get popped by Shifter. He will make it happen. And EG puts 4 in power here as they make their way down the left side of the Dragon.
Yeah, big Dragon Force. Fairly critical here because, you know, they're looking a little bit vulnerable here. If EG can get the right initiation. Another steal!
Ah, Snoopy coming up big. He turned around, though. The team is not going in with the rest of them. That was not even a teleport coming in. Inox tried to get himself into the fight, but the team could not follow that gap close.
Yeah, and a flash over the wall down on the bottom side to catch Snoopy.
Chains on. He does get a nice leap away, however. They won't follow, but still quite big. Snoopy got some good gold for the team. It's only a 3,000 gold lead, though.
2 Dragon Steals on Snoopy, and how critical is that going to be? But Daydreamin catches one.
There's the Soul Shackle. He's forced to walk out using it defensively. Pobelter, the Chain of Corruption hits! They're able to follow up on it, and Coast doesn't have the minion wave here. I don't know if they're going to be able to do what they want, but the top wave is looking good.
How many Chain of Corruptions did Wiz Fusion miss yesterday, and how critical is this one to take down Zed? Now they can push onto this inhibitor turret.
The first time that Coast has been able to step foot in the base of EG, and it looks like they are going to turn that top half to shambles. The inhibitor will go down. Great plays coming out of Coast here, only working a little bit off of what they had earlier, and they're able to get a lot.
Yeah, really, really good turn there after losing the Dragon. I mean, think of how much different this game would actually be if Snoopy hadn't Smite stole 2 of these Dragons already, because Coast is showing a great propensity for these team fights, with Shifter being able to chase people down and Wiz Fusion being able to land critical Chain of Corruptions thus far.
Good bros, Sarin out CS in the jungle.
Sounds Spartan sold to Seekers.
Yeah, he did.
For Warmogs. I was getting ready for that. Zanya's, his ultimate is going to do so much more damage. Really, it seems like it's on a pretty respectable ratio. 1.0 per second? Like, that's absurd.
Are you going to go
that would be, that would
do
be
that
one of
when
the,
you get home now?
That would be one of the best ratios in the game. Yeah. But goes for the Warmogs. They don't need that extra magic damage.
Given the solo queue ideas, Jat.
I'm going to have to double check that ratio when I get home as well. Because I can see it in the tooltip, but he had such a small amount of ability power, there's rounding and stuff that happens.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not 1.0, it's 0.1. Yeah, that's a little bit worse.
Math.
Yeah, that's a little bit worse, Vin.
Because math.
Yeah.
We'll see how they go at this Baron. Coast, a little bit more damage on this one. They're going to be able to rock it down. They're not going to get too much off it either. No contestation from EG. They will start backing off of this. They don't get any slows on. But Jack, this is going to be tough now. Inox is doing what he can, and he will back off instead of going straight down.
Coast is assuming control of the game here, but there is still the Zed factor right here. No GAs necessarily built. There is a Zonies on a Shifter and a QSS for Wiz Fusion, so they're the ones who can somewhat stop Zed's burst. But I honestly feel like at this point, Pobelter does enough damage that even if the Death Mark is QSS by Wiz Fusion, he could still die to a Zed combo.
And looking at Coast and EG, it's kind of like coming into this one. I feel like these teams almost mirror each other. Their solo lanes carry, AD carry and support, or a lane that somewhat, you know, can come out of nowhere, or they'll kind of fall behind and play with the team as they go ahead. And that's why I think we're seeing such an even game.
Yeah, we're really seeing that here. And even though EG had a kind of a stronger team play style, they didn't show it in this game. And they instead just laned straight up against Coast, who are now more in their comfort zone because they've taken this laning phase and they've gotten Shifter to a very farm state. And when he's fed on the block, Coast plays very well because they can key off of his plays.
When you have the confidence of a guy who will flash face first into 4 people and get a quadra kill, it helps a little bit. We'll see if they get that confidence here as they push on the second inhibitor turret of the game. Coast is making quick work of any advantage they have. They are not waiting back. They're trying to go for more right away. A nice culling to give the turret breathing room from Yellow Pete. An ultimate down though. See if it's going to help stave off the full attack.
Yeah, a lot of tankiness on Zion Spartan and Super Minions pushing in. They might just go really hard here if he tries to contest. Where's the Black Shield on a Pobelter for an aggressive move? That's what I'm waiting for.
Snoopy throwing himself in. Crepo is not going to be able to deliver that shield. Snoopy goes down instantly in the fight. No, he lives. The ultimate damage reduction helps him stay alive, but it's going to be Shifter with the damage, getting one down. Pobelter falls. Crepo goes down in the end, and it looks like they are going to wreak havoc on this inhibitor as well. They may be able to go for the full win. Wait a minute. healthy people coming off the base, chat. It could be staved off.
Yeah, 3v5, but the Baron buff is still there. That's 2 inhibitors down. Coast just going. They got super minions on the other side.
Wiz Fusion can't get himself in range of these Nexus turrets. There's no focus there. It's just locked onto Zion Spartan. EG is trying to micro in and out to save themselves from damage. Snoopy goes for the micro in, and the focus onto Nintendo-X as he gets a kill. Shifter almost goes down in that one. No, he will. Sliver of health left. Stays alive. Shifter with the plays. Here we go. Inox may take him down, but the Zanya's play. Everybody jumps on one spot. All the eggs in one basket. He's still alive. Shifter finally goes down to the end.
Double ace.
The last breath and the double ace. Nobody's going to end the game.
Oh, man. Well, no matter what happens, the whole game was worth it at this point because we just got our first double ace I think we've ever had in the LCS. The inhibitor responds as EG comes in and Crepo's able to defend that one. Let's take another look.
That was awesome.
Obviously, Coast tried super hard to get these Nexus turrets down, and they ended up taking a little bit too much aggro. But the reset potential is very real for Snoopy. Goes in, jumps out, stays safe. And then Shifter is so low.
I couldn't even follow him.
Well, yeah. the crazy thing about all this is what actually happened with Shifter. Because the Zanya saved him here, and here we think he's dead. So he jumps out. Does he jump back in? Yeah.
And then he distorts the double.
He immediately came back to his old one, and then he used his Mimic Distortion to blow people up. And then, while the W was in the air for Lucian, Renekton finished him off, and the W finished him as well. That's how double aces happen.
Very cool. Both hands played.
Ardent
Awesome.
Blaze was the name of that Lucian.
Ardent, yep, the Ardent Blaze on W. Whew. All right.
That's cool.
And we're still even. I love it.
Yeah.
73,000, 73, 1310. The turrets, not so much even. Let's talk about statistics that are even. The game itself, Coast has gotten themselves a great lead off of these Barons.
And that last fight wasn't actually too clean, as far as anything is concerned.
Be honest.
Yeah, well, the big thing is Pobelter didn't get his Black Shield on himself. Crepo got bursted down by Shifter and had to shield himself, which meant when Pobelter went in, he was vulnerable to crowd control. If they can get that combo working, I still think EG can win fights, even if Coast has won so many fights in a row. Based on Shifter's power right now, 756 ability power, DFG LeBlanc. I don't know if anyone can withstand that burst. So,
well, we get to find out here today.
Yeah, up next.
As seen on TV. 46 minutes on the clock. This one is going for the long haul in both teams. They're ready to play for it. They know what needs to be done here, obviously, in that last fight. There's no last man standing. And I don't think it's going to be that way again.
For a second, I thought since it was a double ace and inhibitors were down that the minions were just going to finish the game. But luckily, the inhibitor respawned and the other inhibitor just fallen, so the minions hadn't made it all the way through. Maybe we'll get another double ace. You never know.
Zion Spartan pushing mid. They still have a little bit of room to work with here on the side of Coast. Usually you say a team has room to make mistakes. Coast might have room for one mistake, but they don't want to make it. Right now playing very safe, hard hats on the outside wall of EG's base, and Crepo is just looking for that one dark binding they need.
So dangerous right now. Coast is pretty willing to brute force this down because there is not even Nexus turrets defending, so EG has to go right away.
Minions in the bottom lane, they jump to the back. Shifter looking at the health bars of Wiz and Shifter in this one. Shifter's out of the fight. Clone goes down on that one. Zanya's to the back line. A lot of EG is playing catch up here to get back in. They do take down Shifter. A good hit up from Crepo, but he goes down in the fight as well as they trade supports. Coast may be able to turn this one around now as EG is kiting, not fighting. It looks like the inhibitor in the bottom goes up, but Coast is on top.
Yeah, the game probably would have ended from the minions, but the inhibitor respawned, which meant the Nexus was untargetable, and a bunch of minions got confused in the base. They did take down Shifter, and this extends this ridiculous game. See, the minions can't hit anything. They can only fight other minions right now.
They don't know where to go.
Poor fellas.
Poor fellas indeed. Another great fight from both teams that keeps the gold relatively even, and you can see how many activatable items are being used in this game. At Panza.
Yeah. Are you not entertained?
I think everybody's entertained.
Yeah. It became entertaining at this point. The game has definitely stretched here. Coast gets there. Yet another Baron right there. Whee! For the drop down to see exactly how many. 10 turrets killed. Bare number 3 for Coast, that's what I thought. Only 1 Dragon because Snoopy got so many steals. Another reason this game has reached this point. Max items starting to come in all around as well. I can't believe Snoopy just went in by himself right there without a GA and still lived. Goes to show you the power of a tanky-ish Kha'Zix build with that 50% damage reduction from his ultimate.
Use that ult right. We saw him get hit up quite hard from a LeBlanc, and he was right as rain. Feeling good to get back in the fight, even with all that ability power. I'm sure it's going to sting as he just keeps growing from Shifter. This game is getting crazy.
Shifter can't get any more unless he sells his boot. Oh, Daydream.
Nobody can get caught out right now. This means life and death, but mostly death.
216 armor on Daydream as well without activating that Eclipse, the W on Leona. It's a hefty man to kill. This is rather dangerous, Crepo.
Oh my word.
Oh.
There's one. Oh.
Whoa. Yeah. Maybe he was hoping to force a flash or something. Trying to confuse Coast and thinking everyone was in that brush.
All right.
Explosion inhibitors.
Back to priorities.
Baron buff.
Yep. Coast
Seen this
going.
before. It's a double ace.
Deja vu. Double ace incoming. There's only one more turret on the map. 11 turrets are on each side. 10 have been taken down for Coast. They just need one more.
In all honesty, EG is hoping for a catch if they do get caught in a straight-up 5v5. But they will probably lose this game.
Oh, Crepo. Who's watching the backside, guys? They're good, though. Nobody can cut the pie on that one. Crepo gets back. Getting the Dark Bindings from the Fog of War, so he's keeping his percentage up. And they approach now into the base again, Jat.
Shifter and Zed are 2 huge priorities in this fight. Also, since the AD carries have so many items, they're the other 2 big ones here. Will Fusion or Yellow Pete go down?
Whoa. Talisman of Ascension.
Here comes Snoopy.
They go into the fight. They're piling on each other. Nobody can really target. Wiz Fusion in the back. Very, very low. Only needs a Shuriken. Blade of the Rune King comes out. Ignite's going to take him down. Yellow Pete goes in hard and fast on the pursuit, and it looks like he gets another one. Whoa! Exploded out. The shock and awe coming from Shifter. There goes Snoopy. Zion Spartan's in the backside, and they're going to pinch it in. 3v2 here. Looks like Coast can close out the game. NACS is only so healthy. One last shot to Shifter. The red buff.
Oh,
no!
he does it
Shifter
again.
comes up with it, and he gets himself a little bit of HP on the kill. That's a dangerous game to keep him alive. The Nexus is in their eyes. 50 minutes into the game. 160,000 gold for both of these teams, and it's going to be everything that Coast needs to take the win.
It took him a while, but Coast actually comes out of this week with a 2-0 record. They really needed this one. It really puts them far ahead of EG in that race for the last playoff spot. It gives them some comfort coming into Super Week. Got a double ace, got a single ace, got some fancy moves from Shifter's LeBlanc. Firm handshakes coming into the end of that game too.
They had to cut through the EG team that's been waiting all week to get their players back. They wanted the win coming in. They wanted to put themselves back into that win column, but Coast said no. Down about 2,000 to 3,000 throughout the entire game, and then flipped that switch. Took a little longer after that, but they flipped the switch.
Because EG had a 2,000 or 3,000 gold lead, maybe even 4,000 at one point early in the game.
Yep.
And it just slowly moved back towards the other side. Love to see some of those team fights again, especially the last one. Because all the fancy moves coming in there, like Yellow Pete went so deep on a Shifter, and game-deciding moves, really. Yeah. Saving his DFG for that late, so he could basically kill Pete before Pete could get an auto attack off on him. Really crucial moves.
There were a lot of last-second mechanics.
That was close to being one of EG's, historical base holds, like they used to have back in season 2
push it
with
out.
their CLG EU.
They needed an Anivia.
Yeah, they had no Anivia this time.
No walls to block
Instead,
it
they had
out.
Zed.
Quick wave to the fans. Hi, Mom. How you doing? Nintendo Dex having a different game.
He had a really good game.
Usually more present in the early part, but he farmed with his Eve. Still did the right things, though. Great side initiations. Found a way through the defense of EG.
Yeah, 6, 2, and 5 for Nintendo. A much improved performance. But once again, this is kind of part of the game for Coast, right? They continue their success against teams that are below them in the standings.
Right.
And we'll see during Super Week if they can have any success against teams that they're really going to be playing in the playoffs that they can clinch, which they have not yet. So it took them a while. You could tell that's a really tough.
Little bit.
That's going to be a really tough loss for EG to swallow.
Yeah. Looking at what happened, there's a huge flaw in when NACS took top inhibitor turret and how much EG gave up for that with the Dragon, losing kills down by Dragon. And then after that, we kind of saw Coast say, well, let's take your outer turrets. And then these turrets. And it didn't stop. When EG took turrets, they kind of waited for the next Dragon to come up to get the fight. Coast saw out everything they could.
Oh, well, it was all keyed around Shifter, right?
As
it
usual.
was a game for him getting LeBlanc. I mean, he doesn't get LeBlanc often, if we look at this. He was only LeBlanc 2 times in this entire year before then. It
Week
was
1
pretty
and
much
6.
always
It's
been
spread out.
against him so much. Because even in games that they are losing, he has so much control over his team, and his team is so good at keying off of exactly what he does that it just works out for them. You could see super fed LeBlanc, total glass cannon, wasn't dying in those fights, despite getting completely focused and always clutching at the last moment.
A little crazy and hectic at times. EG's decision to go for Baron was a little scary. Not the most damage they could have, or not a team with the most damage to go for Baron. It's going to take so long. They took so much damage, and Coast was able to work that so well. Both of these teams have been known in the past to kind of make those mistakes in high-end decisions. And I got to say, Coast really came out on top there, obviously.
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting for Super Week next week, obviously, because we have the races really shaping up right now. There's going to be that huge race for 2nd, huge race for 8th, and then maybe a little bit of contention still for those middle spots, but we'll have to see.
And Coast obviously playing up against what I guess it would be Dig now, that they're trying to steal that spot away, 1 game back on 5th. It's going to be interesting how these brackets can move. And 8 more games have been co-signed to the record books. So let's see how the teams stack up with our standings, brought to you by the new season of Game of Thrones. Tied for first, it is Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid.
In third, it's Counterlogic Gaming, who had a big 2-0 week, and Dignitas holds 4th place with a 10-14 record.
Then Coast climbs up to share 5th with Team Cursed, and in last, it's another tie with Evil Geniuses and NXDG. This week, there are a few players who went above and beyond, and here now is the OP5.
Yeah, up first, it seems like it's always him in the top lane. It's Balls. He went back to his comfort pick, Rumble, and he remained undefeated on that mechanized menace. Balls always reliable in the top lane.
Next up, it's gotta be Dexter in the jungle. He made huge plays in CLG's win over Team Solo Mid, and they will end their week 2-0. A huge confidence boost as they head into Super Week.
Yeah, OP in mid lane this week is actually Cloud9's high. He pulled out solo lane Soraka, had great success, and then also stood up to the test against Golden Clue with Lulu, pulling out the supports in the mid lane, making it work.
And at 80 carry is Team Coast Wiz Fusion. He went back-to-back Varus, a comfort pick for him, and helped his team end the week 2-0, moving up in the standings.
Yeah, an OP support again is CLG's Afromu. It seems like every week he is solid. We saw him rounding up kills as Alistair and making great initiations for his team. Afromu once again gets the nod.
But as usual, there was one player to rule them all, and this week's MVP goes to none other than Cloud9 Sneaky.
Yeah, he had a huge week on Lucian, 17-1 and 18. That's a 35 KDA. He climbed into 2nd as well for total kills in the league, surpassing Wild Turtle, and is just 3 kills behind Bjergsen to tie for the top killer in the NALCS. And for the first time since week 1, Cloud9 is also tied for the top spot with TSM, sneaking up there with their 80 carry.
Got that over-the-shoulder look, just like Lucian. Yeah. He's like, I'm coming for you. So the LCS returns next week with a buffed-up Super Week of action, starting on Tuesday with the European LCS. That's going to start with a showdown that will break up the 3-way tie for first as Fnatic takes on Alliance.
Yeah, that is followed by Rockcat versus Super Hot Crew, but be sure to stick around after the EU LCS for a special exhibition match and the EU Challenger Series Spring Playoff Quarterfinals.
That is right. Then the North American LCS returns on Friday with 3 days and 16 big matches, starting with Cloud9 versus XDG Gaming.
After that, Coast will face off against Cursed, and then CLG took down TSM. We'll see if they can do the same against Cloud9 in our 3rd match of the day.
Be sure to check out lolesports.com for the whole schedule. And starting tomorrow, tickets for the All-Star Paris event 2014 are available for purchase.
Yeah, running from May 8th to May 11th at La Zenith Arena in Paris, it will feature the All-Star Invitational and the All-Star Challenge. The new format showcases both the top teams from around the globe and your favorite pros from each region.
Tickets go on sale Monday, March 31st at lolesports.com. Space is limited, so don't miss out on any of the action. You could be sitting next to this guy. We've got to take a quick break. We'll be right back for the North American Challenger Series Finals. Don't go anywhere.
The players from LMQ came from the Chinese Professional League, so they have a ton of experience compared to a challenger team like us.
这个队整体实力都不错。
I guess we have to get past the early game first because that's one of our biggest flaws.
我们之前也比赛也跟他们交手过，他们中路的话可能是他们队里比较强的一个点。
他们中期一些处理团战以及打得特别好。
Ackerman has a really good Renekton, so we're gonna have to watch out for that.
As long as we can control his Renekton and keep Vasily down from killing everyone, I think this game is gonna be pretty easy.
比赛的目的当然是赢得比赛啊，我们是完全不希望输的，所以说我们会竭尽全力去赢得比赛。
Welcome back to the LCS stage, everyone. As you just saw today, we crowned the champion of the second North American Challenger Series. Hey guys, I'm David Freak Turley, and I'm here making history with Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler. How's it feel to make history?
This is my first time, Freak.
Yeah.
Right. People remember this intro forever.
Forever, guys. Plant it into your brains, post it on the YouTubes and everywhere. We've come a long way in our Challenger Series, and it's now almost time to complete our bracket. Let's take a look. After yesterday's 2-game sweep by Curse Academy to take 3rd place, today we'll take care of the last piece of unfinished business.
LMQ and Cloud9 Tempest have fought their way through the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and tonight's it's the finals, at least until the Challenger playoffs that kick off next week.
Those will be the real finals for the LCS qualifiers, and then that just keeps on going. So, and of course, to make it to the playoffs, you need to get Challenger points. Let's take a look at how those points stand heading into tonight's finals. LMQ has dominated the Challenger Series so far this spring. They're guaranteed at least 19 points, but if they can win their 2nd straight championship, they'll pull off the perfect 21.
And while the top 2 teams are guaranteed first-round buys in next week's Challenger Series playoffs, the tie between Complexity Red and VVV Gaming will be decided by a 1-game playoff, with the winner facing Curse Academy and the loser taking on Complexity Black.
And now that we know where the teams sit in the standings, let's get to the games. The best-of-3 Challenger Series finals, LMQ versus Cloud9 Tempest. Now, while LMQ is the clear favorite to repeat as Challenger Series champs, they're not the unbeatable juggernaut that we hyped up heading into the first Challenger Finals.
Okay, to be fair, LMQ lost their first game of the 2nd Challenger Series back in the quarterfinals. Team 8 killed LMQ 24 times on their way to taking down the Series 1 champs. But after appearing mortal for a moment and dying 24 times, LMQ died only 23 times in their next 4 games combined. 2 straight wins against Team 8, and a 2-game sweep of VVV Gaming in the semifinals. Still, their team KDA of 5.36 heading into the finals is almost half of what it was heading into the first Spring Series finals.
However, LMQ has been helped by the performances of Moore at support and Ackerman in the top lane.
Yeah, LMQ's Moore actually leads the team in KDA this time around. He's averaged 9.6 assists per game. And then there's Ackerman, the former godlike world finalist, has the highest kill count on the team, and he's the catalyst for many of their victories, and the win in game number 2 against Team 8 specifically. Yeah. So while LMQ doesn't come in huge with numbers this time, not as big as last time, they definitely have a more balanced lineup this time around.
And
threats in every lane.
Threats in every lane, definitely a pretty strong team overall. Now, lining up on the other side of the Rift is Cloud9 Tempest, or as they were known heading into the spring promo tournament, the Walking Zed. After competing in the spring promo tournament, they came into the first series with a new name, Cloud9 Tempest, and the #1 seed. They were favored to make it to the finals of Spring Series 1, but got knocked out by Complexity Red. And though it took longer than they hoped, C9T has finally made it to the finals here, and they're looking to prove that they are actually the top team in the Challenger scene, and looking for one more shot at the LCS.
This time around, Cloud9 Tempest had to fight their way out of the round of 10 if they wanted to make it to the quarterfinals. And in that round, they swallowed up the blue pill in under 30 minutes. Next up was Complexity Black in the quarterfinals, but neither team took to the Rift as Complexity Black forfeited the match. Then last week in the semifinals, Cloud9 Tempest took out Curse Academy, the team who swept VVV Gaming last night.
And a big reason for that success heading into the finals is their new AD carry Altec. He replaced Bobby Hank Hill from the spring promo tournament, and he's put up the kind of numbers you expect to see from a champion.
Altec was unkillable in their first 2 games. He put up double-digit kill performances twice, and he's the guy with the biggest KDA up on that stage. And while Altec's numbers are huge, we can't forget the guy setting up a lot of those kills. It's Glebe Glarbu. He's more than just a tongue twister to say. He gift wraps enemies for Altec to knock down. He's actually averaged 12.5 assists per game as he combines with Altec to form the deadliest bottom lane in the Challenger Series right now.
Yeah, so let's get ourselves to tonight's starting lineups. On the blue side, defending champions LMQ. Ackerman in the top lane, No Name in the jungle, Xiao at mid, Vasily on AD carry, and more at support.
And coming in on the red side, it's Cloud9 Tempest. Up top is Yazuki. In the jungle is Kez. Bishu is at mid, Altec on AD carry, and Glebe Glarbu supporting.
So it's going to be a very interesting matchup to watch because a lot of these guys are hitting fairly similar champion pools. The main one I think I want to point out is the mid lane. They're both like really big farm heavy champion players. The big ones are like Oriana and Nidalee for both these guys, the sort of big backline ones who can carry a game, but aren't there just because they're going to jump in your face and assassinate you.
Well, we just saw Bjergsen making good use of that Nidalee in the TSM game. They actually had a huge comeback with that champion. So, yeah, Nidalee going to be hotly contested in this pick ban phase. They also said during the video that Renekton, God likes Renekton, Ackerman's Renekton was going to be a big point. I wonder if they're actually going to ban it, because they said control his Renekton. They didn't say anything about banning him out. They may have a plan to try and actually let him have it and control him. Vasily was also mentioned in that video. Definitely a very scary AD carry. Even people like Double F taking notes from him.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out that we're on 4.4 right now. So the thing we've been seeing a lot from teams right now is 2v1 lane swaps.
Yeah.
And that is one way to control a reckless top laner is just, well, you're not going to be in your lane. It's going to be a 1v3. Go peace out, do something else. And that could be one of the ways to do it. Otherwise, you've got to watch out for things like first pick Lulu. LMQ are the top seed coming in, so they get first dibs. They get blue side in game 1. We see Lulu tends to be incredibly scary. I doubt that champion goes through on either side here. And so you kind of get like dwindled bans. Like you could ban Renekton, but it lowers your options elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things right now that you have to be worried about. Not only the Lulu, but Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
Ridiculous at this point. I don't think they want to let No Name have that one either.
Yeah, did you know actually about No Name's Kha'Zix? Before it was cool, he was a big Kha'Zix jungler, and before it was cool, he was doing Lizard Elder Hex Drinker tank, which is now like the default jungle Kha'Zix build.
I liked it before it was cool because now he's banned all the time and you don't get to use him anymore.
Nope. Jungle Fiora, though, not banned.
Still not cool. So you get to keep using her.
Exactly.
I get to keep using her.
What's your success with that champion? 0 losses?
Over 50.
Okay.
I have over 50% win.
You win more than you lose in Diamond 1 Jungle Fiora. Just saying, guys, bring it out here. So, of course, the guys are getting themselves into the lineup, and it's interesting to see sort of how the teams change because LMQ have pretty much kept the same lineup the whole time through. There were some rumored changes, but none have actually panned out. I've heard talks like maybe Uzi comes in, maybe they lane swap, but they're holding the same lineup here, and they've been very consistent. They've remained the top challenger team in North America. You have something to say.
I was going to let you finish your point first.
You just got really animated, and I was like,
I'm waiting, because you're talking about all their consistency and lane swaps, and they had some interesting choices in a couple of actual tournament games where they're just throwing everybody around, little musical chairs, just trying out new roles in a tournament situation live, and it didn't turn out that well. But I think this time around, everybody's going to be sticking to their main role.
most likely.
As they're playing for a lot of money and the championship here.
Championship here, of course. Yeah, first place points are locked in, but they know the eyes are on them now. The LCS teams, the ones especially sort of towards the bottom half of the standings, going to be watching them saying, look, if we have to play you, we've got to be ready for this one. So putting on a good performance to not get picked by the best.
They want to keep that reputation of being like, you do not want to play us.
Yeah, exactly.
That reputation for a challenger team is worth everything because the LCS teams are going to be the ones picking who they go against. So if you have this great reputation of being the best challenger team and having nobody want to face you, you're going to get the weakest LCS team when you go and try and get into the LCS.
Yeah, and I mean, think about sort of what happened here, right? Like, if you believe the standings as they are right now, like Coast coming into the week with 6th place, I believe they're tied for 5th right now. But like, you think about that, and it's like, well, Coast crushed the challenger scene coming into the spring split. And they were just like by far the dominant team, barely dropped any maps. We're basically in LMQ's shoes right now. And it's like, okay, well now LMQ are holding on to that. And as you see, like a team that's crushing challenger like Coast is having a hard time in the LCS. And so you look at, okay, well, you know, they're trading games against some of the LCS teams here. LMQ's got to be like, well, if we play like Curse or Dignitas or someone, like that's a scary place for them. And you're right, getting the reputation out there, playing, you know, the 8th place team and getting picked last, that's a good thing for them to try to get in the LCS.
Yeah, that kind of feeds into the thing that we were talking about today with Coast beating a lot of the teams that are below them, but losing to the teams that are ranked higher. They beat a lot of the challenger teams, which are considered below the LCS, but holds true pretty much inside LCS or out.
Yep. So LMQ, pretty consistent force coming into this one, but the picks and bans are coming through. First pick, Renekton, was allowed. We get the bans up on your screen. It was actually Lulu, LeBlanc, and Kha'Zix, that Cloud9 Tempest band. The bans that came out from LMQ were Ziggs, Evelynn, and Elise. So once we get the icons up on your screen, you'll be able to see that for yourself, but it was actually a number of mid lane bans and Kha'Zix, which did allow top lane Renekton.
Yeah, so given away there, I mean, they talked about in the video, I guess, that they wanted to control the Renekton. They're not going to ban it away. Lulu and Kha'Zix definitely a higher priority, as well the LeBlanc, definitely very strong champion right now, but it did leave up that one we were talking about so much. Nidalee for the mid lane has been a really big champion for both of these players.
Yeah.
And it's kind of no surprise that the default answer to the Nidalee is the Orianna, the other one. So everything pretty much playing out exactly as expected so far for both of these teams. They're both probably feeling confident with the beginning of this pick bans.
Yeah, and what I want to see, actually, LMQ is really touted as being very early game aggressive. I mean, they come from China where they're all about early game aggression in the first place, but these guys tend to win their lanes by dominating lanes early game, getting really good jungle ganks in. I feel like I would see Lee Sin come through here for No Name to help accentuate that further, on top of the fact they have a Caitlyn for the AD carry, the Renekton for the top lane. But Cloud9 Tempest, you can see by how quickly they're picking, have predicted all these picks. They knew top lane first pick Renekton was likely. They got everything they wanted to play here to hold up strong lanes.
Right, so the last pick really left up here for Cloud9 Tempest is the answer to Renekton. They said they want to control it. Now, do you go with the Shen pick into Renekton, in which case you're trying to weather the storm and make your global plays using your ultimate? Or do you go with something like Trundle, where he can actually, you know, go head-to-head sometimes with Trundle? And as we saw, if the Renekton player messes up, you know, Nien actually got a solo kill up top versus Benny's Renekton. So
it's a big possibility. There's a third one I wanted to bring up as well, which is the Shyvana pick. Because it works well in the 2v1. Shyvana's a great jungler early game. And you can actually poach a couple of camps, sacrifice a turret, and have a level lead by the time the lanes just return to normal. Yasuki, a big Shyvana player overall. So C9T, it's weird. Like, I want to kind of keep breathing in these picks because LMQ basically got every single champion they like to play.
Yeah, same thing for Cloud9 Tempest, though. Cloud9, Yuzuki loves Shyvana. Like, this is exact Bishu on Nidalee. Both teams, as we said, for the beginning of this pick ban phase, they're both feeling confident. Feel like they both expected everything that played out here as well. And you could see that also in the speed at which they lock these champions in.
Yeah.
Nobody caught off guard here. No surprises. I think this is going to be a real test. This first game is pretty much the litmus test for pretty much the whole matchup, I think, how it's going to go. Because this is everybody playing at what they expected to use.
Exactly. They come into Champ Select, they say, no alarms, no surprises, please. Let's come in and play our normal setup. They're playing completely normal stuff for themselves and saying, okay, is our default better than your default? And the thing is, these guys haven't played against each other very much recently. They just played in the NACL semifinals that went in a very close 2-1 to LMQ. CNT had the ability to win that one. Close game, didn't quite pull it out. And so these guys know that they butt heads really closely. And they actually have kind of bloodbaths of games, actually, when they go into the matches. So I think a lot of it actually is going to become, can the junglers turn things around? Because Lee Sin and Pantheon, both huge playmakers, and you can get so many kills off of like some couple of good jungle ganks.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how the level 1 turns out, because how the level 1 plays out determines how the lanes are going to go too. The side lanes with the AD carry and support, are they going to lane swap due to late blue buff invades or something like that? Those are really big parts of both these teams. Altec has been a top-level solo queue player for years now.
Yeah.
He's one of these guys that was always mentioned in tandem with Pobelter because they're both these underage guys that are so good at the game. Altec is basically the AD carry version of Pobelter. He's extremely good. He's always been at the top of the solo queue ladder.
Yeah.
And he's actually proven that his solo queue skill translates very well into rank 5's success as well.
He's been exceptional so far in the Challenger Series. An amazing player right here on Lucian here for himself.
And there it is. Ye old lane swap, late blue invade.
You can see, like, it's weird. It's like this 4.3 sort of battle line setup for LMQ. They're just watching for the invades, happy to play a very safe and passive level 1. But CNNT, of course, you can see they are all grouped up. I believe Glarbu actually opened up with an early ward and put it down by the Dragon Pit. So C9T will see if LMQ goes for a late blue invade themselves, but otherwise are going to be ready to play aggressive.
Now, Pantheon does not want to start his W, the stun. So he hasn't leveled anything up yet. And I don't think, even if they do collapse and down and see Renekton, that he will go for it. They'll probably rely on that death sentence, but it is an option. A W into death sentence could get you a flash from that Renekton.
Yeah, if he learns... I'd just be sad if you like flash hook and you just like learn slice and dice and pieces out for a wall and you're like, not worth it.
Well, that would make it hard for Ackerman to jungle then.
True. It would slow that one
since
down.
he is in a 2 versus 1 situation.
Well, here we go. The invade starts out 4 people for C9T. They're going to send Bishu's Nidalee to the mid lane. And Kez does start Q. No one's going to be around to steal. And remember, the ward is down for C9T. They know that Moore has just warded his blue buff.
So basically, C9T have gained a few seconds by being the first ones to start off that blue invade. Lee Sin going to have to do his red by himself. No Name going to chug a few extra health potions. It's pretty much the only thing that actually came out of that early invade. Shyvana actually hasn't gotten much experience yet, so he's going to be double jungling with Pantheon, whereas Renekton is actually going to be holding his own, doing the Wraith camp all by himself.
We'll see how that actually pans out for Golden XP right here. The ward actually, the Trinket ward I should say, from Moore actually went down into the Wolf camp near the blue buff. So they will see that, they don't see No Name come into this one, but they do see Moore coming to help. So I believe it's going to be an equal buff trade anyway between LMQ and C9.
Yeah, so the whole point of these things is not usually to get the 3 buff start, because that's very hard to pull off.
Yeah.
But they gain a few seconds advantage. As we said, he's a few steps ahead right now compared to his LMQ counterparts.
So let's see where they move on after this one. Level 2 on both these mid laners. Highway Shao putting some decent damage back on. And Moore's waiting for this one. Yazuki did not hit level 2, sees them, says, okay, No Name's level 3, he's got the double buffs. They know the buff trade went down.
I'm
He's going to get back control of this turret.
I'm really surprised Yazuka actually went to lane to watch this, because they're the ones that pulled the switch. He should be prepared to jungle right now. He's not getting anything done by watching this 3-man squad destroy his turret, whereas Ackerman went back to that Wraith camp. It's best camp for Renekton to do because it's very low damage compared to the other jungle camps, and he's got fine AoE. Shyvana, though, just waits around patiently for the minion line.
They're going to get the turret kill kind of late here, so C9T initiating the lane swap, but of course with the changes in about 4.1 are very far behind in the turret race, and no one's going to defend turret number 2. LMQ getting a big push lead. Yazuki's still not getting experience.
Yeah, he's level 1, Renekton level 2 already with a decent amount of gold stocked up here. So Yazuki taking pictures from the back line, but they are going to get the double turret trade, and it's 2-1 right now and in LMQ's favor, in part due to that reduction to, from champion damage on the top turrets.
So I want to see what LMQ does next, because C9T has obviously kind of stopped trying to push the top lane. They've sent Pantheon away. They've sent Thresh away as well. But I want to know if LMQ is able to go for Dragon here or not.
I find it very interesting as well that LMQ actually left that wave. They didn't push it all the way to the turret. So Yuzuki could have frozen that wave very deep in C9 Tempest territory. But he actually AoE'd a bit. And now it will not be easy for him to freeze that. And it's going to eventually get out into the very dangerous territory, having 2 turrets down and no vision.
Yeah.
So he's opted to try and get more control back over the map by pushing this wave back out and not wanting to give up an early dragon, instead of freezing that lane and securing his team basically a free lane of CS.
Yeah, but look what LMQ is going for, honestly. Talking about free lane of CS, Bishu's been pushed almost out of this lane there. No mana, no potions left, only half HP. LMQ, meanwhile, sent everyone to the mid lane here just to push this down. This entire team very good at hitting turrets, and I don't know if C9T can hold this.
Yeah, especially with the Annie support. One of Moore's favorites.
He goes in for it. First Blood picked up, jumps toward No Name, flashes over the wall. First Blood under the turret and gets out. LMQ early game is great.
All right. No, if you're not a fan of No Name just for that move, then there's something wrong with you, because he took a very dangerous Lee Sin Q all the way deep under the turret and gets out alive.
One of the few times that Lee Syndrome actually pays off for you. You just got to get the mechanics to get out of that one afterwards. Very well played here, C9T. Still trying to defend, but they even pull Ackerman down.
6 man.
6 minutes in, they pull all 5.
And they're going to get it too. Rewarded for their efforts.
Yeah, absolutely. So look at this. Almost a 3,000 gold lead at 6 minutes and 15 seconds into the game. Has walking by a ward. Let's check that dive again.
All right, so early Q from Lee Sin. It's about to run out. He takes it right as it is going to. Ward hop into flash. It's just good moves. You know, he's able to take the dangerous Q. I'm glad he went for it, because now we'll give other Lee Sins the confidence to do that. Yeah. And we can see more blood.
That'd be always great. And he tried to make the right choice. He started channeling his Q up. If he landed the hook, he would have not taken damage by, you know, knocking him out midair. But, of course, it didn't happen here. Well played by No Name. You got actually a very gigantic minion lead in the mid lane. Xiaowei Xiao at 45 to the 22 of Bishu. Big lead there. Top laner is the same kind of situation. The only guy who's really holding up for C9T right now is Altec with the Lucian.
The 2v1 that was initiated by a Cloud9 did not go in their favor. They handled it very poorly. And it cost all of their lanes, actually. It did not just affect Yuzuki. It was everybody.
Yeah, Xiaowei Xiao got to push with impunity, knowing that Kez was over in the top lane. Got to shove against a Pantheon, which is very risky, to be completely honest, but it worked out for him.
Yeah, plus he bought a bunch of friends, and they shove in a Nidalee. Nidalee, one of her main weaknesses is the early laning pre-6. You know, she has no wave clear at all. She's all about trying to sustain in that lane and just try and keep her CS up. If you get these early switches, and then you bring over a Caitlyn Annie to your lane, then you can just destroy that Nidalee's early game. And Bishu's definitely going to have a painful time getting back in.
So let's see now what LMQ does with this early lead. Of course, with gold, the gold is actually pretty well spread out, so it's a couple of small advantages per lane. So it's like an extra Fiendish Kodak, which is fair for Xiaowei Xiao. Extra boots of speed for Vasily's Caitlyn across his opponent. The jump in from No Name, though, is going to be the push onto the blue buff. Teleport comes in. C9T picks something up. Nice distortion, going to slow him down. No Javelin lands either. No Name does have Smite.
Leave Garbu lands.
Pull onto Vasily. Javelin lands as well. More not in a good spot. 300 health to flash. The jump from Kez. Kill picked up. 1-1 on the scoreboard here. Vasily and Ackerman now are there as well. Shockwave flashed. Flashed by Bishu, but now control this buff, and this pink ward is not in the brush. So LMQ going to take that one out rather quickly, and C9T going to give away control in a 5v4.
Yeah, they were chunked down pretty well by the beginning of that fight. But it is the blue buff stolen away. Nidalee, as we've said so many times before, loves to try and keep those blue buffs active. It allows her to gain so much control because you're going to miss a few spears. And you're going to need the mana regen to get that back up. But LMQ, even though they lose a man in the fight, they retain control of the map.
We'll see what else they can do with this one. Dragon goes down for now about 3,000 gold, so about the same lead so far here for LMQ. But where else can they move with this one? Mid lane, just the wave clear. Bishu being well afraid of Xiaowei Xiao's burst. Does not want to take more damage here. He's got a long way to go till Bishu gets some real ability power.
Yeah, and it's hard for him too. Vishu's having to use mana to get CS since he doesn't want to get further behind, and he doesn't have that blue buff to rely on. So he has very, very few opportunities to go aggressive at all in this lane. And look how far Xiao is up with 0 vision on either side of him.
Completely unafraid.
He's straight up the mid lane with no vision at all.
I mean, I gotta point out, it's 10 minutes in and neither, well, actually, sorry, No Name is, but Kez is still not level 6. I typically see it around 7 minutes when the second spawn of buffs go down is around the level 6 mark for junglers. And we're still 3 minutes past that, and Kez is still behind.
Nice rotation here from LMQ in the works, sending Caitlyn up top. Last remaining outer turret. They're also going to bring up a little Annie support. Yuzuki's definitely in danger of being subject to tower dive, so he needs to get out of there.
And what a great roam by LMQ. They pull their entire dual lane plus top laner. So normally on opposite sides of the map, at 10.5 minutes in, they're going to start pushing this top lane turret. Ackerman will tank it for a bit. He's going to take some damage here. It's going to hurt. He's going to be okay, though. So LMQ, they're playing such a good rotation game. Their map movements are completely what's beating C9T right here.
Tag him. Oh, he cancels anyway.
Yazuki shot in the back of the head. BF sword there for Vasily. Same for Altec. So these two AD carries are keeping the same amount of threat as far as damage is concerned. But you've got a long way to go everywhere else. But how fast will LMQ take this game? Xiao on defensive duty, going to rotate to the bottom lane to hold this turret. We have No Name to hold mid because they're still pushing top with the AD carry. I gotta say, it's really fun to see this team just move their elements on the map just around. Like, what's the most efficient place for Caitlyn to be? Which tower can we kill? Okay, we'll go top lane then. And just whoever's around takes the farm in the other lanes.
And keep in mind that they are the ones reacting to the start, the 2 versus 1 start. So, you know, those few seconds that I kept saying that Cloud9 had gained by being the initiators, they lost in the upcoming minutes of the game where they kind of floundered. Very interesting to see LMQ. Great controlled response to that.
Ooh, big javelin. That is with like 45 bonus AP from items. It gets worse when a death cap comes through. So Vasily gonna have to realize what those javelins feel like. Try to dodge them.
Let's see. I'm very interested to see now how LMQ actually use this advantage and exert their vision control in the jungle. Which side are they going to choose? I think blue buff side is probably the best choice here for LMQ to... What? They've got the stun. Pantheon ult!
Here comes the man drop. Do they have the fight? Great jump in. The shotgun's going to come through, going to stop Kez from doing much. And the burst comes down. 2 kills so far for LMQ. Can they get any more? There's the Tibbers late in the fight. Glebe Glarbu, 1 hit from dead. Altec not going to block it in time. And now Tibbers putting the damage. The flash stun from Ackerman. The ball comes in. Down goes Altec. 4-0 in the fight for LMQ.
This is a sub 13-minute game.
Yeah.
With a 6,000 gold lead. All right, so they started all off by getting Yuzuki stunned up. That's the main tank at Half-Life when they start. Good Pantheon ultimate hits a lot of people, but Xiao is on point with his shockwave. Gets the front line peeled away from Vasily, allowing Vasily to continue to do damage for the remainder of the fight. And from there, they can just tower dive up to the inhibitor turret. What time was it? Like 16 minutes? Are we in this thing? 13 even. 13 minutes.
At 12:30.
They're destroying Cloud9.
I like that Altec actually turned back. He was like, you know what? That Caitlyn is going to hurt me a lot, and he actually unjuked it. Died anyway. So this goes to show you, you should just tank for your supports. You'll still die. Be a man about it, Altec. Save Glebe.
Yeah. This is ridiculous from LMQ. So, talking about that reputation they're trying to build. I think it's intact.
Yeah, I'm scared of LMQ.
I'm a little scared of them, too.
I would not want to play them.
They didn't have to get that. So I was talking about the ward coverage. I was like, oh, which side are they going to choose to set up ward coverage on so they can control? Doesn't matter. They don't even need wards. They can go wherever they want. They do take the blue buff away from Nidalee. That's going to be number 2 denied. They can easily time the every consecutive blue buff as well. Vishu will probably not get one this entire game for Nidalee, and LMQ are definitely on a warpath here. Oh, there's all the wards in the blue side. They got it.
There you go.
Got it covered.
It is worth pointing out, LMQ actually has taken that blue buff every single time this game. Because with the swaps and everything early game, they actually got that one at 2.5 minutes in. And of course, with that, they kept the timers. They said, look, we're the aggressive team. We're winning our lanes. We have more gold. We have 2 turret kills on that side of the map as well. That's even less coverage for C9T.
They just jumped into us and we killed all of them. That's cool.
And then they just made sure to keep control here.
Oh,
Leave,
God.
not in the best fight.
Oh,
Shockwave's
God,
going to land.
no.
One more Q will pick him up. Xiao with the solo kill. W's not going to land from Altec. Tibbers comes down. Altec, oh no! Trying to get away. One more attack from Moore will do it. Not going to get it. It's going to go to No Name here.
Oh my God.
Maybe another kill picked up there. 2 for 0. LMQ still on the chase. Yasuki kicked back into the team. Caitlyn ulti comes by. Another kill picked up. LMQ crushing.
There's no other word for it. That was ridiculous. 3-man round. Xiao annihilates Glebe Glarbu. That's ridiculous. Now they're going to get another turret here. All right, Dragon's up. They don't care. So early in the game, Dragon's not worth very much at all. They're going to have to get more control of the map here.
Well, it's going to be the minions dying down. Turret number 2 in the top lane goes out, which means all 6 turrets outside of the base done by 15.5 minutes.
All right, let's take another look at this. Half his life in the command, attack, command, dissonance, then shockwave, one more command attack, and he's done. That was Xiao. Focus. Oh no, there's 3 people around me. It's okay. Moore and No Name are coming right in to save me. That's 4 members of Cloud9 just destroyed right there. So where do you think Glebe Glarbu's name come from? Because I was thinking, that's kind of like the gargling noise that he makes when he dies right there.
Is he a dying Murloc?
Yeah, Murloc.
Okay, well, there you go. Then yes, I completely agree.
Oh man, this game is brutal.
So I feel like by the time he started playing, Thresh wasn't out yet. So
yeah, I was being facetious.
I know.
Okay, good.
I'm just
glad we're on the same page.
I was hoping to deduce with you. We are detectives after all. Here we go. Wolves taking some damage. Doing okay. Moore's now starting to control Baron. I mean, it just barely spawned now. 16.5 minutes in. Like, that wasn't even an objective 2 minutes ago. And LMQ says, okay, we're going to make sure we control this area of the map to make sure, no comeback potential. I think Baron has more stats than C9T's team combined.
I think Baron would just kill their whole... Oh, man. It's painful to watch, guys. I'm sorry. Too soon, Freak. Too soon.
Too soon for what?
17 minutes in. All right. Ackerman's now got a red buff, so that's going to be painful. All right. They can send 3 members at him, though. They got Glebe plus Yazuki headed up top. Yep. Trying to take down the godlike Renekton. Nope, just kidding.
He's running towards him. He's got a coin. Doesn't help him with combat much. He's going to get out. He's safe. He's good. He's got Boots of Moby. Gets him out of that fight. More lurking around in the jungle as well. LMQ are controlling the Baron area. The top lane, or the top jungle is warded up by these guys. Less coverage over the blue buff, but might just be theirs anyway. Setting up a trap now.
Baron baits at 1730. Don't think I've ever seen that in my life. It might work, though.
Kez keeps the ward.
Oh, he's getting pretty close to danger.
The jump, the Tibbers comes out. Kez not going to go anywhere. No Name saves the Q to steal the kill, or secure it, as you might go. And LMQ, they're on top of ward. They know about this.
50, wait, kill that thing. You get gold.
50 gold.
They need that gold. Tibbers is objective. He's an objective.
Yeah. Good amount of money right there.
Is it a she? Is the teddy bear?
No.
What gender is the teddy bear?
I think Tibbers is a dude.
Okay.
Sounds like a dude name. Tibbers is a masculine name.
All right. I believe.
Yeah, you should. I mean, right now, it might just be Annie, though. I can't tell by the costumes. I don't know which one's which.
That skin is just confusing, Freak.
I can't tell if Blitzkrieg's in my game half the time. I can't tell if it's Annie or Tibbers out half the time. Like, I don't even understand.
Renekton wants a piece of Yazuki. Yazuki was getting some good, clean farm up there, uncontested.
Yeah.
So, LMQ want to put a stop to that. They don't want any money going into the hands of Cloud9. They want to keep this ridiculous gold lead.
And they're really far ahead. And I'm trying to think of, like, what they're doing now to close the game out completely. They set up a Baron bait, but only got 1 kill for it. Blue buff again goes to Xiao. He's happy. But the front line of this team is building extremely tanky. Ackerman did go Sunfire, but no Hydra, no Tiamat. Even No Name just went Ancient Golem. I haven't seen Ancient Golem Lee Sin in a while.
So, I do like that they're kind of waiting for armor until they want to go for the tower dives on inhibitor turrets, because LMQ got such a ridiculous lead this early that that's really how they want to end this game, but they have to be careful, not overextend themselves. So they're waiting a little bit until they get more armor. Now, Renekton got the magic resistance just to fight Shyvana early, So he hasn't been able to stack pure armor, so it's going to take him a little bit longer. But No Name's also doing his part, so they can actually change turret aggro from one to another. And then that counting the extra armor from Oriana's ball will definitely help out here. All right, so there's always a chance. They got Nidalee on their team.
Yeah?
They have Nidalee.
That's
yes, multiple spears.
Yeah! No Name down to about 3/4 as well, and that's just Athene's Sword Shoes. Like, Bishu is one completed item.
They're going to test the Reddit theory that Nidalee is truly OP now. Can Nidalee bring a team back from a, what was it? It was 13 minutes and they had 11K gold lead? Was
Something like that.
It was really close to that.
Well, we're 20 minutes in. It is more than 11,000 right now. No Name kills a ward, because why not? Pink ward control there for LMQ. And I just got to say, if you guys are trying to do Baron, put a pink ward in the Baron pit. Don't rely on a sweeper, because then it guarantees that you're not going to like miss a ward. So
yeah, the sweepers are slightly smaller than Dragon and Baron Pit. Yeah. So if there's a ward on the wall, like super close to the wall, you won't see it. And you'll have this false confidence that you're doing your Dragon or Baron uncontested, but the other team may have vision of it.
I love the teams that sit in a brush baiting Baron, but there's a ward on Baron.
That they didn't see because their sweeper was too small?
And they're just like, they're going to get us. They're going to walk in. And the other team's like, they're not doing Baron. We're not going to face check.
Baron bait version 2 here. LMQ setting up in the same bush.
Oh, different brush.
Kez goes around the other side, though. Can he get a ward over there? No, not close enough.
No. C9T going to play defensively. The cool thing for them is they can face check brushes with javelins. And it'll probably hit somebody. Oh, there's a ward. Ooh, nice dodge.
So we talked about Yuzuki getting uncontested farm before. He's slowly grabbing up some gold there. He's penny pinching up in the top lane, getting some extra money for himself. They need a strong tank in them to try and be the point man here.
And he's got TP. He can keep moving to these side lanes and getting a lot of extra spare farm and catching up in levels. Level 12 right now. He's actually equal level to Ackerman.
That's great work.
That's not bad.
Yeah, they need to claw their way back into this game. It's baby steps, Freak. Baby steps.
Well, what better way to claw your way back in with the Dragon?
I was hoping you'd take that.
Yep.
one.
And Nidalee. It's great.
They've also got Altec. So this is just a dangerous move, but it's some little risk that you have to take when you're this far behind. He goes to farm that bottom lane, even though they have 0 ward coverage. He gets the wave, and he actually backs up just in time as LMQ go to claim their Dragon.
Yes. Their own Dragon on the map. The other one, Yuzuki, refuses to die much. So, Ackerman still chilling on the top lane. Yuzuki was going to face up against him, though the item builds are fairly close in power. LMQ happy to play a bit slower. They're going to recall back for big item buys, and I think
this is signaling a final attack, I think. Yeah. Everybody, get everything you need, all your supplies. We're going to be on a field trip, not coming back to home for a while here.
Get your signatures. It's actually very fitting for LMQ.
It looks like they did not decide to go out in pairs, though. Everybody going back to different lanes. Shoving all 3 lanes with... Oh, no, so he's going to red buff there. Vasily picking up the red for Caitlyn.
Yeah, that'll the same for blue.
That'll help.
Yep. I want to say they actually timed their buys off of the buff spawns as well, saying, hey, one last trip, go buy, grab buffs, then go into for the fights.
You want to say that.
I want to say it's true. I mean, they're an exceptionally good team. The amount of advantages they've taken, the way they've been able to time buffs in the enemy territory, I believe it.
I believe it. Now, they also, this distortion on Moore, they're going to use Flash Tibbers when they get up to a turret. They're going, if anybody gets out of position, it's going to be this Annie Initiate. And everybody on C9T has pretty low HP. Sans Yuzuki there on Shyvana. So if he's able to get anybody besides Yuzuki stunned up, they have the damage to kill any of those targets in the duration of the stun.
Well, they chunked more down to half HP. He's got to sit by some dying enemy minions if he wants to get his health back up. It's going to give him about 25 health or so per wave, actually. It's not too bad.
Doesn't work on jungle.
No, this is less useful for more. Yeah. But if he gets next to a wave, it'll be okay. Yuzuki, force wave by Ackerman. Shockwave, not shockwave, dissonance. Kills some wraiths, why not?
All right, let's see how this siege plays out. Nidalee Spears, they're going to need quite a few of them onto the squishier targets. Moore is a great target. If they can get another couple onto Moore, then that'll be the main initiation not looking too good. The other thing they have to worry about is the ball placement. Keep your eyes on Xiao's ball. Oh, I like this. Proxying the wave here. If the minions are not up at the turret gains all this armor and magic resistance, makes shoving in very, very hard. I like the play from Mizuki here. It's last ditch effort. Oh, they landed that
play in. Xiao forces a flash away, hits a box wall though. The javelin not quite gonna land into the back line.
That was it. That was the play.
Oh, he gets it with the man drop. Pantheon man drops in, takes down
Mizuki though.
Oh, he gets kicked over a wall. Dragons back over, gets help from Bishu. Gonna look for a couple of javelins.
Buff slow. They live. They gotta kill him. They live.
C9T with a shutdown on Xiao.
Come on, crowd. Where's the chance? That was a huge play to make, being down this much gold.
Well, last time in the situation, they chanted USA for the Israeli junglers, so now they're shell-shocked. There's no more chance.
That was too much for you.
C9T trying to hold on. Of course, they're doing the best they can. 25.5 minutes in. Still the wave clear from Alltech.
Take another look here. Glebe Glarbu with the death sentence plus spear at the same time. So Bishu and Glebe both have the exact same aim right there. He's able to get another one in, and then he thinks he's safe here. And you're dead. Beautiful dunk. What a dunk from Kez.
Absolutely great play right there. So now more. He's going to be chilling up, going over towards the top jungle again. Now the wards haven't really been swept out that much away from LMQ. Their pink ward still stays in the Baron pit.
Upgraded sweeper. That's going to be great because you will be able to see every inch of that Baron pit as well. Ackerman trying to duel up here with Yazuki for the double golem, and he does claim the double golem as his own. Let's see what LMQ do for round 2, because round 1, what a great answer from C9T. They're down so much they can't fight, so they proxy the midline wave, and they also get a pick.
LMQ happy to go off of a single caster minion right here and a couple of shields in. Gonna do some decent damage, low health.
Barely dodging that death sentence. So they're using the shield, the Orianna shield, to tank up turret shots while Vasili's able to get damage down on this turret.
This could be the last wave. Old Papa Ackerman, extra health, jumps in, stuns up Kez, and now the fight has begun. Who's going to find what? Inhibitor taking damage down to 2/3. Good shockwave finds Kez. He gets out. Tibbers does not land onto him. Going to be the escape here from C9T. In comes Yuzuki, kicked back away by No Name. He's going to run away from this one. Tibbers and Andy getting away as well. Bishu looking for a couple more javelins, won't find any.
Oh god, Xiao's Orianna does so much damage right now. It's painful to watch. Kez with 0 magic resistance to speak of. Just some health stacking there, does go down. And LMQ get what they came for. Inhibitor turret down.
Inhibitor turret down. Inhibitor itself does stay up, but it does mean more gold into the pockets of LMQ. Looks like they will coordinate a recall, but that does give away some time here in the mid lane. C9T with a numbers lead here for the mid lane. They're looking for damage in this turret. 12,000 gold behind. Can't get enough damage down to kill it though. Looks like Vasily is scary enough to push him back.
Alright, so exposed inhibitor, that should probably be the next battlefield here for LMQ. Waiting on that shockwave though. I don't know if they'll actually wait for the full cooldown on Tibbers to come back up. Probably will. Because they've got plenty of other stuff to do. A lot of money on the map for them to take. The silly guy trying to go clean up down here. Look at these farm there on Altec, though. Great job by him. They've been feeding the side lane farm, by the way. As I said before, pointed out when he takes that chance. He's a blind lane. There are minions there, so he takes a chance to go and get it. And then try and escape after he quickly clears a wave.
Oh, LMQ going to keep the timer on the Dragon Kill. One of their big sources of gold right here for themselves. About 200 gold a person for that one. They're still controlling the jungle as best they can.
So if we take this really, really far in the future, and C9 are able to continually defend here, as far as late game goes, if they are able to even up or even get close in that gold, full tank Lee Sin doesn't scale that well. Renekton will get outscaled by Shyvana if they can actually get some gold. I mean, there's a whole bunch of gold they have to make up for that to be true, but eventually Cloud9 will have the advantage if they can get it to full item builds.
25 minutes in the future, we're going to see a very, very close game. I mean, honestly, I'm still impressed by the fact that C9T has been down that far and then hasn't given up kills really at all for the last 14 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Like, they got tower dived that inhibitor turret and then was like, okay, we'll wave clear forever and not let you in. The LMQ, they have Annie, Caitlyn, Orianna, like they've got champions who can hit turrets from afar. They've got tanks in the front line, but they're holding, like LMQ's being held back by C9T. Bijou hitting javelins. Fast Void Staff comes out, finds some damage again onto No Name. And we'll see. I mean, Yuzuki also getting around the map with teleport is helping. It's creating pressure in areas that's hard for LMQ to get to and then return to the siege.
She wants to do the same thing here. Cut off the minion line so that it won't get up to the Nexus turrets and it won't reduce that armor and magic resistance.
Yeah.
Inhibitor, though, it looks like they may be giving up the inhibitor. He's coming around from the flank, though. If he can get high priority...
Right.
Oh!
Hook onto Vasily, going to flash away. That doesn't want to jump in for the shockwave. It's going to be some damage. Box popped out by Glebe. He's going to get away from this fight, though, still. Now we have 5v4. Health bars are good for LMQ. Inhibitor in the mid lane goes down. That's created the pressure. They're going to back off right now. Shyvana's still waiting in the wings. Hasn't found her way into the fight. The flash, the initiate doesn't quite land. Good dodge from Altec. The reflexes are great.
Quick fingers there. Altec and Bijou getting out of that one. Tibbers down again without stunning someone.
And the flash and the Talisman of Ascension for more, but they're going to rotate top lane right now. Health bars are back to full for C9T. LMQ in a pretty good spot. Not completely full HP, but they're okay. I wonder if they can keep sieging, though. The first super minion wave is spawning now.
Yeah, so Cloud9 can afford to give up one inhibitor, but they cannot afford to give up two. Two inhibitors, double super minion stacking, would definitely be enough for LMQ to end the game.
See what they can do. Top turret down to half HP. LMQ is looking for some damage. They get pushed back. Shyvana still in the wings, though. They want... Ooh, wow. Spear. Another great spear under No Name.
Shyvana again, trying to circle around back. Cut off that minion line. He's cutting down the supplies for the army, so they can't get up toward the inhibitor.
The siege is working kind of in inverse here.
Uh-oh, though. Now he's sandwiched.
And not a lot of good places to go. Moore does have a stun available, and he can stop the teleport if he wanted to. Yuzuki.
Yeah, he's toast here.
Trying to get away. Goes for some damage onto Moore, but he's in the middle of an entire enemy team. Kicked into the wall. Will he go for the Dragon Form? Will he waste the cooldown? He does go for it there. Getting stunned up very heavily. Will he flash the wall? He's not going to even try. Knew he was done for, so down goes Yasuki. LMQ, they're going to start Baron, they're going to siege somewhere else.
Yeah, when do they sort of give up on this siege and actually decide to just take Baron? Looks like the call was just canceled because No Name wants to go back. I don't know, that seems like a pretty good time that they probably could have pulled the trigger. Even though No Name's that low, they don't need him to tank it. They just need his smite there. They decided to play it pretty safe, though. Whenever you're against Pantheon, I know that feel when Pantheon comes in with a Grand Skyfall and steals your Baron away.
What's the target damage? Like 650 at rank 2? I know it's 1,000 in the bullseye at the final rank.
Yeah.
I think it is. So
Altec again, you know, he's taking those small chances.
Yeah. It's worth pointing out, I mean, he's heavily out-CSing Vasily. Now, to be fair, a lot of that farm's going to Xiao Wei Xiao on the LMQ lineup, but 280 CS, almost 3 completed items. LMQ starting Baron, though no one even on this side of the map. The ward control lasted long enough that LMQ knew that no one was around. Going to be a no-contest Baron here, picked up 32.50 into the game. We'll see what they do with this with the fast recalls, new items.
Turned it by again. They were just at... Oh, completed Zanya's for Xiao Xiao. Another BF sword for Vasily.
And a third item, Ravenous Hydra for Ackerman as well. He went Cowl into Sunfire Cape into Banshees, then went Tiamat Hydra here. So he has added damage to his build later on to this one.
Yeah, once he's got
up.
both magic resist and armor, adding in the extra lifesteal, a lot of HP that he'll gain over the duration of a fight that will be assisted by those defensive stats he already has. Now, have they waited long enough for this inhibitor to come back? I think the notification will come pretty soon.
Yeah, I think we've got a wave or two left of super minions, but you only get so many. C9T happy to try to keep clearing things away. You can see the super minions there in the mid lane, keeping the pressure on. Kez being forced to defend these for now.
Spears do nothing to Ackerman now. He can heal them up very quickly. So he's going to want to try and take every single one.
Ulti comes out from Lucian, going to keep trying to build time. Ackerman locks some of them up. Only 2 minions left. He's going to get killed off.
Ooh, Altec's really low on mana. He needs to go back.
Gotta be careful. Glebe gonna get stunned up by Tibbers, and down he goes. Kill picked up by Moore. And the siege might just start with Tibbers taking up the turret damage. Half HP on this one. Altec's gonna get himself back into the fight soon enough, but it's a 5v4 anyway. Ulti pop by Ackerman. Top inhibitor now available for siege. Going down rather quickly as well. LMQ into the base again.
All right, yeah, double inhibitors going down. That should be double stacked super minions who will buff each other up, and should be the answer that LMQ were looking for to try and end this game. Lotez, to Cloud9's credit, gone to 35 minutes after that devastating early game.
Yeah, they've been stuck in their base for 20 of them, and aren't bleeding many kills, but it's just so hard to play from this far back. LMQ doing an amazing job getting ahead early game. Taking the time to close it out afterwards, continually controlling Dragon. Each time they die within maybe 30 seconds of respawning. And I think after one last recall, if they even want to, could close the game with the next push.
Yeah, they're calling everybody up. Going for the trifecta, 3 inhibitors in their sights. Bishu pretty low on mana as well. They need Altec to have a good mana pool because they need him to wave clear. The thing for Bishu is they need those extra damage from spears, but he's almost out now.
Trying to get rid of a couple more minions. More there in the front line. Hook's going to land, unfortunately, onto a minion. LMQ pushing this turret down. One shot from dead. Down it goes. So he takes a javelin on the way out, though. Got a lifesteal back up. Oh! Wow. They got to be real careful.
Scumbag Xiao Xiao going to kill all the minions. Nothing for Vasily to lifesteal off over there, so he has to go lifesteal off the white instead.
It's the white choice, though. His health back up. Wolves maybe next. Here comes the Pantheon. There's no Caitlyn. Can the damage come through? Looks in.
He's coming.
For Xiaowei. Xiao. In comes Yuzuki in the back lines as well. Bishu not a good spot. Vasily shows up. Shockwave's going to land 2, 3 kills. Make that 4 now. Only Altec left alive. LMQ. 36 minutes in. Going to bring themselves game 1 of the finals.
All right, yeah, the desperation movement from Cloud9. Can't really blame them for that one. Tried to make something happen, but LMQ with a dominating performance today. First game, easily going in their favor.
I gotta say, the first 12 minutes of that game were so well played here by LMQ, taking them down. The rotations were better, the ganks were better, everything was just better.
Yeah, silence from them too, because they were pretty sure how that was going to end. After those first 13 minutes.
Yeah, they took their time with it, though.
Yeah,
they took another 20 minutes to close the rest of it out, saying, we'll control the Baron area, but they only found 1 or 2 picks doing it. Decided, after the 6 turrets down, well, we'll get Dragons on cooldown, we'll get every blue and red buff, we'll strangle the gold, we'll keep it ahead, but really took their time for the sieges, said, let's wait till item 3. When that one comes through, then we'll try to actually tower dive. Just, very methodical end of the game.
There were some interesting stall tactics from Cloud9's side, like the Shyvana cutting off their supply line of minions.
Yeah.
But definitely wasn't enough. I mean, they got one good pick as well over the wall. It's pretty much all the highlights that you can say for Cloud9.
Yeah, it's all the highlights. I mean, when you're that far behind in gold, you still have to actually fight them in order to get kills. You can throw javelins, but that's only half a health bar in the first place anyway. So when you actually got to go fight them in the face, and LMQ, honestly, they stopped the laning phase so early on. Top lane at 9 minutes in, they're like, yeah, the dual lane plus Renekton, they're going to go siege a turret. And then Oriana's going to go bot lane to hold the wave in the meantime. And every single time they're going as a group of 4, group of 5, taking things as a team, never being kind of out by themselves.
Yeah, completely agree. LMQ look very scary.
Yeah, they do.
So I think it's pretty much the same story that we keep on talking about. All these LCS teams are trying to get away from that last spot where you don't get to choose your team because the team is going to be LMQ. Nobody's choosing them.
Yeah, they're looking incredibly strong. We'll see if they can do it again and make it a 2-0, guys. We're 1 game closer to crowning the 2nd Challenger Series champion. But before we go, gotta take a quick break. But never fear, Cloud9, Tempest, and LMQ will return to the Rift right after this. everyone. Welcome back to 2014 Challenger Series Finals. It's time for Game 2 in the best of 3 between Cloud9 Tempest and LMQ. After dominating Game 1, Xiao and crew are poised to make it 2 Challenger Series championships in a row. They look good.
Safe to say that LMQ dominated the early game in one of the most impressive Challenger performances that we've seen. It looked like it was going to be a quick stomp, but Cloud9 Tempest did hold on in the face of incredible pressure.
Yeah.
But in the end, LMQ's power was just too much, and they took out the Nexus in just over 36 minutes. And leading the way for LMQ was the CS master, Xiao. He had 50 more CS than the next closest player and 153 more CS than his mid lane opponent, Bishu. I have to say, though, that is in part due to Cloud9's decision to lane swap when they're going against a Nidalee versus an Orianna. Now, when you do lane swap, you know that the AD and support are going to be moving around really early in the game. And Nidalee has a very weak point at the early game where she can't wave clear at all. So they kind of put themselves in this situation where, yeah, Bishu, good luck, man, because you're probably going to be going into mid game with much lower CS numbers. That's how it played out, and Xiao really took advantage.
Yeah, and they rush picked the Lucian there, who I do see as a strong turret killer. I think he's probably faster than Caitlyn just because of the double shot and having similar AoE. But yeah, they didn't pick a support who could go like spell thieves and like get extra turret damage down. Like it would be a small extra sort of bit, but like if you pick Karma and go spell thieves edge, you'll get some extra turret damage there. Pantheon is a good jungler, but not like that fast of a turret killer compared to say an Elise or something like that.
And again, no wave clear for Pantheon. That's all single target. Like he isn't even like a very fast clearing jungler. So.
True, he was there late. He actually, like you talk about getting steps ahead, but I was watching the jungler path. Like, No Name's Lee Sin killed blue buff before the Pantheon got his own red. Like, just all these factors kind of showed up there. And then on top of that, there's another thing I wanted to point out as well is Yazuki never hit level 2 from the jungle clears, so he's still got Flame Breath to try to jungle with, which is not fast at all. Walked to his lane, didn't get anything for it.
That was the other thing that was very perplexing from that game. They lane swap, and he did something that we haven't seen in a long time from solo laners, is just watching the enemies pushing down his turrets from outside of experience range.
Yeah.
Like, you're not gaining anything there. That's why everybody turned this new style of, oh, the top laners are jungling, ha ha ha. Yes, that's because you're not going to get anything done by sitting there watching.
Yeah, well, didn't quite work out for C9T. We'll see if they can do it different this time around. We are into picks and bans once more. Let's see what they go for. LeBlanc banned away from Xiao. Xiao still the mid lane bans coming through. Ziggs also banned away. So once again, they don't want Bishu on Ziggs, who's a good early game laner, can stand up to the early pressure.
And the wave clear. I think that's pretty much one of the biggest things that you need out of your mid laner nowadays. And if they do decide to go for another lane swap especially, but all right, we'll see what changes will Cloud9 Tempest make to this pick ban phase, because as you said during the last pick ban phase, it looked like LMQ got everything they wanted. And if that lineup that Cloud9 got was what they wanted, then they probably need to switch up their strategy, because that did not work out for them.
Well, they banned the Thresh themselves, so when they early picked it, it was to deny. They don't want to play against it either game here. Lulu is still banned away, so Yasuki says, you know what, Orianna, we had first dibs last time, but you know what, Orianna's the better one in this matchup.
I gotta think that LMQ might actually take Nidalee and do this reverse matchup here. Only they probably won't lane swap, or they won't be the initiators of the lane swap. But yeah, once again, Renekton, we've been over this so many times, that's obviously go-to pick for them. Ackerman does very well with the top lane bully.
And they're happy to go for Caitlyn right away again, so LMQ not going to make any changes unless they're forced to do it themselves. Happy to pick their complete lineup from last game because it did work so well. Lee Sin, I don't feel like it's a contested pick. I mean, Kez is a great player. I know I've seen him play Lee Sin before, but I don't feel like that's a champion you really steal right here. We'll see if I'm wrong.
Well, Kha'Zix is off the field. So Lee Sin definitely good early game. Now, Elise is still a good early game jungler, just not quite as much. She's still very popular, though. Just not as dominating as before.
They're taking their time, too. It's going to be the Lucian and Pantheon. So, again, same comp coming out. C9T saying, okay, we know what individual mistakes we made, but we can fix those. Strategically, they still think they're sound as far as a comp goes.
And yeah, they do take the reverse matchup here in Italy into Orianna. not really worried about it. I think all they have to avoid is that early push. As I said, Nidalee is amazing late game. I mean, even being down that much, the spears are still hurting towards that mid game and late game.
Absolutely.
And Zhao Zhao is very happy to pick that champion up, so no surprise there.
So will it be a 2v1? Will it be a 2v2? Of course, great junglers here on both sides. Kez does go back to the Pantheon again. Yeah, I want to see his talents not wasted in a 2v1 though. I feel like it's probably the worst possible place for a Pantheon to be.
Yeah, exactly. If they do lock in that Elisa I was talking about, she's so much better, especially if it comes down to 2 versus 1 tower sieging. Not only can she get range damage on the turret, but also poke while doing it if anyone tries to defend. And if nobody tries to defend, she has an attack speed steroid. So she's great at it. I feel like this is LMQ sort of protecting themselves against a lane swap from, a repeat lane swap from Cloud9. I don't think, again, that they will actually initiate it.
Yeah, but at the same time, LMQ are just full of early game power. Renekton wins almost every top lane matchup.
That's why you don't want to switch it. You don't want to be the ones initiating.
Exactly, yeah.
You're like, yeah, we have Renekton. Bring it.
Yeah, I think the only really good ones for Yasuki here would be like Ryze and Trundle. And, you know, I haven't really seen him play those champions. He goes back for the Shyvana anyway. The Annie comes through for support. So they basically took away the Orianna, took away the Annie from LMQ last time and said, all right, now pick your comp.
Interesting. This is the new Annie with a little bit reduced base damages. So she will not have as much damage as before. Still has the utility, though, from stuns. And Leona going to bring their own stuns to this matchup. I like Leona with Caitlyn because Caitlyn has so much range that she's easy to... It's easy for her to CS even if Leona doesn't get the presence that she wants.
Yeah. And also their pushing super early game is great. If Leona does start with E, the Zenith blade at level 1, it gives you really fast wave clear to make sure you get the head start on the second wave. One thing I actually saw early this week, which I found really interesting, I think it was Mithy who did it, as he went Relic Shield and then saved both charges until the second wave so that he could clear the wave really quickly and get level 2.
So surprise level 2 with the double executes.
Because you'll kill 2 of the 3 melee minions you need to hit level 2.
Why not kill one of the melee minions of the first wave?
Just to get 2 charges. Because it takes 6 seconds to get a new charge.
Yeah.
Now, by doing that, he sacrifices a cannon minion.
I was going to say, you're going to...
Yeah. He gives away...
I was like, yeah, cannon minion.
He gives away about 25 gold by getting a melee instead of a cannon minion. But basically allows himself to push that second wave a bit faster and hit level 2. It was just like, yeah, I'm going to invest 25 gold into a level lead. And I thought it was a really cool idea.
Interesting. Yeah, so the 2 switches that they made. We're looking for what Cloud9 was going to change. They take away Orianna, they take away Annie. Those were what they thought were the playmakers. Xiao Xiao definitely was the playmaker last time. Multiple times, shockwaves or just even dissonance, catching people off guard, killing people very easily. The thing is, taking Annie here, she's vulnerable to being all in by Leona. If Leona can lock her up, that's an easy kill.
Yeah.
She's very squishy still, and with the reduced damages, it'll be hard for Annie to actually abuse the lead that she has over Leona in the early game, starting Q and trying to spam Q on her to get her down. That's actually been taken down a notch in the new patch. So I'm very interested to see how this 2 versus 2 lane goes, if C9 actually will opt into it. Already, though, 5-man squad, millions of pings going down.
Yep.
Cloud9 looking for some action early.
And let's see. So Glebe Larbu opens with Ruby Crystal, an award, and a potion. Exact same opening as last time, actually.
And W. He's got stun. So
okay, so
they are looking for invade.
So they want to fight.
Oh, yeah. So he's not even going to look for that Q harass on Leona. They might go for a lane swap then.
Yeah, you're right.
He's going W for the early stun. They see Nidalee. It's hard to close that distance, though.
Flash W. I don't think you have the follow-up.
That would also screw his jungle start, too.
I mean, yeah.
Not happy with that.
It wouldn't work.
It's not that bad. As long as you get a good pull on the first camp, then it's okay.
Yeah, Yasuki can jungle with him again. This time, Yasuki actually learned W at level 1. He realized how much Flame Breath actually kind of bit him in the end. And it's just like, you know what, screw it. I'm just going to have the burnout here for the team fight or for the jungle, or the lane itself. Moore does go for a Relic Shield here. So Abeta sustained for himself and his partner in the lane, as well as pushing if he wants it.
And when he wants it. Good point.
Yeah,
I like that.
when he wants it.
We'll have to see.
For those of you wondering in 2v1 lanes, we haven't seen them in a little while. You actually wait until the cannon minion wave to fully push. you last hit as slowly as possible until the third wave reaches your lane.
Everybody flash over the wall.
It's a little
4 flashes for first blood before 2 minutes. Worth it.
There you go. 280 gold.
They didn't see. I don't think they saw, right? He left the bush early
see
enough. They didn't see anything yet. They might be able to get the stun off here.
All right, they spot Glebe.
Nope.
Not going to find the stun. They find the red buff, though. And remember, Yasuki has teleport.
Yep.
So he can
they
show
are
up to the
again
bottom lane.
doing a double lane swap, though.
Okay. Kez is going to smite away red buff and does share EXP. Yasuki is going to be in a better spot for this at the very least, and Moore does the exact same play. Walks in. He's going to trinket ward this this buff, and they're going to keep timers here. So Bishu and Xiao early lane. Bishu already taking early damage here.
Well, Bishu just got beat up by Xiao in this matchup, so he should know exactly what to do to beat up a Nidalee in this matchup. And we're going to have to look at the timers for when the turrets go down, because as soon as the AD and support join this mid lane, it's going to be hard for Nidalee once again. Doesn't matter who's playing the Nidalee. It's going to be hard for her to deal with an AD and support roaming over.
I agree. So Xiao did land 2 javelins so far in the matchup, and Kez actually, without level 2, is kind of having a slow clear. Does smite this away, get himself a level on this one. Xiao is healing up, and Yasuki spending his time. Ackerman, though, has cleared away the wolf camp for himself. Nonim getting his second buff. So junglers a little bit faster here for Kez. He's going to show up right away to the top lane. 4 members of C9T top lane.
And Leona did use 1 charge from her Targon before going over to help in the jungle, so it will be ready for the cannon minion. Maximum gold efficiency.
There you go.
Will be on point.
No Name's Elise going to show up bottom lane as well. So these teams will trade turrets. Now C9T do have more people for this push. So
LMQ have that attack speed, and they do not have the debuff, or the champion reduction on turret damage.
But C9T are in the lead of this one. They
Yeah.
killed the turret first, and they've got more people around here. I feel like turret number 2 could be a bit faster. LMQ actually, let's see, No Name might be stealing away one of the big golems on his way over.
Hey, this time around, it's actually Ackerman who is going to be sitting there watching. He's going to try and soak experience, though. Look at this cheeky move. He's trying to get on the other side of the wall so he can actually leech experience while they kill it. He's just barely trying to get in range here. Yeah.
And look at this trinket ward. Like,
he got a level, yes.
C9T is aware of this tactic, but Ackerman's not really in range of getting pushed away. Hits level 2. Wolf can't help with that one. Bottom lane turret's going to go down. Top lane turret's going to go down as
Similar
well.
times here. All right, let's play a game of chicken, guys. Go for inhibitor turrets. Do it. Just keep going. Okay, so Elise is already recalling. They're not going to let this game continue into the inhibitor turrets. Even exchange this time around.
It's going to be an equal trade. The only difference being that LMQ did get a gold generation item for the support, so a small bit of extra money here, but early Sightstone all the same for Glebe Glarbu. Mid lane matchup, I got to point out, Xiao has a 2 to 3 minion kill lead in the heads-up 1v1. So he won the lane last time.
Wait until the shoving comes, though. I think that all the LMQ have to do is answer the rotation. I mean, it's fine. He didn't get behind in CS early, and as long as they bring their AD and support over, even the fight.
Oh, No Name smites away, gets the Wraith camp there, and actually pink wards the brush just to make sure things are okay on that side of the rotations. And look at that, LMQ shows up mid lane.
Right, they answer. Caitlyn brings some pretty good wave clear. Peacemaker, Vasily trying to level that up as quickly as possible. And they scare him off. So they avoid the situation that Cloud9 ran into last time around. And even though the gold pretty much even, LMQ probably feel pretty good about this one, because this time around they've got the late game Nidalee to rely on.
So here we go. Alright, Cloud9 Tempest.
The Hopper from...
Okay.
The Hopper.
There you go. Didn't know where it was from, doesn't matter. C9T.
That was
Blue team.
Like that was like Burger King hacker.
There you go. Bjergsen's happy with that one. Got himself into the stream. TSM's not even playing. He's still around. So back to normal lanes we go, actually. Yasuki and Ackerman, 7 minions apart. Actually, Yasuki did manage to buy some items here, so chain invest for himself. He's going to fight the lane level 4 to level 4. Let's see how this one goes.
Weird up top. Ackerman on Renekton is a shoving champion, and he's got 0 wards.
Or turrets to defend himself.
Yeah, exactly, or turrets. So there should probably be some attention up there as far as jungle pressure is concerned, but he's already recalling, and Kez wants to make it happen down bottom.
Looks for it, doesn't quite find it though. Going to show up, and it's going to be a 3-man sort of pressure here on this bottom lane turret.
This is a great tower diving combo, you have to say.
Oh, yeah.
Because Pantheon already with 1 stack of his passive. He can start it up. Moore's trying to do his best. Does kill the cannon minion. Trying to clear out this wave as quickly as possible. And they brought in reinforcements. If Cloud9 do go for a late tower dive, it would definitely turn around on them. Uh-oh!
Ooh, the jump in. Altec puts him in very far. The Vasily there in the back lines, but no.
Elise and Renekton coming in.
Ooh, it's going to be an overman fight here for LMQ. Gleam Glarbu gonna flash. Oh, the dodge on the cocoon from Nona, but there's no turrets to run to. First blood goes to Vasily, the flash away from Kez, but there's a jump in from Leona. It's gonna be 2 kills picked up. No Name getting the second. Nice for LMQ.
All right, so that's gonna be a dragon as well. With the ill-fated push bottom from Cloud9, they also give away the first dragon. That's gonna be more objective money and more control for LMQ. Man, Altec stepped on the cupcake, walking into the bush. Unfortunate for them, does end up costing a couple kills here. Good juke there from Glebe Glarbu, but as you said, not only is that turret not there, but there's not even a second turret to run to. So 2 kills, 1 dragon. LMQ lead once again.
2,000 gold. And I like the move from Ackerman. He flashed to land the slice.
Yeah.
But even after he got stunned by Pantheon, he could dice back into range and help get the second kill. So 2,000 gold, LMQ, back to the lanes again they go. Now, less of a lead than last time around. I gotta say, the earlier game was crazy last time for LMQ. This time, just a really good counter gank. And so I want to see, as this team and as a team that the LCS teams will be looking for to make sure that they know how to play against him if they have to. Say, okay, how does LMQ play it from here? All right, 2,000 gold lead, standard lane so far though, some dead turrets. Can they get the same kind of crazy dives?
The dragon's already gone. I would like to see a freeze here from Ackerman because there's not an objective down there for Cloud9 to go for it. Really, they're going to be trying to siege up and take turrets. And LMQ are actually in a decent place to defend these turrets. So Ackerman can get basically an extra lane's worth of money in LMQ's favor right now. As long as Yazuki's presence on the other side of the map doesn't award them any extra benefit. So right now, it's really not because he's just jungling. It's a very slow jungle. Shivani, he has no attack items. He has no machete.
Yeah.
Ackerman's getting a lot more done. He's not freezing up there, but he is going to shove it into the turret, it looks like.
Okay, so the shove is going to pull Yazuki's attention around pretty quickly. Teleport is available. He's going to walk his way over, going towards Sunfire Cave here on Shyvana. Now, interesting thing to note, actually, if you don't go Rune King on Shyvana, your damage is very heavily magic.
Yeah, almost all.
Yeah, it's like 80 to 90% magic damage. Yeah. So if you're not going to go Rune King, at least go Hybrid Pen Marks because it's a better damage boost. But Ackerman, despite that, is going like Ninja Tabby early into then a Spectre's Cowl. So he's not really prepared to deal with heavy magic damage if he keeps fighting Yasuki.
I kind of like the early Tabby, though, giving him move speed to try and get away if someone comes up there. And Pantheon will probably be the one to gank him if somebody does. So it'll help out a bit. But it looks like the call is going to be mid for LMQ.
No Name looks for the cocoon, puts the Spiderling down, does land the stun.
Oh,
easy javelin after.
Worth of damage for that cocoon. And Ackerman is spotted out.
And he's going to run
now he's
back.
deep. He's in enemy territory. Oh, wow, this is bold.
Pull the wolves and then...
Wow, what timing. Are you kidding? That's good roundabout there by Ackerman.
He's staying for this ward because No Name shows up to defend him. That was nice. They knew the pink ward went down. And he pulled over for the vision control. That's the mark of a good team. You say, hey, rotate, get this ward with me.
All right. Who's going to answer this Yuzuki push? Ackerman goes right back up to try and soak the money. And LMQ continue to increase their lead here. When are they going to try and push this mid turret actually down, though? They might be waiting on a second blue buff here for Nidalee. I think that may be the deal, because once they get that, it'll be decent for them. Bishu, though, this time around, since he switched it around and he's got the Orianna, they have wave clear. They can defend one of these early pushes.
It's true. It's much harder to push against an Orianna than almost any other champion in the game. Because you just expose yourself to so much risk when you go for the turret. You can only be so far away from the enemy team, and you're just in shockwave range at that point. It can be very hard to play against. The problem is that Yazuki's roams aren't nearly as good as like a Renekton roam, because you kind of show up and like Dragon Form's alright, But like slice and dice stun from Renekton so much better.
Looks like they also have the advantage up in top lane. 3-man rotation, whereas Pantheon's going to have to use his ult if they go for this tower dive. And he's trying to get up there in time, and Yuzuki will defend it with his life. It's going to be a 4 versus 3 though, because Altec is down bottom still. Wonder how fast Altec is actually trying to shove that lane. Hopefully he's turned it into overdrive, because LMQ have lopsided this top. Yeah, there we go. Using everything he can to try and push this as hard as possible.
Let's see. Eats a cupcake. Even dragons get hungry. Yazuki and Glebe Glarber now hanging out together. Both Annies actually using the same skin. Gotta say, I like the dedication to it.
And because they see Altok switch gears, use his culling to clear that wave, they need to send Renekton down bottom in order to avoid losing that minion wave worth of cash to the turret. So LMQ reacting very quickly once they see what C9 are doing.
Yeah, and I like their choice of champion with it, because they want to actually pressure the turret. They're the leading team, they want to get the lead. They want their dual lane in the lane with turrets to kill. And the guy who's just soaking up farm is the guy who's like, well, just Renekton can chill for a while and play defense.
And leave Nidalee to our own devices. Farm right up, that's exactly what we want.
So, the right allocation of resources here, a 2-minion kill lead in the mid lane, Xiao holding up much better against Bishu than Bishu did in this matchup. So, props to Xiao for the great play here. Moore is doing pretty well with the Targon's Brace as well. 13 minions on him, still getting the gold coming through. But not a ton of aggression still. LMQ waiting a while.
That right there was Cloud9's advantage in this matchup, is they had a teleport, but they had to use it to keep up with the rotations of LMQ. And Altec, actually, they could get the slice and dice through minions. But man, Ackerman's already been circled in on. He has no vision. He's got to know, why is Altec staying so close?
Okay, stun from Glebe Glarber. Already the double dash flash is available. Stun comes in for Kez. They don't have nearly enough damage. Out he goes. There's the Ninja Tabby at work.
Why did Altec give up on the chase?
The issue is here, though. He wants the minions. Ackerman, nice flash, gets away from the shockwave. Out he goes.
Yeah.
He goes back into... Okay.
Oh, Yuzuki not so lucky, though. Xiao's not going to give up on his chase.
No way to get out of that one. The 3v1 kill, actually. Caitlyn and Elise helping. The double stun comes out for Moore. That's all he could have asked for.
They do have numbers advantage for about 2 seconds around Dragon. Any further they wait around this Dragon, Elise is going to come steal it, and Nidalee's going to be poking them. They need to take it very quickly.
All right, potential.
Nidalee's not coming. Nidalee's not coming.
Wow, he goes for the mid lane instead. The no-name smite isn't going to come through. Kez picks it up. Well played. Repel into the air. Nowhere to go, though. Outnumbered. No-name. Overcommitting, going down. Dragon plus a kill to C9T.
Big pickup for Cloud9. Xiao does not join the Dragon fight. And No-Name pays for it. He was trying to get that execute in. He has a good chance of actually getting that Dragon away, but since they didn't bring all of their resources to the fight, Cloud9 get a nice step back into this game, killing a Dragon.
But LMQ spend their time getting the top lane turret dead and a lot of damage to the mid lane turret as well. That's what Xiao was up to, is some farm, some XP, and turret pressure. So 11 minion lead here for him means Sork shoes, whereas Bishu just has regular boots right there, and there's the blue buff respawn. LMQ, with this, will they reignite their sieging?
Survey says yes.
You didn't even survey anyone. You just made that up. Survey of you?
Crowd. You think that they will go back to pushing with the blue buff Nidalee? I believe they will.
Believe they will.
All right, so Yuzuki, this time around, doesn't have a flash to get out. And even when he did have a flash, it was not successful. So he needs extra vision up top if he wants to keep doing what he's doing.
Let's see what we got. Bishu, blue buff wave clear, yeah! Killing minions. Javelin's not gonna hit him, he's got minions to face tank for him. Nice selfless minions helping out.
Oh man, look at this itemization for AD carries. Bloodthirster versus just the Vamp Scepter as of right now. Altec has to go back and buy to even this up.
Yeah, he's not back in forever. I feel like he would... There he goes. He's got to be enough for BT. I'd be very surprised if he didn't have enough. Might even have a little bit more on top of that, because they are only one turret behind. Equal on Dragons. It's only a 3,000 gold game. It's not too bad. C9T definitely holding it much closer. Mid lane a little bit under fire, but LMQ always there in time. You notice that LMQ, they've never given up a turret without taking something in return, or any objective.
I don't feel like anyone has been out of position this game for LMQ. They've been very, very quick with their map movements.
Even Ackerman.
Yeah, Ackerman's actually coming up right now. We might see a 5-on-5. Let's see, what kind of initiation would they have? I guess it would just be, if somebody gets a good position for a Leona ultimate here.
Or a Flash Tibbers on the other side.
Flash Tibbers always a good.
Always good. You know what's funny about Flash Tibbers? You could give Renekton a double jump because of it. Depending on where you aim it. You could help him get out.
It's possible.
I don't know if I've seen it in competitive, but I'll bet you it's happened. Where Annie helped the enemy team by dealing damage.
Alright, Yuzuki actually cheating down to the bottom side, so Cloud9 want to pick up a little extra cash here while they have all 5 members of LMQ.
And the top lane's actually building up in as more minions for C9T. Meaning he'll push in towards LMQ's base, meaning, oh, there goes Vasily to the top lane to clear it all out. Now this is the kind of situation where you say, hey, maybe we can make a pressure, maybe we can pressure for this.
Does he stop it?
Oh, he lost it. Was that teleport? Yeah, it was teleport. Yasuki's teleport's down. It gets stunned. So they did want to rotate off
That's
the Caitlyn.
unfortunate for him. Ackerman able to get it down.
Will it be enough for C9T to push? They're in a 4 versus 3, but they're just giving so much respect to the rest of the team. They're not going to go for anything here.
They're actually doing a great job of wave clearing with these champions and not taking much harass in return.
LMQ, will they push back down? Actually, there's still a wave ready to push in towards LMQ, so just Vasily getting a bit of farm, but leaving it largely unpushed. Gonna be
Ackerman
Look at Ackerman, the stun's gonna land. He's gonna have 2 dashes,
this time.
I believe. In comes Dragon Form. Yasuki is nearby, lands the E, so some extra burn's gonna come through. Shows the tempo damage. He can ignite and stun into turret range. Ackerman in a close fight. It's gonna be the kill though, picked up by Kez, but here comes No Name. One more attack will do it. One more spell. Xiaowei Xiao shows up as well. Kez got nowhere to go. Stunned up. There's the damage coming out. Yasuki not in a good spot either. Cougar Form will get the kill if he wants it. There's the leap. 2 for 1 there on the bottom lane. But C9T uses that to get a turret.
Yep, good job by C9T. Getting the objective down. Mid lane turret is a really big deal for them. Mid lane control is going to be everything. They actually still have theirs up. So that's one little advantage. But Ackerman did get 2 assists for that as well down bottom.
Good amount of money comes through then to LMQ. Assist streaks have started for Ackerman and for Moore, so their kill participation is actually going to mean more than it normally would. Going to be so rich with all those assists.
This may be the first time that I've seen Ackerman complete the Banshees. And he has not even started making the Tiamat, which he really likes. But he fully completes that Banshees. He's 100% tank right now.
Look at LMQ just rotating back to the mid lane. They lost that turret a second ago. And then said, well, C9T, you guys recalled. We'll push in and take it down. Bishu not able to wave clear in time. These guys really trading objectives. We've had 7 kills, but 7 turret kills as well as 2 dragons going down. More objectives than champion kills so far in this game. Of course, a lot of minutes as well. 19 minutes in. A lot of these guys getting close to the 200 mark here.
And the more objectives that go down, the less the kills mean, and the more that CS means. All this global gold that's being afforded to both teams because of all the turrets going down, evening it out a little bit. Cloud9 still definitely working from a hole, but
yeah. It's worth pointing out, actually, that LMQ's gold lead is almost entirely from individual play. There's a total of 650 gold different. Actually, even less than that, because LMQ's Dragon was earlier. There's like a 500-600 gold lead just from globals, and then the rest of the 5,000 gold lead is entirely from CS and champion kills. And you can see the really standout performances. The mid lanes, the AD carries especially, more than 1,000 gold in each role in the lead. It's a big portion of it.
Yeah, man. Xiao Xiao actually up in CS for Bishu in this matchup.
Whoa! Comes down.
Necessary flash. Very necessary flash right there.
And big damage into Bishu.
He's chunked out though, so that could be the dragon. In comes man drop.
They're going to try. Anyway, where are they going to get with this one? Kez and Yasuki in the back line. Look for Vasily. Big damage comes down onto Caitlyn. She's flashing. She barriers away. One more attack. That's the kill in the back line. Kez, though, jumped on by Moore and Xiaowei Xiao. Ackerman helping to kill Yasuki as well. Flashes over. Does not land a stun. There it is. Going to be a kill picked up. Triple kill actually comes through overall. C9T losing a lot.
Ackerman with the Banshee's Veil goes to try and intercept Annie here at the beginning. So they start this off with so much damage onto Bishu. It's very surprising that C9 actually decided to initiate this fight. Their AP is really chunked right now. Flash in from Glee, but doesn't get much out of it, and Ackerman's able to go right into his face. So Bishu did go down on the backside there, but the successful dive from 2 members of Cloud9 costs both of them their lives. So the dive from LMQ worked out. They killed Bishu.
Yeah.
But they also collapsed back on the front line of Cloud9 and were able to clean that up. So a pretty big win for them.
Yeah, that one Javelin, so unfortunate for C9T. It made the rest of their back line just get zoned out before they could turn around. So, Dragon goes over 6,000 gold now, puts LMQ ahead. C9T did get another turret kill in revenge. Bottom lane outer turret did go down here, but LMQ again, the controlled team. And it's interesting because they didn't have the same massive kill lead early on, so they're playing a much more reserved game. They're not getting free kills from lanes, they're getting gold from their lanes because of minions.
They are.
But
they
they're playing
always
rotation.
seem so calm. Look at, even on the camps, like there's not even that much communication that they have to do.
They just know what to do. They know what lanes to go in. Yeah, they say, I'm going to clear top, you hold the bottom lane instead. They just make efficient rotations every single time. Very little wasted time for LMQ.
Yeah. All right, well, look at the investment Cloud9 are trying to make in Vision here. They know that they need to be able to catch somebody out. Pink wards all around, even a bunch of green ones to supplement them. Only thing is they don't really have opportunities to place them and get that back. Being pushed in by LMQ right now. Blue buff Nidalee. So difficult to clear against. Just one spear onto Cleave. Oh.
That's significant damage coming through there. Death Cap already done. Void Staff nearly done for Xiao Xiao. 23 minutes in.
Man,
and there's less.
It's just, any supports are so squishy because they invest all their money into speed. They have no defensive stats. Even one spear and he's out of the game.
Yeah, even though he went magic for his glyphs and deep defense tree for some extra MR, it's just not enough to matter for him. Mid lane turret taking even more damage. And compared to last game, C9T has much less long range poke. Like before it was like if Bishu lands 2 javelins, LMQ has to back off and say, oh, you know what, you're right, we shouldn't go for that one anymore. This one he can wave clear, but only once the enemy team's already in range of his turret and dealing damage to it and chunking it down. So LMQ are making steady progress every time they go for these sieges.
Yeah, the outer turret's pretty easy for them since they don't regenerate. Just need to chunk them a little bit, stay calm. They're playing very patient. Everybody's picking up a little magic resist too. Actually, Leona getting a cowl for herself. They're very wary of that Bishu Shockwave. The combo there, an Annie Tibber stun into Bishu Shockwave. I mean, Yuzuki's a great delivery system for that ball.
Oh yeah.
If he can get a good Dragon's Descent, Shockwave. I mean, they've got such a good AoE combo here for C9T. They just have to be able to pull it off. We've seen so many teams not be able to execute any kind of AoE combos.
And how well does LMQ play against it? Because they obviously haven't been picked off by it so far. When the man drops come in, they've scattered around it very successfully. So I also want to watch positioning here. How these guys play around it, how C9T holds on to everything. Some of it's LMQ's patience, some of it is C9T making some good plays. Altek being given the side lane farm, pushing it out. You can see Glebe is actually already there putting up wards to cover him when he takes this farm, so that even though there's no turrets really backing up Altek right now, he knows he's not in danger just yet.
Yeah, this time around though, he's not able to keep his CS up like he did last time.
Yeah.
So dangerous. It's really weird too, the thing how they need Yuzuki at the beginning of their team fight. He's pretty big for their combo that they want to pull off. There's this team fighting team of Cloud9, but he's the one with teleport. So he's going to be the one split pushing like this. So he's not going to be there at the very beginning of the fight unless he teleports in as like sort of a flank move to try and come behind LMQ.
So we'll see how C9T plays. I mean, really, when you're a team like this and you're this far behind, I feel like you just play the minion waves, and teleport's more of a boon because it lets you create pressure and pull them off your base a bit more often. But yeah, when they get into the big team fights themselves, I feel like teleport won't be useful because he'll just need to walk in there. I know it was a big thing with Shen as well, where you wouldn't consider Shen an initiator generally because he would usually stand aside into fights after it started out. You need someone else to start them out for you.
That's why I'm not really a big fan of this, because I don't see C9 winning a team fight where they don't have Yuzuki starting it. I mean, it's going to be up to Bishu to start his... It's like you have to get a perfect flash Tibbers into a Shockwave.
And you can't send Command Protect onto Tibbers. Not a champion.
No,
it has
to be him placing his own.
Yeah, it's got the slower Q. Like
I mean, if you try and use Kez, he's going to die in an instant. So,
as you saw, didn't quite pop Hex Drinker, so he has a little bit more health than you think right there. There's like 300 health like hiding there in his items.
Oh my
Leave Glarby
God.
though, no hidden health. That one just painful. There's actually a thing I actually been thinking about a little bit. So in the recent nerfs to Leona's W, where it's 5 less at every rank, Annie's Molten Shield actually has the same defensive values as Leona's Eclipse. And I'm always waiting to see an Annie actually max E second, because they typically still take a lot of damage in fights. You could tank up a bit.
Yeah, they would have to change their item builds then, and not invest all their money into speed. They need some sort of health to back up those resistances, I think.
I know I've seen some players, I think Voidal's one of them, who's now on Cloud9 Eclipse, who actually have gone for Targons on Annie because they can just use Disintegrate to last hit minions. And they get their mana back, as well as still donating the gold away, and it gives them really...
here we go. Mandrop trying to start this one off. The flash
Gonna find the stun, the shockwave was silly. Down goes the AD carry. Javelin on Abishu, though. It means Oriana's gonna go down as well. Now more in the front lines, tanky, but Eclipse has ended, and down goes Leona. 2 for 1 so far. C19 look for Ackerman. Randuin's is gonna be the slows. The stun's coming across. Flashes over the wall. Yasuki's still looking for more. The ulti is over. Altec is gonna get assassinated. No! Dodges the EQ. Xiao over the wall. Puts a ward down.
It gets out the backside to it. Ackerman lives. They only came out with 1 kill advantage right now, and they lost control of the dragon. Now that's gonna be evened up.
Wow.
Well, it looked pretty good.
Blue buff Xiao not even done.
They're not gonna escape here. Ooh.
Gonna keep trying. Altec's around. Kez pops the Hex Trigger, jumps in, finds the stun on Xiao, goes down to No Name. Glebe got cocooned, and the chase is in. Xiao looks for the Javelin in a second.
Got stun up. Does he have any spells?
It's not gonna be enough. Just keeps juking No Name, dealt damage the whole time. Locker to the Arn Solari No Name.
All right, beginning here. Here's the combo. Shyvana, Pantheon, Flash Timber, Shockwave. All right, AD carries off the field. Looks like we have a pretty good chance. And they also trade Bishu's life, but the support is too deep. Here's where everything goes sour, though, because Nidalee with blue buff can stay in a fight forever. Ackerman actually flashing around the backside. Xiao draws everyone's attention, basically, away from Ackerman, allows him to live. Even though he doesn't get that kill he was going for, as you said, he's able to get out the other side because he has flash, and he bought Ackerman time to live. All of C9 except Yuzuki were on the same page for retreat at this point.
Yeah.
And Yuzuki gets left behind. Nidalee making use of the passive and Cougar form. Let's look at another spear here. Kez jukes back into it.
At this point, it's being...
Oh man, that was an instant Hex Drinker pop, by the way.
Yeah.
Right there with that spear.
Heard the sound, never got to see the shield.
You get that little animation, sparkles.
Sparkles didn't save him, unfortunately. He did go down, and that was kind of Yasuki breaking one of the big rules of League of Legends. You don't chase Singed, you don't chase Nidalee. Because then that happens. Unfortunate overcommit. They did get ahead in the fight, but couldn't close it out. So C19 now down 5-12. LMQ holding on to almost 8,000 gold.
Actually, an interesting point to bring up here. The rules of League of Legends over the years. Those are 2 good ones.
Yep.
And we also got like, don't face check a bush with Garen in it. That's classic.
Yep. Don't
face check a bush, period.
Yeah.
I guess double lift also.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Learned that in Season 1.
Hammered that one into everybody's memories.
If you type worth it, it is.
That's a good one.
Yep.
We need like a rule book. They're actually shoving up mid. This is a pretty good move. They've got some extra damage on it, but they should probably pull back as soon as they see any aggression from LMQ.
Oh, they're going to try to run away. The Solar player. Right. Nice dodges by Glebe and everybody else involved. Okay, we're good.
They got a little damage on that mid turret. Worth it.
The grass got burned. It's a little bit dead spot right there. It's just dirt now. Xiao early blue elixir too.
Yeah,
and,
he's powerful.
A little bit.
At least
602, 308 CS.
I don't know if I've ever actually seen someone get 100% to 0 killed by a spear, but this game, we may get to that point with Glebe and Xiao. Not with the ball on him, though.
Nope. Gets him down to about a third.
That's going to be pretty good.
Not too shabby. Let's see what we find else here. Gonna be quick ward kills. Cloud9 Tempest, though, like, they're playing like a team that's not so far behind, though. They're getting past the midpoint. They're pushing lanes in. They're trying to put the pressure on LMQ. Problem is LMQ are reacting to these moves very efficiently, getting there in time to contest for their blue buff, getting there in time to defend turrets, not giving any advantages away.
Problem is for Cloud9 that they want to get off those team fights with the full combo, as we saw, but LMQ are so good at spreading out. They have very few chances to get those fights, and if LMQ do spread out, they continually gain increased gold advantage over Cloud9. So there's very few options for Cloud9 to jump back in this, except for to jump back in this with Pantheon, catch somebody out.
There's like one saving grace I see, which well, I guess there's sort of two that I see that I think I can point out. So one is that Moore's gold lead is obviously relevant, but like after the initial sort of burst of Leona spells, the fact that she has gold, you can kind of bypass as long as you don't waste damage hitting a tank. The other being that Vasily is going for a durability item here in Banshee's Veil. And while Banshee's, of course, a good item, it means that he's not getting any new damage, and Altec's going to match it with this Infinity Edge soon.
Kez doesn't have the confidence to go that deep. Nice sneak of a Baron here for LMQ. Making use of Caitlyn's range over the wall. And the Spiderling's ability to take some damage there.
Vasily shows up late, though. It helped tank at the very end there. No Name is taking a lot of damage. Smites to heal, picks it up. There we go. Baron, 32.5 minutes in for LMQ. About the time they got it last time, actually.
Man, that's going to be painful. It's so easy for LMQ to siege up and just throw Nidalee spears for days at you under a turret. I feel like as soon as LMQ show up at a turret, Cloud9 have to use that to initiate. They cannot wait around for a second for any spears to land. If one member, if Glebe, if anybody takes a spear like that, it would be disastrous. So as soon as LMQ show up, they might just go for a desperate fight and engage themselves. But the Banshees that you pointed out, LMQ are stacking Banshees so that they don't get caught in the first instance of this combo. If you break the combo right as it starts with the anti-stippers and don't get stunned, they can get out of the shockwave, they can get out of the Pantheon ult.
See what they do with it. LMQ, will they begin the siege or will they play the jungle control game a little bit longer? 1 minute till Dragon, no buffs up on the map right now. They look to go towards the top lane. Ackerman is starting the push. And the rest of LMQ actually waiting in the jungle, maybe to catch a rotation.
Nidalee, sending Nidalee over there into Shyvana. Shyvana can't do much against Nidalee. So Xiao Xiao can actually run him out of a lane. Because there's no real offensive power from Shyvana. Nidalee can easily escape her.
CNIT again, the aggression here. There is
good move.
Nidalee around. Yeah, it's an outnumbered fight right here. It's going to be the second tier turret going down. CNIT actually with a turret lead in this game.
I mean, they saw Nidalee down bottom. Now the thing they have to worry about is Leona engage as soon as Nidalee gets there, because Nidalee's coming to cut them off. Now is the time that they need to space out.
Going to be Stoon. Good flash versus Javelin's going to miss. CNIT still on the runaway with Talisman of Ascension.
Leona's ultimate down might be enough to save them.
The recall from Altec and just wave clear for LMQ. So yeah, C9T outmaneuvering. Oh, this is not good for Altec. He was recalling on top of a ward. No Name not going to spot the rest of C9T. They were right there. So the counterattack now to the mid lane. Altec recalling away late. Now 5v4
there it is.
To the other advantage.
They're up at the inhibitor turret. I think they got to, maybe they can try and poke down the Banshees first and then go for the all-in engage. Dragon's up though. LMQ played it so carefully. Grabbing up another Dragon here. Maybe Cloud9 will actually try and do that again. It didn't work out for them the first time.
Yeah, we'll see what they can find with this one. Dragon at half HP, taking some pretty major damage there, and Caitlyn picked up the kill there. Vasily giving his team even more of a lead. 11,500 gold. Put LMQ up on this one. Looking for the 2-0. Looking for the perfect run as far as points are considered in the sort of first ever Challenger season. They'll go into the playoffs most likely, actually for sure as the first seed and the team to beat.
These face cams are cracking me up. Everybody's just staring at the game.
Serious?
No, exactly.
Serious deal.
They know exactly what to do, where they're going here. Next move. Looks like Vasily might actually be the one caught out.
Well, he's got a Banshees. We'll see if Altec can break it. I believe each tick of the Cullen can break Banshee's Veil. He's going to go in.
Why not
throws
go
the
for
Javelin.
it?
There's the jump in. Gets the stun. Good pain. Good flash from Vasily. Is he going to have enough damage? The Cullen coming across, but wow, Altec barely surviving the fight in the 2v1.
80 carry down. One Baron buff gone. Double buff Altec here. And they can actually get another one. They don't have any extra vision, though. Don't know how many members of LMQ are behind more.
Yeah, they'd be going into a 3v3. Annie and Orianna were far away, and only Nidalee was on the other side of the map. That would have been not ideal, jumping in for a tank.
One kill onto Vasily, though, is great. Stalls out the game for Cloud9. Buys them a little bit of time. They are trying to wait out this Baron buff. before they go for another one of those full combos.
Well, Baron buff has timed out at this point. See if they can get much more on this one. Still the same lead. C9T just playing the defensive game. LMQ still trying to play the control game. But this time around, we're actually past the point where they won last time. It was a longer game already. They haven't even taken all the tier 2 turrets down. And with an 11,000 gold lead, I'm surprised they haven't. It feels like LMQ just aren't trying to close the games anytime soon.
Wow. Leandre's Torment on Italy. Interesting.
I like it because it's another flat magic pen item. And in a game where he is, I guess he's actually one of multiple sources of magic damage, but there's not a lot of MR items on C9T. The 15 magic pen from Haunting Eye is actually really efficient.
I mean, I was hoping for 100% on somebody with just one spear. I think that might be able to do it.
I think it'd be more, I'm not sure if it'd be better than a DFG or not.
Here's
Jump in,
combo!
Shao, big damage! Here comes the Dragon, here comes Pantheon. Onto the back line, he does have Zonia's 2-man shockwave comes in towards Moore and Ackerman.
But Chili wasn't there.
Gonna see if they find any more damage. This one, No Name Force Repel into the air, does have the white camp around. Bijou almost gets crushed.
So close.
I'm not sure if he needed a barrier that one. He actually can't die to Leandres. But pops the Summoner spell anyway, and the siege continues. LMQ in a good spot with good healing.
Yeah, they used everything there. Cloud9's all out of cooldowns now. Well, no, they have Tibbers left. That's not going to save them, though.
Or is it walking around right now?
I hate that. Yeah, right. They did use it.
They nearly one-shot Altec, so the damage is there. Cocoon onto Kez, the jump in from Moore. He is tanky, only 2 seconds left on the Eclipse. He's going to get away from this one, though. One turret shot to go. Flashed away, does die to Pantheon. A 1-for-1, but an Inhib turret goes down. LMQ still in a 4v4 right now. Ooh. Yeah.
Everybody wanted to see what would happen if that one hit, though.
He has the kills. He has extra 40 MR.
Would it straight up? Oh, okay, yeah.
He has like 82, 83 MR right now on Annie. 86.
Dodges another one. Man, yeah. That's annoying. When Tibbers is out walking around, it shows up.
I think Altec's actually squishier than Glebe right now.
All right, take another look. So, combo not landed perfectly. They do get a couple good AoEs. Bijou ends up having to recall his ball off of Shyvana to CC the front line. But Vasily wasn't even there for the beginning of the fight. So once Vasily joins, they have to back off. Big chunk of damage there from that spear.
LMQ going to piece out. 20 seconds till Baron. They're going to make sure they're nice full on health and full on items. Giant's Belt comes in for No Name. I mean, really just a big tank line for LMQ. Ackerman, his offensive item of choice is actually a Blade of the Ruin King.
Yeah,
so better
I saw that
diving.
before.
Yeah. It's getting more popular, actually. I've seen it now 3 or so times in Europe in the LCS.
I think, was Soaz started that thing up?
I think so. I've seen it from multiple players now, though.
Haha, Baron's back up. We get to play the vision game.
I like how...
Who will get caught?
Well, Caitlyn ulti. Damage on Glebe. Pretty heavy damage. I like how different No Name is as a jungler, though. He plays builds that most people don't anymore. Like, Locket is still an item he buys. Ancient Golem Lee Sin. Like, he's playing differently from
Full
most of the
tank.
junglers we see in the Western
The theme there is full tank.
Yeah, he's always been very supportive as a jungler.
So Baron bait doesn't work if the other team is too scared to come over.
Yeah.
All right, they realize this, decide to just pick it up. And exposed inhibitor with the Baron buff to LMQ seems like that's a recipe for success for LMQ.
It's likely to be that. 15,000 gold now in the lead. 40 minutes in the game. Silly. You know, you've split push top lane a number of times here. You've died a couple times doing it. This time around, does not have anyone looking to kill him. Instead, his team is actually there to counter gank if people show up. And now No Name more arrive here. So all 5 of LMQ show up top lane. All 5 of C9T ready to defend this spot. We'll see if they can do it against, what is it, 3 to 4 Banshees Veils.
Yep.
And a Baron buff.
All right, so if LMQ do group up, that's the chance for Cloud9. Otherwise, I don't see them really defending the inhibitor.
All right,
Opted
not
to
one
go
shot
for a
Glebe.
turret defense instead.
Going to be the inhib taking even more damage. Bit of wave clear. LMQ actually giving plenty of deference here. Stun's going to land on Bijou. He barriers early. Solar Flare. The burst comes down. Another stun from Leona. The shockwave comes out. They're kept alive by Mikhail's Crucible. No Name forced into the backlines to jump in from Yazuki. No Name flashing away as well. Another big heal comes out. More is going to go down. 1 for 0 so far. For C9T, Ackerman and co forced to run away.
Bishu baits him in.
Yeah, it was a good fight by Cloud9 Tempest. Poor Tibbers. All right, 1-for-1 fight. They got Tibbers.
The Tibbers left first.
Or was it Annie?
Well, they still have Baron buff, though, and even with 4 members. Oh, can they catch out No Name?
Well, he's going to jump into the air. No stun. Nowhere to go. Jumps back to the minion wave. He does not have flash available. Nowhere to go. Shutdown goes to Altec.
They're on a roll.
There's 20 seconds of power play right now. What else can they take?
Running straight up mid. They're making a beeline for this one. Now, they're going to have to tank it, and it will not have the armor and magic resist taken off of it. So it'll take a little bit longer. But they've got 40 seconds on No Name, so it's a 4 versus 5.
Ackerman around the flank.
Oh, there's a couple ranged minions. That's enough to take off the debuff.
But it's enough that LMQ jumps in. They go in for Vasily. One-man shockwave on Ackerman as well. Jumps into the back line. More in the front. Kez goes down. LMQ find a kill. They find Glebe as well. 2 kills LMQ. Ackerman is not even done. Puts the Randuin slow. Flash from Altec. Javelin does not quite land. The damage comes in. Ackerman's still a tanky man. Maybe gets pushed around, flashed over the wall. No Javelins land right here, but Xiao, he owns the map.
Yeah. Positions have been reversed. Now it's pretty much LMQ's run up the middle. They've got a full line on the Nexus turret right now. It's probably going to go down even to minions, so it's very easy for them to answer mid lane turrets.
And here we go. Super minions are there. This poor turret, very low on health. Bishu forced to wave clear with Altec. They will keep it alive. These things do regen rather fast, but LMQ are there for the mid lane. No one's really there to defend. Yatsuki is alone. Mid lane inhibitor turret goes down, making that 8-5 in the turret score. 15-9 in kills. 2 inhibs now are dead. Will LMQ backdoor? They've got some time at the power play.
Ah, yes, another recall. We will purchase a few more items here. Everybody maxed out, full sweepers, except for the AD carry. What's the final item buys? I always like seeing boots sold for Zephyr.
You got a while to go on that one, though.
That's my favorite.
Altec still needs Banshees. Could be Vasily. He could grab one.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh,
The ones who are ahead.
I was just reading left to right, and I was just like, well, it's not there. And then it's panned over, and I was like, oh, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit slow. My apologies. Another minion or ward cleared out. I like the LMQ. They have pink wards down. Another good use for pink wards.
Oh, Renekton's not here.
Let's see if they can find it. The jump in. They find No Name. The stun is there. He will have repel pretty soon, but he's low on health. Here comes Solarfire. Here comes the re-engager. They have enough. No Name gets healed up. Is not yet going down. Yatsuki in the back line trying to find it, but goes down to Xiao. Moore is going to fall down. 2-man shockwave. Finds Xiao and Vasily, but Bishu getting killed off in the front lines now. Ackerman wreaking havoc. Down goes Kez. This could be the game-winning push. Tibbers blocks the javelin here for Glebe Glarb, still trying to run away. Altec at a bad spot. Still the pain coming through. This could be the game. There's a shutdown onto Lucian, and poor Glebe left to watch his base fall down into shambles. LMQ gonna make it 2-0 in this series and win the second spring series here. Make it a 2 in a row.
Yeah, convincing, both games. Now, to be fair, Cloud9, they have some pretty good moves if you're a team that's behind and looking to make something happen there. They go for everything that is slightly in their favor. Renekton's not there, try and engage.
Yep.
They get turned around on them just because it's so much gold against them. The early games, every single time, it's going against them so hard. LMQ definitely deserve this championship.
Yeah, the tanky frontliners there, you know, it was like okay for No Name to take the pain. So, you know what, go ahead and jump on me. I'll repel up. I'll get away to a minion line. Get healed up immediately or the McHale's. Coming out with the handshakes. Again, well-deserved win. Bishu still like realizing, oh yeah, the game's over. Sorry, I was trying to micro the post-game screen. But the handshakes come out. Thumbs up. It's a well-deserved win.
Oh man, all right, yeah. So, as we said, reputation intact. LMQ definitely scary.
Reputation well intact.
All the LCS teams on the bottom are going to have to be very worried.
So of course, we will see these guys again. The Challenger postseason is going to begin next week with the quarterfinals. Being played throughout the next week, you're going to see a lot of familiar faces. Of course, LMQ right here on your screen and Cloud9 Tempest are going to have first round buys into the semifinals, seeded 1 and 2. You've got to take top 3 in the 6-team tournament to make it to the promo series, the promo relegation tournament there, to actually get into the LCS. So over the next couple of weeks, we're going to figure out which teams actually go there, which teams win out in Challenger, which teams actually drop down from the LCS. You're going to see these teams most likely. You're actually going to guaranteed see one of those two teams in the promo tournament.
Probably see both.
Probably see both, to be fair. I mean, they are the strongest, but you're guaranteed at least one. See what happens. Now that the second Challenger Spring Series is behind us, let's take a look at the updated points. LMQ has accumulated all the points that are possible, ranking up 21 over the 2 Spring Series.
And even though they came up short tonight, Cloud9 Temp still get 11 points and a first-round bye in the playoffs.
Okay, guys, we're about to sign off and turn off the lights for the day, but coming up on Tuesday, the final week of the Spring Split kicks off over in Germany with a super week's worth of fun. The pros take to the stage, starting with a battle between first-place teams Fnatic and Alliance.
Then after the pros have taken out the final Nexus, it's time for the Challenger Series playoffs with a trip to the Summer Promotion Tournament on the line. Day 1 of the European LCS kicks off on Tuesday, April 1st at 7:30 a.m. Pacific with the LCS preview show. And no, I'm not joking.
He is not. He's a serious
April
man.
Fools this is.
You can see his face. He's serious. And that does it here for our time tonight. Before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. And now for myself, Kobe, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching. Good night, and GG. Woo!
Aframu is looking right for him, and he crunches him down into mid-speed. Xmithy trying to get out on the right side. The team piles in together, and Doublelift is just going to start shredding from the back line.
They only have 3 people in that bush, and there's 4 members of TSM.
Wait,
Never mind,
there's 3 members. Oh my gosh, Matt, so quick. We're going to see if the odd one can do more. Quaza dominated in the middle, but their health bars are quickly depleting. Here we go, NACS may take him down, but the Zanya's play. Everybody jumps on one spot. All the eggs in one basket. He's still alive. What? Shifter finally goes down to the end.
Double ace.
The last breath and the double ace.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp. Man, I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day change, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Right. right.